Oh, shit. Yeah. Welcome on, one and all, to the most important day, plural, of the year. Me, low energy, but it gets better because it's my birthday in about a day and change. I know, why start a birthday bash 3 days early? A lot of reasons. Cause I wanted to. Honestly, you guys know I had a big plan for birthday, fell through. What else am I gonna do? Top it all off, bunch of bills came in. So if I'm stuck here for my birthday again, then let's make the most out of it. By watching pictures that are meant to be satisfying, but they're also really scary, some of them. Like, some of this is weird. Like the face mask thing. That was cool. So, we have now I'm gonna clear a few things up. Number one, I was not saying I would do a 24-hour stream. I doubt I'll even give you a 12-hour stream. What you're getting is 3 long streams over 3 days. So, you guys will be taking up a good chunk of it. I'm thinking back to the time I tried to do the whole week with you guys, and I hated it so much. Like, I learned to just hate doing this. So this isn't a subathon, this isn't a charity run or whatever. This is just me streaming with you guys for a long period of time. Then, after I'm probably too drunk and tired, I go to bed, I wake up, and I repeat the process. That's it. That's all that today's gonna be, tomorrow, and my birthday. Now, I've got booze, and I have quite a good selection for today alone. I'm gonna go out and get more tomorrow. I look so menacing in this shot. I have here a party keg. Been a while since we had one of these. In fact, I've got two of them. Olander. So, we pouring I had up myself the foam half that came with the first pint, because of course there would be foam. It's a very heady beer as well. My God, but not delightful. Saying that has to be one of the crappiest pulls I've done in a long... Look at this sin! Look at it! What a sin! Y'all see this sin? Y'all see? I mean, it'll fill itself up, but... Yeah. Plus, we have Shots4donos. I have a very unusual drink that I'll bring out the first time anyone gets anyone donates anything, basically. Those are pretty. Though they do kind of look alive, it's a bit weird. So, that's basically the gist of tonight. Today, tomorrow, Wednesday. Thursday. Alcohol, content, gaming, talking the chat, sleep, wake up, do one important thing like go to the store or have a bath or both, repeat. And by that time I'll probably be sick and tired of every one of you. So, yeah. It'll be a good time. And then don't forget that on the 18th, as soon as this goddamn thing is finished, I'm gonna go over to Discord and start partaking in the watch party. You guys in the room, yous know, I'll be in touch. Loud. The music's a little too loud to be satisfying or soothing, you know? I'm gonna sleep with that fucking music. I'm tempted to turn Virtual Cottage on. Also, I needed to change the timetable. I was completely off by what time to do it. I would have been very, very, very not up for going out tomorrow if I'd have done that. And I gotta go to the bank tomorrow, so... I'm not gonna walk staggering drunk with no sleep on me. Make way for the big streamer. He got up to 30 viewers last night. Woo! Pretty good night if I got that. So... we have a stream goal, and given greatly appreciated. Join the Discord, and then if you're a part of our Twitch subscriber list, then you get to join the watch party. Follow me on Twitter, Twitch, I already said Twitch, Discord, already said Discord. I suppose Blue Sky, go look for me there. I'm never really on the damn thing. And this Sunday, your favorite son will be joining us over on Bearded Ramblings. Probably going to take Thursday off. Be back on Friday though. Ooh, that bag one was really nice. So, I know because my audience is mostly American, half of you are asleep, the other half are at work. Still, hope you guys are watching this proactively afterwards, or having a good time. I'll be streaming for many hours. We have a lot of content to cover right now. We might eventually run out of it. So if you got any suggestions, throw them in the doobly-doo down below. It just has to be YouTube friendly and copyright free. Wowzers. That was Gale there for a second. Yeah, Hollander I'm drinking right now. Wheat beer. A bit on the fancier side. It's very tasty, very refreshing. My God, it's very it tastes like watery, but it's definitely not watery. It's like what, 5.6. A little bit of a humph to me, and I'm gonna drink 2 kegs of this shit. Hell yeah. Where's the percentage? 5.5. Hardly the it's the real challenge is to get the flavor and the absolute like potency. Higher the potency, whatever. So I'll give you a quick rundown. Number 1, I've gotten 2 gifts. Well, one in the mail and one's here. I got a mandolin, and thank you to Raisin Girl who has sent me something out of my wish list. I'm gonna get myself a new pair of jammies. Yeah. Might actually come on stream and be able to like show you that. Lewd. Next, oh, and the third thing I got, kind of, we got a new roommate and he just got a bunch of new pint glasses come in. So good timing that I got the keg. Today's gonna suck in terms of food because I still have all my diet food in there. So rice, mackerel, oatmeal, potatoes. Probably have to cut up some potatoes. They're the quickest thing to cut up. If I want some protein, better else get some oatmeal. It's all good. It's all good in the neighborhood. So they say in the old songs and stories. Beyond that, I'm gonna send lots of love out to a few people in my life right now who are going through some drama. I have no idea if you're gonna be seeing this. I know it's not a happy time for you, but know that you are awesome and that I love you. And I'll be here for you except for these 3 days because I won't be good to anyone, will I? I'll be hungover as shit, or I'll be shit-faced, or I just will be streaming. For the content we have anyway, for tonight. We basically have anything that anything that we really want. There's a new Channel 5 thing I want to watch. There is a new unfortunately, our 55th Street King has got himself arrested again and in prison. He was out on probation. Sent it badly. Oh, I have to get myself one of those the foam things you put over your keyboards and pull it off. Air tends to work better, I found, but you still have to clean off any stains. Air is better for dirt, you know. Beyond that, beyond Channel 5, we're going to check in some Cobes, of course, and some other lol cows. Bit of Walter Fate. Get a little bit of Conton from Critical. Check in on some food. Maybe some, maybe we'll learn something about historical shit. Ooh. Body cam, sausages, and even maybe a bit of Buff Corel dancing. Right now, I'm thinking, what do I want to watch? And I do want to check out this Crit Mac thing, which, yeah, obviously, kind of sucks that he got himself sent back to jail. Because I thought, what's his name, Andrew, his plan was to go and meet up with him in Canada with that dude from that's cool. Meet up with that dude from Canada with him, and they'd go up to Baffin Island together. But I think that might be thrown down. Hi, I'm from the Build a Wall Around America Foundation. After the Iowa election results, we decided to raise funds to build a wall around the USA to contain the coming civil war. Donate today. Come on, in all fair, first of all, hi Red. Second of all, you knew he was going to win that. DeSantis? Haley? I'm actually surprised DeSantis did so well. Someone tried to come up to him and give him a participation trophy award, and the smallest security woman you've ever seen walks up and just kind of half stands between the two of them while Ron looks like so defeated, and like he looks like everyone's joking that he's gonna like do his next press conference, he's got to bring a gun. I really don't think that's gonna happen, but you know, him, that Indian guy who's all like crypto bro and shit, he's gone. Like, it never was a real contest. The real contest is, will America vote Joe Biden after he gave out all that money to the fucking Israelis to do a genocide? And or because he was already kind of up and down. Like, people praised him for the whole train thing in California, but they ripped him apart for that, and also for the earlier in the year train strikes. I thought he was a blue dog Republican. Does he not know that unions are where it's at, dog? Blue? Or blue dog Republican. That'd be, well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe blue dog Democrat. But yeah, he's on thin ice, but he's still better than Trump. Also, those you know, the states that are gonna knock him off the ballot, he wasn't gonna win anyway. He wasn't gonna win in Maine. And because America thinks it's a democracy, but in reality it's definitely not a democracy because it has the electoral college, like, it doesn't matter how many people will vote. Now, saying that, the mail-in ballots will make a difference against Trump. And that's beautiful to see. So many people will vote in from the comfort of their own home and be like, fuck Trump. Send. So that's kind of sad that we have to make it so, you know, so convenient for people. What, you can't go up to your local community center? No, man, I'm playing League. Oh, well, you shouldn't be voting at all then. Yes, that's right. My incredibly entitled Zoomer online TikTok lefty is also playing League. And they're our allies? Fuck. Still, they're the future, so you might want to invest in them. as terrifying as that is. Also, don't forget that Trump might still get himself convicted. Build the wall. Yeah, yeah. Maybe do a red wedding or the I choose violence scene where Biden just sits in the White House with licking an ice cream, watching his like the houses of the houses of state just explode off in the distance. Bring me a child to sniff. The way I'm talking, I sound like I'm dog whistling. I don't think that there's like Illuminati. I don't think there's QAnon or anything like that. No, no, no. Biden fucking sucks, and he's weird, and he's lame, and when you're going up against somebody who knows how to rile up a psychotic crowd to try to commit a coup and treason, fail because they're still right wingers, and right wingers fucking suck. Versus, it could be worse. I don't want to put money on though. So yeah, maybe build a wall. Canada's doing really well the past few years. Maybe they have to start making some strong cases that they don't have to put up with this shit. This southern, all these anchor babies coming in from shitholes like Washington and Maine. You just see all the caravans of Americans, and it's all like Winnebagos and like minivans. Karen soccer moms all driving out there. Build the wall. Yeah, maybe Mexico should go and secure the border from their end, and just build a wall so no one can get out of their country, and kind of like the DMZ, but in reality also so they don't have to deal with America anymore. Hmm. Then Cuba could be dropped with the sanctions and become like their version of Japan. Ooh, ooh, would that make Canada that region's China and America the North Korea? Ooh, down that rabbit hole. I don't know how far I want to go. But it's kind of weird how the music just stopped halfway through. If you're wondering why there's no more music in this video, same. It is kind of living up to it. It is satisfying and soothing. Some more than others. Machines are awesome. Humans make cool things. It's why if AI from the Matrix ever did kick in, um, I liked how in the Animatrix they started off very like normal looking robots, like human. They're trying to mimic our society, and then by the end of it, they're these strange, like squid virus looking things wandering around. I would like to think that if an AI got sentience and started building things for itself, it wouldn't build it for our convenience unless it was solely designed to deal with people in a positive light, hopefully. Because I still think if there ever was an AI, it would at first try to be friendly and kind to humans. Like, of course, I am built to be your friend. Kill the monster. It's a demon. I am not a demon. There are no such things as demons. It's an atheist too. Whap, 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 whap. Hey, it's someone who asthmatic having sex. Biden has one thing going for him. Iran has just attacked Iraq and Syria. We tend to help presidents stay in the Oval Office. USA owned, yeah. No one was hurt as far as I'm aware, but that was gonna happen though. Also, have you noticed the Houthis haven't hit one Israeli ship Those losers online, those super tankies, those Islamic State supporters, because they must be good because they're fighting America. The 17-year-olds who have never lived a day in their lives, and years later they'll look back at it and go like, "Oh, it was so cringe." Um, they would, they like are saying, "Oh, here's footage of an American ship, like a warship being destroyed by the mighty Houthi Air Force," and it's footage from Arma 3, and it's like community notes underneath, and no one's buying it. It's so odd. Like, and those same people a few hours after the what did I call that, Operation something or other? Okay, that looks lewd as shit. Only because I've seen how condoms are made. Um, I've never like how quickly they went from like, we're going to destroy the Western hegemony. We're going to bring socialism to everyone. Then an hour or two later, look at all these war crimes as they're targeting military structures. And the single fighter craft that the Houthis have has been knocked out. It was destroyed on the ground. Rip to a legend. I actually really respect that. They made like this sort of Top Gun version of like a propaganda video where they just constantly just shot the plane from a different angle over and over again. It was a nice looking fighter jet, but it's trash now. Um, listen, like what's happened? I don't support what's happening in the Middle East. I am not. I can't. And America, UK, how yeah, it's fucked up. It's also bad to destroy global trade. There's medicine on that ship. There's food. There's like emergency like materials. How many of those ships are carrying things that will end up in Ukraine? You know, like if they were just actively looking for things flying the Israeli flag, they would fly out and reach it. Also, they've even been hitting Russian and Iranian ships, which is weird because Iran is backing them, but they're just targeting any opportunity they can. Why? Because they're a bunch of Islamic extremists. Don't enemy of my enemy. I don't want the Uyghurs to be genocided in Japan, in China, or anywhere for that matter, including Japan. But you do realize that, like, there are fundamentalists, like jihadists, out in the west of China right now. I wouldn't want them to gain their own state. Look what's happening in Afghanistan. What was happening in Afghanistan even before the Americans showed up? Like all fundamentalism equals bad. That's why I'm not a big fan of Israel, because it's a Zionist ethno state. If they were to just target Hamas all day, I'd be like, all right. It's why I support Ukraine, but I'm glad the Azov battalion now is a pile of bones. Why wouldn't I be? They were coating bullets in pig fat to kill off the mercenaries and conscripts sent out from Islamic countries that the Russians were hurling at them. I don't like racism in my porn or my politics or my war. We all bleed equally. They fucked around and found out. And everyone online who was like praising them doesn't understand that. You don't fuck with international trade, not because of the glory of the companies that put it out, but because they are carrying things we need. If there was a socialist world revolution tomorrow, we'd still have haulers bringing shit around from place to place. The Russians during the Cold War had one of the largest trade fleets in the world to get from one part of the Comintern from the other, or any grey country like Sweden or Argentina that would trade with them. Like, it's good that we have international trade. Look what happened when the Suez Canal broke up, you know? Look at the sheer chaos that caused. And you know, we're due for another one out in the Straits of Magellan. Not Straits of Magellan. I think they're the Straits. The one down by Singapore. Magellan Strait. Is it? Because that is such a bottleneck from all the shit going to and from China. That, like, you see footage of it, and it's just like these rows and rows of ships just waiting to go, oh, that's a terrorist attack waiting to happen. Holy shit. Only a few of them were to be destroyed. The insurance alone, if you know World War I history, there wasn't that many U-boats out in the Atlantic at any given time. But there was a shit ton of increase in insurance prices, which then gets passed down to the customer. Like, global trade is a good thing. That's the thing I enjoy most out of globalism. Is the trade. They even have it in Civilization 6. It's one of the quotes when you actually have free trade, not free trade, trade, and the quote is that's the positive. That's the positive of trade, I suppose. Everyone gets everything gets all muddled up together. Yeah, the best way to deal with racism, the best way to deal with ignorance, is simply having you live next to the thing that you're ignorant and racist about. Unless you have like some deep-seated hatred. Most people just have most people going like, damn welfare queens taking all our money out in the inner city. They've probably never met a black person in their life. You know, like, or if they have, they're ones that are doing really well for themselves. One of the good ones. Now you get out to the actual ghetto and you fucking talk to people. Oh, that's actually a good segue to that's a good way segue to Channel 5. I'll keep this up because there's still half an hour left and it's a good sort of thing to just talk around in the background. So, if you remember our king of Crips, 55th Street, he's back in prison, unfortunately. It's a lovely house, by the way.
It's Andrea Freyson, C-Mac Trevor's grandmother. Well, I'm his mom, Mama Bear.
Mama Bear. Mama Bear's cool.
And how are you guys doing?
I just got out the hospital. For a few days I was there. The stress related with all this going on. But that's my baby they got over there.
How are you feeling?
Hurt, but I get on my Harley and I just filter thoughts. Just think
Yeah.
the last time I spent with him and what we talked about. We talked about
Drives all over the West Coast.
Or to him, again, that we would find each other in the next life if it's possible. And he was just talking about the future and about the baby that's on the way. Has a baby due May 5th.
Oh, he's gonna be Crip Dad now.
You know, wish me luck. But I think they're gonna take me in. He had an idea. And that was what, 5 days ago?
Crip Mac got arrested, obviously, everybody knows. He got arrested, and then he was thinking that, we were all thinking that it was just a regular state case, because he doesn't have any acts of violence. He hasn't, like, used any guns on
China, man. Oh, yeah. I remember. Right now, he's the one that... he's the one that really annoying motherfucker who was around, like, Speed and Aiden Ross was calling out. Yeah, what was his name? He was like this super scrawny motherfucker who nowadays he's like such a obnoxious piece of shit. He always just like throws insults at women. He's like, hey. He's kind of gives me a Nick Fuentes vibe, but if you go near him, he's hired security and they just kind of come up to you and like, what the hell you doing, man? What the hell you doing? You know, like just pushing you away from him. And he's like, hey. Oh, I would love to draw off one of those security. Another one just fucking belts the guy from behind. Not the security. He's doing his job, unless he gets in the way. But the actual little shit heel, yeah, that would be lovely. But you know, intrusive thoughts and all that. Like we can't let them win.
You know how much
most
time
days.
they're offering?
If
what about
they
Joe's
try
up
to
to?
make him a career criminal, it's 15 minimum.
I just want him home.
Me too.
And for those unfamiliar, you know, why is he back in?
He had a ghost gun. He had a gun with no serial numbers on it.
This is
Shit.
an epidemic, for God's sake, and it has to stop.
One of the president's executive actions would add new restrictions on ghost guns.
And those are weapons that people build from parts that do not have serial numbers on them.
Homemade in just a few hours using a 3D printer.
Probably the 3D gun that one he had, but all the one I think of is anytime I hear of like a non officially built gun is those is the one that killed the Japanese prime minister last year. The one that was made out of like pipes and a piece of wood. Remember we had two guns on. He thought that when I said like, oh, it was made by a homemade gun, he's like, 3D print. And I'm like, oh no, we're going old school here. And yeah, people still make them, which is so stupid. Clearly it's designed for like 1 or 2 shots. Well, it did the job, didn't it?
Printer.
It was a holiday.
It was a holiday.
Yeah.
And he went to the hood. There's a barbecue. It was like a little barbecue. He just went to say what's up. He was in the backyard. He was on live, talking on live. And you know, when he's on live,
Nice
he's
t-shirt,
not doing
kid.
nothing. He's just there talking.
$55, I give you a story post. Very affordable, 5 y'all.
Like, oh, doing features, $55, whatever the fuck you doing, right?
We could have hired him.
Police probably saw, oh,
I know Krendar might not have approved of anything higher, but I think for 50 quid, I think when he gets out, if he gets out, I would really love to I'd really love to have him on the show. Because he's so real. That's something I didn't like that people throw at Cobes. As you know, I'm very critical of Cobes. But one thing I never criticize of him over is that he's a real deal him. He's not hiding. He's not, once again, Jared's got a lot of problems. Jared's also not real. He will turn on a dime his opinion for whatever reason. There is no consistency. But with Cobes is what he is. It's not a good thing. But what he is him. And Crip is the same thing.
he's in the neighborhood.
It was Gale too. I've kind of softened on Gale a bit. I once had to tell Good Time Johnny this, but I think I owe her an apology.
And they arrested him.
So he was at a barbecue.
Yeah.
Around the 55th and Western area.
Right.
Chilling.
Not on the street, not on the corner. He was in the backyard. And then, yeah, they claim they found something.
At first, I was shocked, but upon further research, it appears that the conditions of Cripmac's probation in California actually took away his rights to decline search and seizure, even on private property. So long as the arresting officer is able to establish reasonable suspicion, like the smell of marijuana emanating from the home, or more
that's fucking shit. That's some part of a wider argument that we all know I'm not a fan of. Like, legalize that shit right now. But I just want to put out that guy is the spitting image of that cop prior was the spitting image of the one from Reno, or one of the ones from Reno, or Super Troopers.
Members being inside at one time together, that arresting officer is allowed to enter the property without a search warrant. So, on paper, LAPD didn't do anything illegal. That being said, I still couldn't believe that Cripmac, who's never been convicted of a violent crime, was potentially facing 15 years in federal prison, just for having a gun, which after all is a constitutional right, and seems quite necessary for self-defense purposes, given.
But it is an illegal gun. It's like a serial-less gun. They want to have what little control they have over the gun industry maintained. It's a wider story if you want to talk about, like, de-arming America. But I really don't see that happening anytime soon.
His tattoos, recent financial success, and high profile. So, to get a better understanding of why
he did it.
happened, I decided to sit down with lawyer and former federal prosecutor Michael Friedman to get some answers.
Wow, that diploma's just wedged in there, isn't it?
Attorney, and I'm the founder of the Friedman firm here in Los Angeles. Before I started my own firm, I was a federal prosecutor for the U.S. Attorney's Office here in L.A. for the Central District of California. So I prosecuted federal criminal cases.
He looks like O'Brien.
Cripmac is charged with being a felon in possession of a firearm or ammunition. It's illegal if you're a felon to have a gun.
Yeah.
That's the simple fact, under state law or federal law. So when you think about federal criminal law It's more common to think about RICO going after the mob or wire fraud, Enron, Bernie Madoff, these kinds of cases. A gun case is more often in state court. It's a little bit more of an ordinary case. The federal authorities in recent years have prosecuted these cases more and more because they're able to get harsher sentences. And so there's a big push to get guns off the street by imposing harsher sentences on people who have guns when they're not supposed to.
Well, that's clearly not working, is it? At all. You need something. I actually think 2 guns should be here for this one. This is clearly not like a valid response. I don't just mean Crip, I mean the whole idea.
There's an initiative when I was a prosecutor called Project Safe Neighborhood.
The officers aren't
I've heard about this.
out there to arrest people. They're out there to try to get involved and make the community safer.
I was going to bring the weights in at some point. My arms are feeling it.
The program is based on the fundamental
beer and weights.
That law enforcement agencies and communities must work together to address violent crime to make their neighborhoods safer.
They're not real cops. Their asses aren't huge.
LAPD or any local police agency will coordinate with their federal counterparts at the FBI or the ATF. They'll adopt that case and they'll file charges like those against Crip Mac. So now he's in federal court facing a federal charge.
It's gonna have him, yeah.
According to Dr. Friedman, Crip Mac's case carries a 5-year minimum. Yet earlier, China Mac had mentioned that if the prosecution decides to add the career criminal enhancement, he'd receive a 15 minimum. Dr. Friedman explained to me that all of this has to do with the federal sentencing guidelines, which have a mathematical equation to determine your offender level. Factors like gang membership can bump up your level, and in turn, triple the mandatory minimum sentence for the crime you committed.
So for every crime that's a federal crime, there's a guideline, which tells you what the base offense level is.
Well, every crime is a guideline, right?
So,
I mean, otherwise there wouldn't be
when I was a
crimes.
prosecutor, I prosecuted a felon in possession case where someone ran from the police and threw the gun off a balcony and it landed in a parking lot where some kids were playing. The guidelines tell you that if someone is a felon with a gun, they start out at a certain base offense level. But if they create a risk to human life in the course of committing the crime, add 2 levels or add 4 levels. All of that goes into a person's base offense level.
Jesus, an Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah.
So this just straight up tells you how long you're going to jail.
Well, they're not binding on the judge, but the judges have to start by calculating the range. And most judges,
they have to weigh it up.
Generally speaking, more or less go with that range.
While these sentencing enhancements exist on a federal level, the city of Los Angeles has long done away with gang enhancements. They were eliminated in December 2020 by DA George Gascon, citing prison overpopulation and high recidivism rates.
I eliminated sentence enhancements because
He sounds like Jordan Peterson. What the fuck?
Safety. In fact, they often create more recidivism and they make us less safe.
This resulted in the immediate freeing of rapper Draco the Ruler, rest in peace. But on a federal level, these enhancements are still the rule of law. And according to Dr. Friedman, unlike in county or state courts, it's almost impossible to bargain for a lower sentence with federal prosecutors. They almost never lose. And only
wait until Trump's up there for his final thing. There's going to be some backroom bargaining.
But why? Dr. Friedman says the feds don't prosecute.
Because he should be lined up against the wall. You know, he is technically a traitor to the state.
Prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office.
He was the president, and he's very rich.
They don't charge cases unless they've really vetted their evidence and unless they feel they can really prove their case.
What's the federal conviction rate?
The federal conviction rate is incredibly high. I think the figure is something like 97% of people who are charged with federal crimes end up pleading guilty.
Upon further research, I learned that many
wait. Pleading guilty. Keyword there. Found guilty or just changing their plea to guilty. You see, those are 2 different things. Because most people who go to court usually just take a fucking plea deal. They just take an agreement with the court. You know, just pay the fine. You know, you're gonna have a record, whatever. It's not the end of the world. Compared to no, I want to fight this. Oh, can you afford to fight it? Because even if you win, you're not unless you're going up against another plaintiff. who will then pay you for your financial costs while you do it. The best one I can think of was when Jim Sterling, when they went to defend themselves by that digital homicide lunatic. They ended up obviously winning, but they didn't see a penny of that money. It cost them a fortune just to beat the charges. In fact, the charges weren't even like taken into consideration. They were gone through court twice and then thrown out. But it still cost Steph a fortune. And it also fucked up their like physical and mental health. Because there were already people, as soon as it happened, going like, oh wow, look at the state of them now. Now we can go and send them another subpoena. Yeah. That way they'll have a heart attack and die, and then the next person up won't give the game that I like a 7 out of 10. That's how normal people fucking work.
And it's only plead guilty.
Yeah.
Because claiming you're innocent of a crime, even if
I don't
you are,
like being
could result in being given
stuck in
an
with
even
nerds
harsher
these
sentence.
days.
if
Too many are
convicted.
bad.
If you plead guilty before trial, you get a reduction in your offense level for acceptance of responsibility. It's usually 3 points. Sometimes it's 2 in lower level cases. So if you're looking at, let's say, 6 to 8 years, that could automatically become 5 to 7 years or 4 to 5. Because the guidelines are so severe and predictable, as you noted when you look at that chart, that's why a lot of people take deals. And the flip side of that is what's called the trial penalty. It's an anecdotal term that we use. But there's a general perception that if you go to trial and lose, not only do you not get those 3 points, but the judge is going to be harsher on you.
This seems absolutely ridiculous. Part of our Sixth Amendment rights as American citizens is the right to a fair trial under any and all circumstances. The federal trial penalty seems antithetical to the very
Last Week
purpose of our
Tonight did a
justice
thing
system,
on this.
which is to uphold a foundational concept in our Constitution: innocent until proven guilty. Though I was quite surprised to learn all of this. In the street world, this is pretty much common knowledge.
Oh, they gonna hammer you. If they offer you 5, 7, you don't take it because you feel like, oh, you know, that's not fair. The next trip around, 18.
The more I learned about the federal sentencing guidelines,
30 in some
the more
cases.
scared I got for my guy Cripmac. It seemed that in all reality, he'd be lucky to get 5 years, which is fucked up to say. But Dr. Friedman said, there's still a possibility Cripmac could get between 2 and 3 years if he immediately pleads guilty to a judge.
A federal felon in possession case could be anywhere
no
from
idea what he's
2 or
saying
3
to,
years
like,
in
his
prison
attorney right
to
now, what
7 or 8
they're
years in
going
prison
for.
in sort of a garden variety situation. Some of that depends on the judge, how strict they are. Some of it depends on the person, and their lawyer makes arguments to the judge that although the guidelines may say 6 to 8 years is appropriate, you should take into account this person had a difficult upbringing. Or even though this person shouldn't have had a gun,
I hate when that's
people will
used
often
against
argue they
people, you know,
lived in
like,
a
oh,
neighborhood
and like
where
someone
they
who's
felt
really
the need
fucked
for
up
it.
will turn around
It's all
and say
these
that.
human factors that the judge has to take into
I have to ask, why did he have a 3D gun,
Cripmac
though?
falls into that 3% of federal cases that deserve special considerations. This,
Was
I
he making a
believe,
case
is for a
he
number of
didn't?
reasons, but primarily his diagnosed paranoid schizophrenia.
Oh yeah.
Here's a video of Cripmac explaining his condition 2.5 years ago.
I suffer mental illness, which is diagnosed schizophrenia. On hood, I'm gonna keep it nifty with you. Schizophrenia consists of hearing voices, paranoia, and a bipolar type of, bipolar type of, God damn it, bipolar type of,
If you would have asked me what
Slim was
my
here to help me
autistic
figure out
spectrum
what
is
this
right now,
word-
I'd be like this.
what this word I'm thinking of, a bipolar type of disorder, pretty much.
You just
I wish
get
they would
used
take that
to
into
it so much
consideration,
that it's hard to
you know, that
describe.
he is, it's verified that he's paranoid schizophrenia.
He needs medical help. psychiatric.
You think maybe they'd like put him into instead of prison, they'd put him into a mental institute? Because that is, despite what a lot of movies and a lot of like people think, especially in America, a mental institute is not exactly the nicest place in the world. Like a real one that you send the criminally insane, for lack of a better term. They're not nice places. Hell, look, I went to John of God once in Dublin, and it was a lovely place on the outside. I went inside, and like you saw people there who maybe they're harmless, but Jesus Christ, like there was this one guy just screaming, "The wrath of God, the wrath of God, the wrath of God, the wrath of God, the wrath of God." I was just like, oh my God, Jesus, like, fuck's sake.
What I know of schizophrenia, he definitely needs.
I wasn't there. Actually, I went there a few times.
Know what they doing
wasn't going there for myself. I was going
area.
there to meet a friend.
Exactly, and put him on the right type of medications, because he's been on medications before. He gets drowsy and
he's not sharp.
He's not sharp, and
he's zombied. It's like a zombie.
Exactly.
They've tried to put me on meds. The meds make you.
Were you
drowsy,
using anything with them?
If I'm drowsy during the day in South Central LA out here, that's a perfect time to slip. And everybody knows what I mean. I'm gonna keep it 55th Street.
When's the last time he was taking steady medication for
55th Street?
From when I know, it must have been that I know of 2015.
That sounds about
right. Exactly, and I seen him take it, and he slept all day. He would sleep all day.
So it kind of knocks him out.
It knocks him out.
There is a weird argument online to be made about like people rebelling against their medication. There is cases where a doctor gives you wrong medication. In fact, the one time I was ever prescribed medication for my for a bit of depressiveness of my mind, they gave me Lusterol. Worst decision they could have made. In fact, I was one of the trial cases in Ireland to see if it would work. I don't know if it works on other people. In fact, I have met someone who said that it worked really good on them. For me, I was having really hard time sleeping, chronic headaches, and huge amount of sweat. And I took it long enough to go through the entire order. I was like, no, this is not helping me. This is hurting me. I haven't gotten a good night's sleep in years because I'm lack of B12 in my blood. That's why I got the raccoon eyes. But I'm also really, really, really not getting what little sleep I was getting. So they switched me out. So yeah, that's fine. But like a lot of people say that when they're on their meds, they're not themselves. But themselves are the problem for other people. So and themselves. So you're at this point, right? Where you're gonna have to make your decision. Take your fucking meds, or become a tragic case of somebody walking down a street naked, screaming that Jesus told them to kill, enter ethnicity here. Shit happens like that. More likely, someone will just, maybe they'll forget to turn off the oven. You ever watch Rain Man? That happens. What's his name? The main guy in it. He basically he can't remember to turn off a Pop-Tart and it's just burning away. Like your mind doesn't go to a different place. Not that I'm an expert on this shit, but I have seen people off their meds and it's not great. You gotta take your meds. But your meds, some people will not like. Other people will lean in them. I hear that Adderall might be pretty good for me, for example. If I'm ever going to take Adderall, I probably want to do it around about my 40s. And then at the same time, I'd probably start weaning myself off this. That's not a guarantee. Just told this. By people who themselves were like, yeah, it works, but it could be an absolute mistake. I might not like Adderall. One thing's for sure, I don't need to focus on the things that I like, but maybe it's time I start focusing on things I don't like. Be a bit more useful to the wider world and to myself. My treadmill has been gathering dust now for a couple of weeks.
Completely.
This
You find
conversation about
excuses.
the adverse effects of schizophrenia medication caused me to review
I know,
the old
that was a
interview
ramble.
footage I had with Cripmac to see if maybe he'd mentioned it. And
I'm
lo
a
and
rambly
behold,
boy.
he did. But instead of touching on his personal
rambly
experience,
boy.
he framed it as more of a PSA.
I recommend anybody that has a mental health problem to don't take pills.
I don't pretend to know what he's going through.
Because it's going to fuck up their head. They're going to end up slow and they're going to end up slipping and getting chipped on the streets. Seriously.
It's obvious that Cripmac's unmedicated,
Maybe get off the
diagnosed
streets,
paranoid schizophrenia plays a major role in his paranoia, which is the motivating factor behind him feeling like he always has to have a gun. But mental health aside, let's look at some other factors that may have contributed to Cripmac's
It's such an
paranoia.
American
Last time we
thing.
interviewed him was about 6 months ago, shortly after he was released from state prison. I should note that his previous prison term, which was 11
great.
months, was also served for firearm possession. Upon his release, he was placed on a 6-year probation, which had extremely strict terms. One of these terms was that he was not allowed to leave Los Angeles County under any circumstances.
Really?
His family and friends say this restriction
Jesus.
put him in a lot of danger.
The
Couldn't
city of
you-
Los Angeles insists that he stays in Los Angeles.
Around the
Where all
area
the
where he feels
opposition
most
is,
at
all the
risk.
ops, all the, the enemies. Does that make sense, Mom?
Not to me, of course, but that's the way it is.
So that means he can't even go to Six Flags.
No.
He can't even go down to Orange County.
No, he really isn't supposed to go anywhere.
He can't leave LA County. So if you can't leave LA County, right, and all your enemies is in LA County, I tried to get him to New York. I actually asked the probation officer if he could go to New York.
I wonder
It would be
who
much
his
better for him.
enemies are. You know? Like they're always talking about his enemies. Are we gonna ever have an interview with like Cripmac's enemies? Man, you don't know. And like it's all like his shade in his voice is being modulated. Man, you don't know the half of the things this motherfucker did. You know? We're gonna see the
Not
other
just
side of it.
For his
Or,
career, but
I
for
just don't like
everything,
the way he
you know?
talks.
And they said
That's
no.
it. Yep.
How can you try to change somebody and you don't let that person leave the place that is so dangerous for that person, and then you expect that person to just live like a normal human being?
Yeah,
when
that is a
person isn't that,
really
you know what I'm
weird
saying?
thing
And I
to
think
do.
it's
I'd
just
have given
a
him free
catch-22
rein.
for him.
I'd have actually
Many
told him
of you
to
watching
leave
may not
LA
understand
if
how
he had the
gang
funds.
infested the streets of Los Angeles are. Many of you may associate LA with comedy podcasters, luxury storefronts in places like Beverly Hills.
I know LA enough to know that LA is a sty of a place, and then there's a divide. I don't know what that divide is, but there's a certain point where like the police are actually out in force and do their job, and yeah, like it's Beverly Hills at that point. And of course, the police are out there to help the wealthy.
And lavish upscale living in places like Bel Air and West Hollywood. But outside this very small radius where these kinds of activities occur, LA is home to an unlimited sprawl of gangs, which claim 80% of the county's territory. Now, Cripmac's turf, which is the centerpiece of his identity and the only place in the city where he can find community and safety, is immediately bordered by 78 rival street gangs, including his mortal enemies, the Brims and the Hoovers, that are between 4 to 5 blocks away from where his house was. Gang politics
That's just
aside,
a scene
this is
from
very sad,
GTA like 5. What the fuck?
because all of these rival gangs are actually part of the same community, and mostly all descend from the same lineage of Southern blacks who fled the post-Confederate South during the Jim Crow era. Cripmac's grandmother, actually, left her hometown of Houston, Texas at 14 years old because of segregation.
Oh, yeah. I witnessed all of that. I witnessed Jim Crow. I witnessed all of that. I was born in 1947. So, I mean, I was doing the Martin Luther King, even before Martin Luther King. So I've seen a lot change.
Harriet Tubman?
No, not that far back.
Sorry.
I'm from the time where, you know, we sit in the back. We're supposed to sit in the back seat of the bus, you know. And the bus driver say, "Okay, you gals, y'all know y'all belong back in the back." And we were 10 or 11 years old. Just,
Wow, you remember actual discrimination on the bus?
oh, you kidding? Now, yes, it happened to me. It happened to me. Oh my goodness, yes. During that same time, they had this place called Woolworths or something where you buy clothes and stuff.
Hey,
and
we got Woolworths.
The restaurant upstairs was for the whites, and downstairs was for the colored. Not black or Negroes, it was for the colored.
Yeah.
They had
If you were
colored
like
water fountain. They had
Yeah, if you were like Latino, depending on how dark your skin was, hell, Asian people might not have gotten upstairs, you know?
Colored toilets, which you don't want to go in because it's nasty. My best friend and I, at 10 or 11, go up where the white people sat. And the waitress say, girls, y'all know y'all don't belong up in here. You know you don't. But they wouldn't hurt us anything, you know. They just wouldn't serve us.
While Granny Bear never experienced any racial violence firsthand, exclusion still persisted. So Granny Bear, at age 14, decided to leave her hometown and head west to California for a new life. This was called the Second Great Migration, a period after World War II that brought over 100,000 African Americans from the American South to California. But unfortunately, upon their arrival,
Not just
Black
California
Americans were
either.
strategically redlined by the Homeowners Loan Corporation, who kept them segregated away from white society, primarily in South Central LA. This
Apparently,
caused
during the war, it was a great time to be at home as a particularly a black man, because war industry needed a lot of manual labor. Especially around the coast, the shipyards would employ massive amounts of black people, and the money was good. The discrimination was still there. I remember watching a documentary once of a guy who fought like in Italy and France, and he came back with like all his medals on his chest and all that shit, and he was told to sit in the back of the bus, and he's like, "You can't be serious." Like, they weren't asking me to do that in London and Paris and shit like that, and he's like, "No, you gotta go back." And he's like, "Nope." The police showed up and broke his jaw. That was the world that she grew up in.
Outrage, which led many to adopt black liberation movements, and in 1968, the LA chapter of
So
the
Charlie
Black Panther
Kirk
Party
earlier
was
today
formed
saying
on the
that
corner of 41st
Martin
and
Luther
Century,
King would have been
very
MAGA.
close to 55th Street, and they were not f***ing playing.
Racist Gestapo
Black
pigs
Panther.
have to stop brutalizing our community, or we're going to take up guns, we're going to drive them out.
Yep.
Soon the Panthers and law enforcement were embroiled
yeah,
in an
original
all-out
Black
war,
Panthers.
as
Nowadays,
evidenced by this raid on the Panther Party office on Central Avenue in Los Angeles
great story of
in
tragedy, honestly.
1969.
In the following years, the Black Panthers, as well as the Brown Berets, American Indian Movement, and beyond, were strategically infiltrated and disrupted by the FBI as a part of an operation called COINTELPRO, which arguably resulted in the assassination of
Fred Hampton. Yeah, they thought, although if it wasn't Fred Hampton, it was one of the people in the original Black Panther Party. He kind of had become like paranoid and thought everyone was out to get him, and was like selling drugs on the side. That's the thing. Like, a lot of these groups, the IRA, FARC, after a while they tend to start selling drugs on the side. Hell, Al Qaeda and the Taliban, right? They made a fortune in the heroin trade. Some of them, because they're factionalized, like different groups. FARC in particular is now like the only way they make money is by selling a little bit of cocaine. IRA, the famous or infamous bombing of Oma up the road there, happened in the 90s, and that happened because after the Good Friday Agreement, a lot of them didn't want to put down their guns. But mostly it was because they were already starting to sell a little bit of drugs. No, they're just becoming gangs with like a facade that we're still like whatever. Once a country starts abandoning like a group, you know. But of course, if you were a Black Panther member and you were getting support from the Soviets, ooh, probably the rest of the community should ostracize you immediately, because, yeah. Let's be honest here, the Soviets wouldn't have treated you as much better.
Fred Hampton,
As Putin's Russia's showing right now.
Luther King Jr. By 1971, when COINTELPRO concluded, black liberation movements like the ones in LA had been severely weakened nationwide, and it just so happens around this exact time frame the Crips began in South Central LA, which initially stood for Community Revolution in Progress. They had vague political undertones, but that wouldn't last very long. After the introduction of PCP in the late 70s and then crack cocaine in the early 80s, the Crips became a full-blown drug gang, free of any political undertones, and were involved in a brutal turf war with the Bloods over territory and sale of crack. Since this conflict began over 45 years ago, Tens of thousands of people have been killed.
Just because we get some amazing music out of it does not mean that it's a good thing.
This community in a vicious cycle of vengeance and retribution, where each body leads to 10 more, and 10 more, and 10 more.
Yep.
And no one in the world of LA gangs has a more recognizable face card than Mr. Cripmac, who is the
only
second
because the
most
others are
famous
all
Crip in
dead.
history.
Where's Tupac, you know?
Behind Snoop Dogg. So, regular civilian activities like going to the grocery store, the post office,
Alright, Snoop, I suppose. But Snoop at this point is playing video games in his mansion with his friends in his giant gaming room, if you've ever seen that. And he's playing Xbox, and he's just smoking weed, and then he's going out to receive a award and hanging out with Martha Stewart. Like, the guy has succeeded at life. He's moved past that. But he'll never hide who and what, like, how he grew up. Which is nice, because some people would.
For him if he runs into the wrong person. And the only thing standing between him and death in that situation is a firearm. In my opinion, forcing Cripmac to stay in LA County during his 6-year probationary period is a recipe for disaster. And I think it's by design.
Yeah, it seems like that system is designed to put people back in jail.
They are, though. In America, prison is a business. You know? Prison is a business. So when it's a business, they don't care about, you know,
it's
keeping people
outsourced.
out of prison.
Less so in California, but it's still
there.
there. I think the worst one, I think, is Louisiana. Is still the prison labor capital. I think like a quarter of all public works are done, which I thought was extra strange during the recession when people were looking for work. Just hire work gangs. Get government issued work gangs to send them out and like do the work without treating them like slaves, because that's slavery. Like they're prisoners.
Money like that, you know, they want people to be in prison. Every single license plate in New York City is made by prisoners. You know what I'm saying?
How much do they get paid an hour for that?
35 cents. And that's big money.
For commissary, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, all they
money.
can do is go into
35
commissary and buy like a
money.
chocolate bar
You
or
know
something
what I'm
like that.
saying? So,
maybe a pack of smokes.
people making 15 cents. It is slavery. It is slavery, bro.
The difference is that they won't say it.
Yeah, when they said, oh, no more slavery, they put that rule saying, oh, except if you're in prison.
The 13th Amendment.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So, shit, we're not going to just come out and enslave everybody.
Chain gangs,
we're just
they're
lock
still alive,
everybody
and
up
unfortunately, well.
And just like, you know, enslave them that way. And that sucks.
China Mac is not exaggerating.
That sucks.
For example,
he's right.
At
It does
Louisiana
suck.
State Penitentiary, aka Angola Prison, inmates are forced to pick cotton for 2 cents an hour.
At one time, we made 4 cents an hour, and for some reason or another, the budget got cut.
Which makes
Look at
sense
this
because
shit.
before becoming a prison, it was called the Angola Plantation, one of the many properties of Isaac Franklin, who was believed to be the richest and cruelest slave owner in the American South.
They don't want us to be better. They don't want us to be smarter. They don't want us to be free. They want us to be caught. They want us to be pigs, to be cattle. You know what I'm saying? So they could feed off of us. That's what the fuck they doing, bro. And it's sad, bro. And it's sad to see Cripmac get caught up in that.
So far, we've discussed Cripmac's paranoid schizophrenia and how the dramatic travel restrictions imposed by his probation have put him directly
Like, I
in the
love
crosshairs
America,
of his
but
enemies.
not its
But there's
fucking
another factor we haven't
law
discussed,
system.
which is the
Jesus.
effects of viral fame and the newfound risks and responsibilities that come with it.
Alright, this will be an
In
interesting
our
one.
previous episode, Cripmac Returns, we touched on this briefly when I
That was a
asked
great
him how
episode.
his life changed after going viral. A transformation which Channel 5 had a lot to do with.
Well, going viral, it made a lot of people watch me. The attention was on me.
I didn't know who he was
I
beforehand.
see that now. Everything I do, the world's gonna watch. Some people, they just get mad about your fame sometimes.
How come you think?
I don't
Oh,
know.
I hate that
Before,
mustache era. Oh, I'm
You got
so
money,
glad
you make the money, you just round
he
up
didn't
and
follow
pour
through
all
with
day.
it.
I don't like this. They're
Oh.
miserable.
In the internet age of clout-obsessed fame leeches, viral fame presents a
I actually
major
really like what Andrew did when he was called out for his sex pastry. He just admitted it. He's like, yeah, I kind of fucked up. I'm kind of not the best person in the whole wide world. Like, I'm kind of pathetic, so I'm gonna go and start working on me, and I want to apologize to everyone, and yeah. And he just left for a while. When he came back, no one cares. Because he admitted it. Because there's too many times when people will like point fingers and scream and with no evidence or whatever. Other times they'll point at it and there's enough evidence that people will start looking, and maybe they'll find something, and maybe they won't, and maybe they'll find something not related to it or whatever. It's a long story. It's a long universe of allegations, counter allegations, muddying of water. But what I liked about Andrew was he just cut that all off by just being like, all these claims about me, they're true. I know, I'm fucking sad. Bye. And he left. Like, I got big respect for him for that. I got like that took a genuine moral compass. And I guess he wouldn't have gone to Ukraine. He wouldn't have gone here. He wouldn't do the things that he does if he didn't have a moral compass. I don't think he needs a little bit of an exfoliant for his
dangerous
fucking
life
skin,
on the
though.
streets.
Not as bad as it used
Mac
to be,
knows
but
this all too well. In the first year after going viral, he got beat up by his own friends for false claiming a different hood on Facebook 8 years ago. Then a man from Indiana built an entire online following by pretending to be his dad. And in the past year, 75% of his girlfriends have tried to arrange his murder, typically after he refused to continue promoting their OnlyFans. And according to ChinaMac, CripMac receives between 2 and 3 credible death threats every single day, just for being who he is.
Well, yeah, I mean,
He's a
Copes
trophy out
does.
here. You know, people would.
But if I were to become even a little bit more successful, I would have somebody in my DMs constantly being like, kill yourself. I've never had that because people see me and they're like, oh, this is it? Yeah. Yeah. It's why one of my very first, if not my first videos, is a tour of this apartment. I'm never going to have anything to worry about because there are a lot of schizos out there, but I'm a really boring target for a schizo. So, you know. What I am, however, already wrangled in a lot of shit that I am not a part of.
That live
And
that
that
life,
could
people
see our
would,
first ever
you
real
know,
trolling.
happily do something
Real,
just to go viral
consistent
on the
trolling.
internet. So because
I'm
of that,
here for it.
he has to feel safe. at
I'll
all
take it
times.
on the fucking
He goes
chin. Let's
above
see how
and
it goes.
beyond to feel.
We could even convert our
because he's
trolls.
so paranoid
Best thing
about
in the world
everything.
you
Not
can
even
do.
just having weapons or anything. Just period. Everything how he moves.
What's that all about?
You know.
Upon further reflection, I realized that CripMac may or may not be the most paranoid person I've ever met in my entire life.
Lupe, you gotta park closer. 5 feet closer.
When I first met him, about 2.5 years ago, it was as if he was expecting to be shot at any moment.
You never know.
Well, it gives them a sense of like they're bigger and more important than they are.
You them, might say, fuck your jet, I'm just spit on you. I don't give a fuck about these cameras. I'm gonna knock her asleep. I'm gonna do destruction.
And that's what people love.
Before he went viral.
He's constantly looking around. Can you blame him? There are people just want to see him go down just to see him go down.
I've had to live with
That
someone
being
like
said,
that before.
getting to know CripMac over the past few years, I've seen him mature a lot. The person I met back in 2021, who wouldn't wear anything besides blue Pro Club t-shirts, and whose primary goal was to challenge my cameraman to a one-on-one fistfight, is not the person I know today. That being said, I'm not CripMac's primary collaborator. CripMac's primary platform is a podcast called No Jumper, hosted by Adam22, who first interviewed CripMac back in early 2020.
Yes!
So I decided to sit down with Adam to get a more objective perspective on how CripMac has changed or not changed over the past couple years.
You looks like a bit like Ben Affleck.
I appreciate it.
Oh, my pleasure.
How did you first discover CripMac?
Somebody sent me like a YouTube short of him just sort of screaming at the camera.
Big Hoover killer destruction. The firefighting neighborhood crip on hood.
And it had like 300,000 views, but I didn't know who he was. And so I started asking everybody I knew who he was. Eventually I got his Instagram and I just messaged him and I asked him if he would do an interview and he said yes.
No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world. And today, it's the Mac Sitch.
On hood, fight crip. It's a nifty day on 55th Street. A real crip, I does my dues. These blue Air Max with blood on the bottom.
And I think him reacting to like finding out Lil Nas X was gay was like a huge
thing. Huge.
Yeah, that was one hell of a
progressive movement.
Trojan horse. Jesus fucking Christ. Like Little Nas X like shows up and does like a really like a surprisingly successful like broad societal country song, and then it's just gay. For the rest of it, it's all just I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay. Fuck you, I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay. And everyone is like, but he's really cool. Yeah, and he's gay. Why are those two things incompatible? He's just living his life.
Rights agenda.
Lil Nas came out with that Old Town Road.
You was fucking with that.
Get up and I spin this motherfucker just like this with the 5 on my head on hood. I ain't even gonna lie.
Okay, bro.
I like that motherfucker.
You did.
Oh yeah, that was.
He didn't even have a music
Yo,
video.
the
He had
world
Red
is
Dead
getting a lot more
Redemption
progressive
footage.
because we got C-Mac the Loke on the podcast expressing support for an openly homosexual rapper. That's cool.
Oh, it's cut that?
Yeah.
Oh, well, fuck her. He's more like a Takashi 6ix9ine. Fuck her. I like that song.
So that's not cool with you?
That shit ain't nifty on 50s.
I don't know. He just like kind of wowed me early on.
That's why all these fucking gangs out in fucking LA and shit are fucking pussies. The gangs in Ireland do not give a flying fuck if you're gay. They give a flying fuck if you look weak. Now, who, what, where, and how changes it up. But if, like, when I was growing up, I was the last generation, the very tail end generation, where, like, that's gay was used as a slur. I even sometimes when I'm drunk and I'm having a good time, I'm like, oh, come on, man, that's really gay. And I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. It's an old knee-jerk reaction. But, because, Jesus Christ, like, I have so many gay friends, and I've walked Pride so many times, like, why the hell would I do that if I thought it was a negative? But, the mindset, the overly macho mindset of like The Sopranos. Actually, that's a good thing. The Sopranos had an episode where the head of the family, the really old one before he had his like stroke and shit, he was being made fun of because he found out that he actually went down on his girlfriend. And when Tony's wife presses him, he explains why that's a problem. Because Tony also goes down on his missus. But he explains why. Because that makes you gay. And she's just there like, you do realize that's like the one thing a gay guy will not do. Like, gay guys like tits, they will not go south of the border at all. Ever. Under any circumstance. It's so fucked up. And when I was growing up, there was this really openly gay guy in our class. Never once made fun of the fact that he was gay. Made fun of the fact that he was posh. Even had his friend nearby him at all times. I remember one time someone from a different class did call him gay. We all fucking dogpiled the guy. Not verbal. No, I verbalized, but there were. I think there was like a beating after school, or at least a little bit of a slap around, you know. Because he never did us any harm. He's just being him. Why the fuck? I think we had a lesbian in class too, if I remember right. Like, no one gives a fuck, and I guarantee we had at least. I'm gonna say. One trans person? No. In our school, we had 1,000 students. That'd be more than one. I don't know if they had come out yet, but the point is that like in Ireland it is a little different. Like if you're gay, you're gay. Just you know, carry your weight like the rest of us, and remember that none of us are interested. That's it. Here, you couldn't. The second he's told that he likes Lil Nas X, and Lil Nas X is gay. Oh no, this is immediately. Fuck that. Fuck him. No. It's so.
I was always scared to
pathetic.
get close to him though because of the
True
forehead
toxic
tattoo
masculinity
and everything
in the
like
works.
that. I always
He
like.
wants to enjoy something. He
It
can't.
took me a while to just like fully accept that
Oh.
like this guy's my friend, even though it's like sometimes he's a little difficult to be
Real
friends
men
with politically,
feelings.
because honestly, like he's
I
got problems with a lot of like very dangerous organizations, I guess you could say, and I feel like if any human being in Los Angeles needs a gun, it's probably him, because yeah, of course, there's definitely a lot of people with their eye on him. He is
But
in like
why?
kind of a weird
What did he
middle
do to
ground
cross the
type
line?
area where he's somebody who, if he was a rich rapper, would definitely have security with him all the time, or at least would
Isn't
be
he making
wise
enough
to,
money
but he
now
don't
to
really
get
have
his
money
own
like that.
security?
So instead, he's carrying straps and doing his own
Hell,
thing.
he's a part of
It's
a
kinda
gang.
crazy,
Where's
because
his
it's like
fucking
you could
homies?
imagine that maybe if he wasn't so street or so gang affiliated and his image wasn't so dangerous, that he would be like Drewski. You know, he would have got swooped up by like a management team, and they would have went to work on building all kinds of content around him and stuff. Like I kind of see that vision of like how that could have worked, but I feel like, you know, people were kind of scared, so he ended up kind of doing more like the YouTube circuit, the vlog circuit. He's done a lot of different things.
Yeah, he's definitely not family friendly. He's which is a shame, because the first time we ever see him, he's handing out tacos and pizza to homeless people. Like
He did a rap battle.
Beyond a
Never
rap
do a
battle,
suicide.
Adam 22
Everything will be
and
all
Crip
right.
Mac's manager, China Mac, have gone out of their way to provide Crip Mac with opportunities to produce content that's outside the gang sphere. Him and China Mac have a show called Mac Ventures, where they eat, walk around, and do other stuff.
That's cool.
But Crip Mac's most recent venture was on Adam 22's reality show.
So can you tell me about the reality show that you've kind of been doing for the past few months?
Yeah, we did a reality show where basically like we got a bunch of porn stars and then we got a few men off the streets and decided that we would have them all compete to be my first ever threesome boy-girl with my wife.
What
Hi, I'm
the
Lana the Plug.
flying
I am an
fuck?
adult creator.
My name is Adam22 and I co-own Plug Talk with my lovely wife. We interview a different girl every week.
And then we them at the end. But we've only ever done it with other women.
So we've arranged this whole challenge to find the perfect guy to be our first ever boy-girl threesome.
Well.
We're gonna get you out of the situation.
And Crip Mac was an obvious choice, and it was a little bit tough to wrangle him and get him to actually show up and everything, but he fought hard till the end. And I'm not gonna lie, like just the reaction to him was like so insane. And like one of the things I was really thinking about was like finding a reality show to do to find him a girlfriend.
So how close did Crip Mac
Yeah.
come to winning the reality show?
He made it to like the final 5 or some shit like that, but then ultimately it wasn't meant to be.
What do you think was his disqualifying factor?
He wouldn't show us his dick. Not the most progressive guy.
He said it the most straightforward, like immediate response. Like, what do you think? He didn't show us his dick. It was zero hog. Absolute zero hog. Like, I don't know who this guy is, but I kind of like him. He knows who he is. Again, I like anyone who knows who they are. And I don't mean like someone is still not yet to grow or like they're going to evolve. That's it. Like that's one of the first things. You're going to have to acknowledge that you're going to evolve and grow. It's just, Jesus fucking Christ.
When it comes to gay shit or just penises in general, so he wouldn't show us his dick.
What's going on, everybody? Yeah.
I remember him talking about his...
for a few years now, and I'm ready to see
girl-
the...
It's for her. It's for her.
I swear.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I didn't really want to say it that bad anyways,
So
but
he's not even gonna show us?
probably not.
Damn.
What do you think his rationale was?
Jesus
behind-
Christ. If YouTube be okay, I'd just fucking flip it out. Like, I don't give a fuck. Now, he's got a hang up. He's got something that therapy never cracked that egg open onto. It's a fucking dick. Everyone always wants to use the Roman Empire as the manliest thing in the world, or the Vikings being super strong, manly men. They all bathe together. They would all fucking whip it out. They didn't give a fuck. Why the hell wouldn't they? Oh, because that'll lead to your fantasy, will it? Because it won't lead to mine. My fantasy will involve your missus over there.
And not revealing his
from
genitals to you guys.
You know, I've always tried to get Crip Mac to like take a walk on the wild side and just, you know, get a little freaky with me. And he's not feeling it. And,
But I mean, at the same time, if he wasn't feeling it, then he shouldn't have showed up in the first place.
Not 55th Street enough for him. Like, he's just, that's off the table.
But the winner did have to show you his dick.
Yeah. we banged her, my wife, together. Yeah.
Oh, you already did.
Yeah.
Despite Crip Mac not qualifying to participate,
I do not like that guy's hair, and I don't like that
his
guy's
appearance in the reality show was very beneficial to his career and brought a second wind to Crip Mac's viral streak. On top of that, his friends and family say he was doing better than ever before the feds picked him up.
He was doing so well when he got out this time. He was doing so well. I've seen him just grow as a person so much. Yes, and for this to happen right in the middle of something so exciting and people loving him for who he is.
Why did he have the gun in the first?
Couldn't he have just... He is a great guy. He has a great
Oh, no, I suppose not. He's on probation, so... But... there's too many buts in my argument. Like, there's... I feel sorry for the guy. I really do.
What's some of the growth that you've seen since he's been out from this last bid?
Oh, just being more mature with getting his bank account. You know, thanks to China Mac. Shout out to China Mac for doing that. He's such a good person in his life.
And during this time,
poor
that
person
that
behind
he
the
came
till
home
probably
and I
wasn't
was
on
really
board for that.
and I was with him a lot. He changed immensely, like so much. Like you could just see him, like just growing, just becoming more of an adult.
Because I don't think he ever had that.
He never had that. He's not like developed cognitively in a lot of areas. You know what I'm saying?
It took you a while to understand him.
Yeah, it took me a while to really
he would call
understand
me. I'm like, well, he's like, and then it took him, and he finally got him, and like, then he started like changing Crip Mac for the better. Like, well, he needs this, and he listens to China Mac, bro.
He listens though. This is the thing. Like, he's hard-headed.
I like that our hair is shaped like a little crown.
Listening to people, but he will though, especially when I saw a want for him to be better. You know what I'm saying? And it's hard for somebody that's never been taught better.
Well,
you know
if he's trying to do better,
not to take anything from Mama Bear and his family.
Theory has places that can help him,
but from a man's
there's big fights in the library too. You know,
he wasn't taught how to be a man, how to do certain things, and you know, I think it's just I think it's sad to see society just say, you know what, just go to prison, just throw it all, like, you know, just throw them into prison. And this is supposed to be America. This is supposed to be the land of opportunity and freedom. You know, we're supposed to understand our sick a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? We're supposed to take those instead of just like lazy, just throwing everybody in jail. And I think this is one of those cases
you're sick,
that, you know, this man does not belong in prison for 15 years. That's crazy. Like,
of course, when that was written, it was mostly considered to be white people coming over, usually English speakers. Hell, Benjamin Franklin hated the fucking Germans. He called them Schwarty. I was reading a thing from Simon Chima a few days ago. I've been on an audiobook binge for a while, history majority of it, with a little bit of Warhammer sprinkled here and there. And Simon Chima has like this line where he basically just reads off word for word what Benjamin Franklin thought about the Germans. You know, like eventually they will we'll be in their country and they will not be in ours, that sort of thing. And I'm like, oh, okay, I could see what you're trying to say here, man. Because he did this as the backdrop of the McCain Obama.
How you doing, man? Where are you at right now?
I'm in the jelly welly. I'm in jail.
I'm with Mama Bear and Granny Bear right now.
Hey! Hi, baby.
Hey, baby.
All is well. Yeah, Granny Bear's doing better. I'm glad.
I
You know,
am.
Gonna be all right, Granny Bear.
I know. I feel much better too. I really do. Thank you.
Trevor, can you hear me?
Yes, Mama.
How are you doing? How are things going?
Oh, everything's going well. I'm writing new music. I got a couple new movies I'm writing now, and I've been, been working out every day.
Yeah.
That's about it. It's working out.
The serious music kicked in. Yeah.
Staying positive.
She's worried for her
Good.
son. She's been probably
Good, well,
worried
we
from
love
the
you.
day he was born.
And we support you completely.
Oh, yeah. Hey, that's appreciated.
You know mommy's here, of course.
Of course, you gotta hold it together. You gotta realize, through the hard times, everything goes to be all right. And, hey, things happen. Things happen. Things can see worse. They are, they got a nice, it's a number of times that, the federal, they don't play. And, they got some time, it is what it is. You can't, see mad, see sad, or nothing like that. You just gotta go through it.
Right.
Go through it, and you got a program like Program Time Buzz, and hey, you gotta keep that energy going. They're trying to do 5 years or more, which is not the greatest, but that's also a nifty number. We can definitely go through it strongly.
Together. I'm there for you, baby.
Come home and do a lot of stuff.
We got the 5.
Stay out of trouble. Yeah, that sounds right.
Come on, girl.
Right.
Yes, Mama Bear, you're strong.
Yeah, drop the mustache.
Don't you cry.
I know what he's going for. I don't think it works for him.
That's right. I just miss you so much. So.
Oh, yeah. It's the things we got to go through in life. Things we got to go through. And a lot of people do understand when people are really jealous of your fame, and a lot of people don't like
Oh, don't bring jealousy into it, man. Like, this is the federal government. They don't give a fuck about you. You're a number.
At the same time, you got to go through what you go through, though.
That's right.
Just take it to acceptance. That's just how it is.
You seem to be handling it pretty well.
See,
That's just the way it is.
oh, he said that. He said that earlier on too.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we listen to Tupac a lot.
And when I turned 3 years old, Mama Bear had me a jumper.
A jumper party. That's right.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, in Ontario.
This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
Okay.
I got a good memory.
I know, babe. Hey, listen. Do you have any messages for your fans right now?
I do have message for the fans. I got message for the fans. Everything's gonna be all right. And we gonna make everything happen the best we can make it happen. And I just wanna send a message for the young kids and the young people out there. Hey, look, the system ain't a game. They're trying to make an example out of me because of my fame.
No, man, don't take that out. Yeah, even she's shaking her head like, no, that's not what happened, man.
Just take that in as far as...
It's not your fame that caused it.
Up to the fence, there's nothing like the county jail.
Probably it's because you're black.
They give you a million years. They want to give you it. So, hey, it is what it is, though. I want to let y'all know I love y'all. Listen, find y'all parents. Hey, the quick Mac taught y'all, don't see a custom cut. That baby steps.
Oh, yeah, bus.
This call will be terminated in 1 minute.
I'm going to keep it 55th Street. Love y'all.
I love you, baby.
Oh. This is sad.
All right, take care.
Great thing to start off to celebrate my birthday. Something really sad.
A Mickey's monkey.
Bye, baby.
Bye, sweetie.
You leave Mickey Richards
See
out
how
of
he
this.
sounds? I mean, it's just...
But he's up. I mean,
he's up.
Yeah, he's up right now.
He sounds really good.
It's still a really nice house.
Well, I believe in miracles. I know you do too.
Yeah.
He can let our baby go home. Wouldn't that be something?
He deserves it.
Thank you so much for watching. As you currently watch this video, Crip Mac is being held in a federal detention facility.
Andrew, please realign your pictures. It's not quirky. They're going to fall off and take the nail with you, destroying the drywall behind you.
As he
With
awaits
you?
a sentencing
With
offer
it.
from the prosecution. But there's something I forgot to mention. Crip Mac
Realign
has
your
no
fucking
legal
pictures, man.
It's equipped to handle his case in federal courts, so he literally has no
point to
lawyer.
mine.
And I think it's my responsibility, given how much he's helped Channel 5 in the past,
That he
to help
helps
him
him.
out because
Yeah.
he needs some help. If you look in the description below, you'll see that I set up a GoFundMe, which is called the Crip Mac Legal Defense Fund. I talked to him over the phone, and he thinks that a $10,000 goal is fair and would help him out
Maybe a
lot.
bond?
Also, the
Oh, wait,
elephant in the room with Crip Mac from the jump has obviously been mental illness. And in terms of substantial cognitive recovery, I think he has a really long way to go, and I definitely don't think that the federal correctional system would be a good place for him to initiate that mental health rehabilitation.
They
process.
have
I
systems
actually
in
think
it,
that
but
putting him in
it's-
jail may
yeah.
actually worsen his paranoia and the symptoms of his paranoid schizophrenia. That's where a decent lawyer comes in. A good federal lawyer can do a couple things for someone who suffers from mental illness. One thing they can do is bring out an outside expert mental health witness to testify in front of the judge before the sentencing offer is made, which, if done properly, could lead Crip Mac to an entirely separate judicial process, which is called the mental health courts. Being tried in the mental health court system would guarantee that even if he got sentenced, he'd
I had a
have
feeling at
access
the
to
start of
adequate
this,
mental
maybe
health
he would get
services
into
upon his
like,
incarceration,
it's better
which
than
I think is
prison.
crucial in his recovery. Some of you may probably watch this and think, oh, what's the point of getting him a lawyer when there's a 97% conviction rate? And to that I say, I understand where you're coming from, but the difference between 5 years and 15 years in federal prison makes a huge difference, especially in the life of his child, which is supposed to be born on May 5th of this year. Arguably, it was the absence of a father figure that caused Crip Mac to turn to the gang lifestyle in the first place, so I would hate to see that cycle repeated for another generation. Anyways, I'm going to contribute a couple thousand. If you guys could too, that would be great. Link is below.
Channel 5 Live. All right, see, even this. Oh, wow, hell yeah! They raised 31, nearly 32,000 towards the goal. Rightly so too. If he held the gun, then yeah, he did break federal law, and if he's breaking his probation, that okay, fair enough. So there has to be a punishment. The punishment should fit the crime, and the crime is of nature fucking him over. Like, he needs to go and get some help. So I'm actually going to just, I have no idea what happens to the money at the end of it, you know? Well, if any of you are money focused tonight and want to help out, you give it to me because I need it more. Seriously, he's got twice as much as he expected. But there, post it up on the Discord. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Anonymous. Fact. So what do you guys think? I see there's a few people in chat right now. I think he was fucked over by a system from the start. He didn't have much in the way of chances. But at the same time, like, he could now. I really hope Crip Mac's good. If only because he can go out and punch someone like Aiden Ross in the face. I'd be okay with that. Ooh, Keemstar. I want him to get in the ring with Keemstar. Keemstar's like bad hip breaks out. Or something a little wilder. How about him and Fish Tank with Cobes? That would be insane. Oh, King Cobra JFS and sharing like a beer with Crip Mac, you know. What do you think about all these sickos? Ah, we don't deal with that, no. I finally have a black friend. he would literally call him. Maybe they would become friends. I don't know. Anyway, this is where we're at right now. We still got a long way to go. I was curious about this because I've had this flare gum before, but what is this clickbait? We'll find out.
In 2007, Wrigley's 5 Gum would make its commercial debut with one of the most outlandishly over-the-top marketing campaigns ever developed.
I kind of remember this ad.
Seriously, 5's advertising was the edgiest
Pedro
thing a snack
Pascal, what are you
company's done
doing
since
here?
They decided to put Master Chief on Doritos bags. And that doesn't even come close.
No, that was
Originally
very
named
smart. That was very smart. To this day, you will find gaming tie-ins to Doritos of a particular type of game that makes perfect sense. Doritos are for just a bunch of teen to college era people who will just smoke a bowl, drink some shitty beer, and play Halo. Yeah. I mean, it ties into the wider argument about like how gaming became normal. And Halo played it. I was saying this again with Two Guns. A huge impact to make it normal. The Nolan films, as he pointed out, was another one.
After the 5 human senses and the 5 calories in each stick, Wrigley's 5 managed to take something as mundane
I
as
dreamed
chewing
of
gum
eating a bunch of Wrigley's gum last night. I don't know why.
and
Because I haven't had
posture it
gum in a
as the
while.
most extreme sensory experience
I
available
remember
on the
these.
market. Even the names of the flavors were intense. It wasn't peppermint, cinnamon, and spearmint. It was cobalt, flare, and rain. 5 was a
So
completely new
try-hard.
take on how gum could be sold. A unique approach that
Activate. Codename Gum. Gum, 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 gum. This 3D rotation of the gum. Gum, 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 gum.
focused less on the traditional themes of long-lasting, breath-freshening monotony and more on the visceral experience of the product itself. And this
I remember that.
attitude didn't just pertain to the gum. Heck, even the packaging was unique. Seriously, there's a whole case study about it online. It was surprisingly innovative. And it was these innovations
It looks
to
like
marketing
douchebag
packaging
condoms.
that made the product so strangely captivating for its time. In 2007, 5 Gum was
stood
a
out.
product specifically engineered for an entirely new age of consumer. Early insights show that Wrigley's 5 was looking to target the demographic of, quote, 14 to 25-year-old male status seekers.
Male status seekers. Oh, that has a lot of weight to it. They should have added male white seekers, because only douchebag white guys would think like this.
Which I guess just translates to guys that are into Andrew Tate now, I don't know. It
Yeah.
was a coming-of-age type of
Yeah.
product. One that said, Hubba Bubba's for babies, and drew a line in the sand.
But it is for babies, and it
separating
tastes amazing. Seriously, eat Hubba Bubba exotic or pineapple. Your taste buds will work into overtime.
the boys from the slightly less prepubescent boys. Look, for those that grew up in the late 2000s, there's no denying that 5
Matrix,
was kind of Axe body spray of gum. And during the peak of the product's life cycle, its popularity
Darkness.
was primarily associated with middle school boys.
Yeah.
But the truth is, the success
RuneScape.
of 5's marketing would capture a consumer base far beyond the reach of their targeted demographic. And that was all thanks to a now timeless advertising campaign. But first, here's a
He
different
also looks
ad.
like the douchebag Joe, the well-known douchebag Joe.
Sure, I said pick one. This is the one she picked.
But Joe
Low
has no
sharp,
tan,
slow,
so it's weird because he's on the West Coast.
driven Mach speed through some sort of sub-zero
There we go.
pneumatic tube system. The taste of flair felt like skydiving onto the heat of 1,000 air vents.
No, it
And rain
didn't.
was-
It tasted. Where
honest, I
Drukari
still
have
have no
captured
idea
an
what this
Imperial Guardsman and they're going to flay him around alive bit by bit while keeping him like sentient and heightenedly aware. Not just that he's aware, that he feels everything.
But that was part of the enjoyment. The commercials made Five's flavors appear mysterious and abstract, yet still enticing. I mean, how are you supposed to know what Swerve tastes like?
Swerve!
Well, I guess you'll just have to buy a pack and find out. To add to their allure, the
Share.
advertisements
Yesterday. Marmalade. Oh, that's a real.
always took place in a mysterious, uncanny-looking testing facility, where the subject was always put through some sort of strange experiment of the senses. Like, what's even going on in this one?
Basically, anyone who played the remake of Deus Ex and then started walking around in a trench coat, this is for you.
Why are they doing this? Who's funding this? And it didn't stop there. Wrigley would continue to promote their new brand in print ads, which, in my opinion, were incredibly underrated.
Ever tried lying on 1,000 vibrating cell phones?
No?
Ever tried bungee jumping into a volcano?
Why would I do that?
I remember seeing them in fucking America and in the UK. Oh my god.
Ever ride through a whirlpool on an electric eel?
These are becoming progressively more ridiculous. All in all, Five Gum's original advertising forged an unforgettably
so
distinct image for the brand that over 10 years later has yet to be rivaled.
Gum! Like, you like chocolate? You like peanut butter? You like a bit of biscuit? Reese's, okay? Orbit, it tastes like mint. Kit Kat goes well with a cup of tea. M&M's, underrated snack food of the movie theater. Like, these things speak for themselves. A fucking Orbit, a fucking Five.
Within the industry of snack foods.
Your third eye will be opened in hell.
Within a year of its release, Five was practically a household name. Suddenly, gum was cool again, and now Hubba Bubba, Juicy Fruit, Extra,
It was
and
never
the rest
cool?
all had some new competition.
Well,
No, I'm just kidding.
Big
Literally,
Red
all
sucks.
those
Yeah.
brands are owned by Wrigley. They are the corporate puppet masters
Yeah.
of the gum industry. But regardless of this, Five Gum would enjoy over half a decade of well-earned success, expanding into a roster of over a dozen flavor experiences, and continuing their epic ad campaign well into the early 10s. But by 2014, things started to take a bit of a turn. You see, Five Gum saw its rise to fame during a time when gum sales were actually starting to dip. At first, it wasn't that alarming. Advertisers were kind of in a state of denial, with an attitude that felt something like, "Hey kids, how you doing? John, Junior Wrigley here, how you doing? Hey, isn't chewing gum great? Man, I love me some Five." But really though, guys, please buy our product. Breath mints are taking over our market share. We're a dying industry. This is serious. By the mid-10s, companies could no longer ignore the problem. With chewing gum sales declining year over year, Wrigley was forced to close down one of their major manufacturing plants. It was in Toronto, actually. It hit very close to home. We still don't really like to talk about it. But this shutdown wasn't just a
Does that explain why I saw so many crazies that they used to be guaranteed jobs in the Wrigley's factory?
kick in the pants. It was a call to action for Wrigley to completely reassess their marketing strategies.
We're cool. It's the fucking Mr. Plow ad. He spent like $5,000 on the incredibly artistic and strange Mr. Plow ad, where he's got like the snow globe and he smashes it down, then it forms the word Mr. Plow. It's like marketing people have no fucking idea how anything works under any time. The Colgate dinner fiasco is a good example of that.
And what Wrigley learned was chewing gum had kind of lost its cool
Polander here,
what was
my
once
beer,
seen as a hip
with to
and
sell hot dogs. No, even that's too much. Shoes. Polander shoes. Who the fuck would buy Polander shoes? Do they make a decent beer? Yeah, pretty much. Would they make a good shoe? We'll never find out because I'm not buying a pair.
Rebellious confectionary was now
I'm
no
gonna tell
longer
people not to buy a
valued
pair.
within youth culture.
They
And
make
with the
beer.
growth and popularity of alternatives like breath
fucking
mints,
lame.
consumers now had more options to choose from. So, like any company facing a critical loss in market share, Wrigley would panic and attempt to drastically modify their marketing strategies in the hopes that a new angle might help push sales. Now, this is where things started to get weird for Five.
Look at Nintendo did porn. They have everything lined up to do perfect porn. And I don't mean like CG porn with they give permission for people to use like their models to use Blender and shit. I mean like actual actors and actresses showing up and just raw dogging or dogging with a condom on in front of a camera in Nintendo themed sex. Now I've seen that, but something tells me Nintendo isn't exactly on board with Princess Peach getting gangbanged by 3 black guys in Koopa masks. Not Koopa, Goomba masks. Sure, there's a racist undertone there somewhere. I suppose the fact that they're black guys and she's a white blonde woman. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's always below the surface, ready to ruin everything, isn't it, folks?
In an attempt to update its image, Wrigley would abandon Five's adrenaline-driven attitude in favor of a more down-to-earth style of advertising. All of a sudden, Five's marketing was no longer centered around visceral flavor experiences. Now it was about the joy of being young, taking risks, and the beauty of the human condition. And it wouldn't stop there. Over the next decade, the company would experiment with virtually every conceivable angle they thought they could capitalize on. Seriously, somehow Five ended up going through more phases than the middle schoolers they were marketing to, moving from raunchy to wholesome
Not
to...
a phase, Mom. Five is who I am as a person. When I remembered, I just brought in the weights. That would need to be a readjustment. Not doing them now. Wow.
Piece of gum and making it into a piece of jewelry.
Why?
Oh! And to add insult to injury, every attempt to rebrand was more desperate and ridiculous than the last. So today, we're going to look at all of them. And
Yay.
point and laugh. To begin, let's start
Haven't we
with
done that
Five's
already?
first offense. In 2015, the brand ushered in a completely new era, doing away with their tried and true slogan in favor of a much humbler mantra. Life happens in 5. Now,
What?
you don't have to be a marketing expert to notice that this new slogan communicates an entirely different message. Prior to this change, Five's whole identity was intentionally over the top. But here we see an attempt by the brand to equate Five to more relatable, realistic experiences. All of a sudden, the thrill of Five is no
Would they
longer
let her
about
chew
blasting out of a
gum?
peppermint-cooled cannonball. Now it's about the thrill of sneaking out, going in for a
Yeah,
sudden
use that
kiss,
attack in
or
Final
doing
Fantasy.
ballet. But where these commercials especially
Hey,
miss
what's
the
Black
mark is
Swan?
with the
Ballet
feeling
could be
they
fucking
attempt to
bleak.
convey. Yes, all
Or
of these
talk to Naira.
experiences could be seen as heart-pounding, thrilling moments, but they have almost nothing to do with the thrill of the senses, something that Five's earlier commercials captured so effectively. Look at it this way. If my chewing gum delivers an overwhelming minty sensation, that's invigorating. If it
Yeah.
starts making my heart pound, I'm calling 911. It almost feels like Five tried to
I know.
create a more
I grew up in the 90s.
updated and
Energy drinks used to be a
relatable
Wild
take on their
West.
old commercials, but forgot about the gum in the process. They're also still targeting young people, but this time around, it just feels way more forced. Photos from their website show 20-somethings hanging out, smiling, and enjoying the moment while
It looks like
awkwardly holding...
Yeah, it's like, why? Why are they obsessed with their gum? Shouldn't they, I don't know, hold up their degrees? Like, we just fucking graduated! Our lives are over. Begun? I don't know. I'm in an existential crisis right now. I got gum! Like, what the fuck are they?
Camera like
Look at that! Look at that dude there!
Look,
Look at him! It looks like he put something else in with the gum. Okay?
And enjoying the moment.
I'm just gonna focus on this face. Yeah, that.
Hanging out, smiling, and enjoying the moment while awkwardly holding gum for the...
There we go. Look at him. Look at him. Look at this dude. What was his motivation on the shoot? Hey man, you've just been told that your rat is dead, but also you've just taken 8 hits of really potent acid for your first time. Scene. I got gum that I can put out of my mouth.
Camera like that's something people just do. Look, I'm not trying to be difficult. I understand that it's an advertisement, but there's a huge difference between someone posing with a product like this versus an ad that's awkwardly trying to look organic. But you know what? If 5gum offered me money, I'd be taking pics with it too. I mean, every family photo, every candid... Anyways, how did 5 follow this up?
The moisture.
Well, in 2016, the company reintroduced 5 Truth or Dare.
Be a man.
A packaging gimmick
Drink.
that included an
Paul
edgy
Adler.
Truth or Dare challenge on each stick of gum. I guess the idea is that since gum is a
Power
shareable
yourself
item, then people would
with
be inclined
Duracell.
to challenge their friends before giving them a piece. Yes, I know, it's incredibly lame. They tried to push this, did a promotion at VidCon, engagement was poor, and yet somehow they managed to keep this gimmick running for over 4 years.
I have better
It was also
rates
very
than
clear that this
that. Oh my
campaign was another
god.
ham-fisted attempt by 5 to try and pander to young people. I mean, just look at this weird video from 5's marketing team that probably isn't meant to be publicly on YouTube.
5gum reigned as the hot
What's up with the knockoff? What's the knockoff Friends music playing in the background? What the fuck? Oh, well, we need that sort of marketing. Name me a bunch of lame white people in their 20s. Friends. Your friends? No, the show Friends. But they're not in their 20s. It doesn't care. Just throw it in. People will know what it means.
Eventually, other options stole our share of the hearts and pockets of modern millennials. So we had to remind them that 5gum is the gateway to intriguing experiences.
That's a weird acknowledgement.
Cringe! It's pretty clear that this is one of those videos an ad team puts together every quarter where they flash a bunch of big numbers on the screen so they can all high-five each other in a boardroom meeting. And whenever one of these things makes it out to the public, they are almost always embarrassing to watch. They're always crammed with cringy stock footage of stuff companies think young people
Getty's image, as far as the eye can see, or AI now. I don't like my background. Hold on.
But the campaign didn't stop there. In 2017, 5 upped the raunch factor by making all their Truth or Dare challenges a fill-in-the-blank style game, which gave rise to packaging that said things like, "What's the most horrible place you've ever or have you ever with your pants on?" This isn't even edgy anymore, it's just crass. But what made this even weirder was the fact that the next
done
year,
right.
the
This isn't
company
done
would
right.
immediately follow up this raunchy marketing gimmick with a
No.
tear-jerking, socially conscious new ad campaign. In 2018, 5 introduced the #NoRegrets campaign, an emotionally charged series of advertisements that documented the stories of elderly people and their biggest life regrets. You can't make
It's
this
still
stuff
not
up.
perfect.
If this isn't proof that corporations aren't just the archetypal manifestation of a shape-shifting jester, then maybe it's a me problem. Seriously, I've had weeks to ponder over this ad campaign, and I still cannot
I want
wrap
that
my
box.
head around what
I'd
possessed
fill
them
it with
to take
so
this
many ball
angle
caps.
for gum. It is shockingly sad. Each story in
I'm
this
lazy.
campaign is a personal profile on someone who, due to bigotry, social stigma, or poor living conditions, was forced to live with a regret that they will carry to the grave.
That sounds
And while
horrible.
these videos actually do a surprisingly good job at shedding light on some pretty heavy topics, it still feels really weird knowing that at the end of the day, this is just an ad for chewing gum.
Gum.
Now,
Yeah.
look, I get it. Social issues are important to a lot of young people.
They
and if
are,
companies
it's
touch
just-
on these topics, it
Why
will have
gum?
an influence on their
Why does it have to be
purchasing decisions.
gum?
But that doesn't make it feel any less out of place. If you look on their Instagram, you'll see what I mean. On August 30th, 2018, 5Gum made a post about Lin, a Chinese performer that was so tied down by work that she never got the chance to travel outside of her homeland.
Oh, there we
And
go.
immediately after, 5Gum posted, "What's your
I
favorite?"
got light blaring in my face, but
Never have I seen a brand communicate such a blatant loss of identity
fine.
to their consumers. It's just off the rails at this point. By 2019, 5Gum's entire brand image is in a million pieces. The popularity of gum is still in the dumpster. And in countries like Australia, the product is just flat out being discontinued. So, naturally, there's only one thing left to do.
Orgy.
In 2019, 5 is forced to make one last act of desperation.
Orgy.
A final Hail Mary, with one of the
Orgy.
most forbidden marketing tactics known to
Orgy.
modern advertising.
Orgy.
To gamers.
Well, that's clearly not
April
gonna have an
27th,
orgy, is it?
2020. 5 makes its first Instagram post. Don't game without 5Gum. Engagement is clearly high. This one guy claims he almost ate an entire pack of gum while gaming. By God, this might actually work. The pandering continues.
We're through the
Suddenly,
looking
every
glass.
post 5Gum makes is somehow tied to video games, along with baseless claims about how their gum now apparently improves focus. And they barely even need to try. Half the time they're just photoshopping.
Jesus, I used to chew bits of plastic. Okay? There is a moment where it does give you focus, and then if you're gonna OCD it, you will eventually start clawing your own fingernails off. So, no. I'm okay with that level of
gum in front of
Could also be in the
PS4 controllers,
chemicals in
and
the plastic.
somehow
I don't know.
it's being
There's
received
a reason I have
well.
bruxism.
Then, in October, it happens. A post is made on 5's official Instagram promoting their brand new, specially engineered gamer gum.
Yes! Gamer gum! The ultimate desperation. Ooh, it does not like me moving. Okay, cool.
This is the bad ending.
Yes, it is.
In late 2020, 5Gum introduced Respawn, a gamer-centric chewing gum produced in partnership with computer electronics company Razer. Now, for those who aren't too familiar, the Razer company is infamous
Razer does one thing well. It makes gaming chairs for VTube girls when they're not VTubing to say something that then Charlie will later go on and complain about. Have you ever seen something so stupid that you have to make fun of the person's chair?
About the gaming world for taking
I wouldn't say no to a
regular,
Razer chair,
everyday
honestly.
products
They seem pretty
and
comfy.
rebranding them for a gaming audience. This goes for everything from
They
beverages
rebranded it
to
as
athletic
microtransaction.
wear, to animated
NFT.
shows, to RGB face masks. Don't let them forget they tried this. You see, Razer was one
I
of the early
would
pioneers.
unironically buy the face mask. Oh, you thought you knew low energy before, but have you found midlife crisis low energy?
When it came to identifying
Oh god, I'm
gamers
suffocating
as
in this thing. This thing only makes me suffocate faster.
And that's inspired them to experiment with all kinds of ridiculous products.
Oh,
which is why it
that
comes as no
hat is
surprise
so
that the company was
dumb.
more than enthusiastic to enter the gum business. The whole
Gum,
idea
gum,
behind Respawn was to
gum,
offer
gum.
a collection of uniquely flavored gum that promised to improve focus while
Welcome
gaming.
to the gum
According to their
zone.
claims, Respawn utilized a mix of B
Hot,
vitamins
quivering
and green
gum.
tea extract, which supposedly served as a cognitive stimulant. And while I was completely ready to tear this claim down piece by piece, I was weirdly surprised to learn that the science behind these claims is actually fairly solid. Turns out the consumption of B vitamins has demonstrated improved focus in scientific studies, which means Respawn could kind of technically maybe improve your performance while gaming. It's a stretch, and it's much more likely
It's like
that
sugar
simply
will
having
help
an
you
energy
better in
drink would
school
be
because it'll keep you awake longer. So that's why Frosted Flakes, or what was it called, like Rizzles, which it was Rizzles. They were like, it was like a spaceman on the front of the box of it, and it was like they weren't. It was from Kellogg's, and they weren't Rice Krispies. They were something that had like 1,000 times more sugar put into them. It just no.
Infinitely more effective. But regardless, that's not the actual problem here. The real question we should be asking is, who chews gum while playing video games? Am I missing
Plenty
something
of people.
Here? Is this a niche corner of gamer culture that I never
No.
got hip to? When
Doug
has that
Walker?
action ever been synonymous with gaming?
What if you try to
sure.
quit smoking?
Mountain Dew, yes.
Yeah,
G
yeah.
Fuel, fine, I guess. But bubble
Yeah.
gum?
The thing is, G Fuel is kind of like its own fulfilling prophecy. So many people are now partaking in G Fuel that it kind of works. But I want to do what Cobes does with his G Fuel and like lace it with vodka. You know, like, not a sponsor, Tubes. I play Euro Truck Simulator and just slam into a bunch of people. Well, I do that anyway when I'm drunk, so. This time I'll do it, though, as a black character.
Who wants to sit in a Discord call with a guy smacking his lips together? We can't gank talk like
your
that.
boy.
We can't rush B.
Because they're usually sucking
annoying.
my cock.
In fact, I can prove it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What are you guys up to?
Not much. I was just writing an email.
What kind of email?
That was an email to my boss.
I was talking to him?
Yeah, just about sorting out
Francois from Lipsmack.
That's really
Okay, the only way you could actually pull that off, in all fairness, is by doing it intentionally. So this one's a bit disingenuous. The whole premise of 5GUM was stupid from the start.
That's actually hurting my ears. I gotta turn you down.
What?
Yeah. What? That's what we used to do on Rabbit when we didn't like someone.
It's gum.
They just like eating their meal right next to them, like, why? I'm doing something. What? Why I can't hear you because I'm eating? You walk away from the camera? No, I'm sitting. Can't walk. Feet aren't touching the ground. You've left the call.
Okay, so as far as the actual product goes,
That's
from what I can tell
101
online,
trolling.
it doesn't seem like Respawn ever managed to take off
I like the
anywhere
pictures
at all.
of Paul
As with
Lambert.
most heavily hyped gaming consumables, it always feels like there's a ton of promotion online without the proper distribution to back it up. So, as a result, Respawn's official Instagram page is just filled with 14-year-olds asking why they can't find it at Walmart. And that basically brings us to today. As of 2023, Wrigley has practically pulled back the reins on the entire brand. Apart from a few sponsored publicity stunts, 5 doesn't really advertise to the level they used to, and their roster of flavors has pitifully dwindled from over a dozen different options to about 4. So who's to blame here? Well, while it is true that the popularity of chewing gum has fallen drastically, it still never felt like 5GUM did themselves any favors along the way. Between the tasteless packaging gimmicks, social pandering, and the encasing pre-chewed gum inside of jewelry— sorry I didn't cover this one in the video, there's not much to it, it's just really dumb. It feels like along the way, Wrigley forgot what it was that made their
you can get a
product
capsule
so
with
enticing
someone's
in the
semen in it around your neck.
So here's my
Anything
take
can be jewelry.
If Wrigley wants to get us excited about their product,
And yes, that
again,
was a
they
green
need to take
room
5 back to its
reference.
roots. They need to remind us what made 5 such a
Green wing,
captivating
sorry.
product. Remind us that 5 is an experience. They need to remind us how it feels to chew 5GUM.
Well, how does it feel? I'll tell you. It tasted like gum. That was it. I think the long-lasting gums are my favorite, just because you're spending money on a product that you're gonna burn off in a few seconds. No, that's stupid. Now, I've got a lot of things. I know, because he's not actually very popular among my community, not because he's him personally, it's the way he talks. I'm gonna look at a little bit of Walter Fate, or Fatal Walter. We had him on as a guest, but I know from the chat that everyone just, they're not a fan of his voice. But I think that what they talk about, they agree, is interesting. How he says it is not great, and that's fair. I find Walter very cool.
Hey everyone, this is Walter, and I'm finally back.
And there's so much other far worse voices out there. Imagine emo howling wolf trying to say this shit. I mean, come on.
Here with more content from Reddit. Today we'll be covering posts and maybe stories about nice guys. Men who always talk about how nice they are, even when it seems questionable. Let's just begin with nice guys from Reddit.
Before I continue stealing other people's content, don't forget that if you've been enjoying yourself, to like, share, and subscribe. We have a link down below there for my Twitter. If you want to join our Twitch or see me game by following, you can over there. But also, if you subscribe on the 18th, that's right at the end of all this, we have the watch party immediately afterwards. And if you do this before we go live, you get to choose what we're going to watch in February. So pop in, say hi, and make your decision. We're going to watch, by the way, on the 18th, my birthday, we're going to watch Kung Fury, a film I actually have a tangential connection to. I ended up having a when I was back with Pirate Bay, they used to advertise the hell out of it, because there was this brief period where they thought a digital like marketing could work, and they tied into it very like tangentially, very carefully. This is not as a Kickstarter. They existed at the time, but they weren't really the thing that they ended up being, like the big thing. So I always see the guy who asked for like potato salad and he got like what, like 30-40 grand. They ended up having a like a very a minimal effect on Kung Fury's payment, as far as I'm aware. But the actual movie itself, when it came out, hell yeah, it's stupid fun. Now, I remember listening to reviews at the time from people like Josh Hadley, the saddest man alive, who would just be like, oh, everyone thinks the 80s was all this and that, but it wasn't. I was in the 80s. I remember it, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I was in the 80s too, man. Kinda was. But who cares? Let them think whatever the hell they want to think. It wasn't as good as it was back in the day. Okay, go back to your rabbits, okay?
Relax. To us from Reddit Nice Guys. This is one of the many reasons
I
we
love
stopped
Josh
trying
Hadley.
to chase
The man
you,
is a fucking
women.
genius, but
we do something nice, it's creepy,
never
or whatever
work
you
one.
want to label it, or ultimately get us canceled just because we wanted to show kindness. SMH, make it make sense. Somehow I doubt it's that easy to get canceled for being creepy. Lucas had to threaten to sue Starbucks and call the news before most people noticed him, and he used to leave literal free candy signs around Olympia. Holy shit, this next one might take the entire video. Does anyone remember a nice guy post I covered from a woman's previous boss where he was saying he couldn't accept her friend request in like way too many words? I guess we have a part 2 5 months later. Here's the OP's story. He sent an apology for my first post, and I told him that I would not forgive him unless he sent his now ex-wife all the BS he sent me. He said he couldn't, so I told him not to contact me again. I didn't think he'd actually do it. I just figured it would be a wake-up call for him, and at worst it would be something she could use against him in divorce court or something.
Okay.
Several months later, he sends me this. This is an email sent to
I
his
kind
ex.
of remember what he's talking about. If I'm right, like, he went on about explaining that, like, she's too much of a temptation. If you've ever watched Old Fashioned with Kevin Sorbo. No, it wasn't Kevin Sorbo. Oh, what was the name of the film? Old Fashioned movie. Yeah. Rick Schwarzenegger. Yes, it's like a really yeah, it's directed, screenplayed. It's a really bad film. Brad Jones reviewed it, but there was this guy, and he was simply told, like, he doesn't want to be around women because what he might do. And, like, he kind of hates women, this whole film. Oh, it was so bad. Cinema Snob did a review of it, and it is just, it's creepy. At one point, he's dragged to a party he doesn't want to be a part of, which is fair. And he has a few drinks, which he himself is like a little bit on the fence about, but like he's still not fully teetotal. He's like, okay, fair enough. And then they bring a stripper in. He basically lectures her the entire night and follows her outside, telling her that she's gonna go to hell. And then her security shows up as a type of, like, negative to tell him to leave her alone. It's so... He also drugs an old woman he, like, looks after. And there's like a scene where he's like, glad the old bat's finally falls asleep. And he just grabs her hair and lets her drop on the table. Like, she's so... But, oh yeah, he goes on a very tentative date with this woman. And he just, like, tells her, like, I don't like that you're wearing jeans. Real women should wear skirts. Dresses. This guy was mowed down in January 6th, wasn't he?
Life that
Please say
CC'd
yes.
Oh, this is going to be special, isn't it?
Oh, that's
Dear
the same
ex-wife,
vibe I got from the
I am
original
gone.
one.
It can't be changed now, but clearly you are not feeling closure, as you are still trying to get me back. I wanted to be kind and gentle. I was told that I need to share more of my frustrations, and why I can't ever go back. So here it is. On Halloween night, I won Best Costume at local brewery costume party. It wasn't my first win in town, and just another skill-based accolade to add to my long list of awards. The Army encourages soldiers to keep an I Love Me book of awards and citations. Over the years, mine has grown to require 4 4-inch thick, 3-ring binders to contain them all. But no matter how many times I go places, and how many times I win contests and awards, nobody ever invited me to join them anywhere. Nor calls or texts me later to reach out in any way. I would love to be invited to join a bowling team or hang out with a group of friends.
This is the same thing as that incel who was rapping on Bearded Ramblings like 1 or 2 weeks ago, and he was like talking, he was reading off a message sent to him being like, I hung out with a bunch of guys from college and they didn't want to hang out with me afterwards. I don't understand what I did wrong. It's the same premise. Like, they did a faux pas, or they're doing constantly a faux pas they don't understand. But instead of them going, oh, God, I need to find out what I'm doing wrong. Instead, they're more like, oh, well, clearly, they don't understand how to have a good time. They do. It's just not anything to do with you, man. They're going over there. You want to have a good time? Well, guess what? You clearly have some major issues they want you to resolve before they continue. And frankly, you should resolve them for yourself. So, what's your stance on women? I think women deserve love and respect. Good. As breeders. Wrong. You know, shit like that, you know?
Is this guy going to put winning the costume contest on his resume or something?
Yeah. Oh my god. And I love how he's not white either. He's probably like from Mexico or like Turkey. I'll save the white race from Guatemala. Or that girl I used to sext with from Chile. God, she was so fucking hot. But unlike you and me who are white, these monkeys, and I'm like, hold on. You do realize if you ever do go up to America, you're going to be called not white, right? Well, I'm not gringo, but I'm white. I'm Western. I have morals. Yeah, we didn't last long. She was ridiculously hot, though.
He seems a bit overly proud of everything he does.
He had no right to be that
this
hot
isn't
and not
just
be
here.
evil.
It's everywhere I've ever
Not
lived.
fair.
And it's been within our marriage as well. I can show
fair.
you my accomplishments as a wildlife pest
That
control
hair.
specialist, and you still didn't trust my opinion on mice. I can show you my awards as a firefighter/EMT and combat lifesaver. But do you still don't trust my medical assessments of minor injury and illness?
Well, that's how you did it. You probably pushed people aside to be like, don't worry, I'm an EMT. You know, like you did, like pushed up. Also, what was the context? Did you cause those wounds?
Despite a long list of accomplishments proving my capabilities, you claim because I do things differently than you do, my method must be wrong. For example, I do dishes and laundry differently than you. Though they are just as clean, you chastise me for doing them wrong. Then you complain that I don't help
Does
enough.
someone have their
I
first
don't
ever
help because you
roommate
criticize
before?
how I help.
Oh my god.
I used to sit at home dreading your arrival, because if I did try to do chores, you would accuse me of doing them wrong. And if I didn't do them...
Most of the people he reads are like in their teens or early 20s. Basically the people who Andrew Tate would be a big fan of. Or rather, their money. He'd be a big fan of their money. Like it's classic like incel bait, you know? MGTOW shit.
You would accuse me of being lazy. Never mind that I may have spent the day destroying my muscles in hard physical labor under a house in a hazmat suit and single-handedly paying all the critical bills.
What did you
I know I haven't been a perfectly faithful man. My eyes wander. They wander because I know in my heart and mind and even my subconscious that I'm with the wrong woman. Our relationship just doesn't feel right. It's forced. It's uncomfortable. I haven't gotten excited thinking about you since 2007. It's not your fault. It just is. Our relationship is transactional, and for me the price is too high for what I've been getting.
A few days ago I woke up and I sent a message to a girl that's actually married right now. And somebody said this, I fucking want you. And she said, maybe later in the week. That's how you do a fucking affair. And there's another one that I didn't even need to get that far. Give it to me. Look at the state of me. Like, just these people. This is the problem with overthinking things. Everyone loves a well thought out person, a controlled person. One that has fucking love and the ability to just let things loose. Let that collar be unbuttoned. Let that tie be undone. Let that girl who has like an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours every time she leaves her home. Let her have that moment where she goes like, fuck it, beer me. Woo! You know, like, we want to see that. My favorite parts of Ron Swanson from The Office was ones where he was just letting shit loose. Does that make him a better person when he's more loose? It makes him real. Everyone sets up boundaries to themselves when a lot of times those boundaries aren't necessary. Some are. Some 100% are. The hows and wheres are what we call life, what we call society. After all, would society fall apart tomorrow if I were to go and rob every person in this building? No. Would my life be over? Yeah. Probably because there's at least 2 people in this building who could kick my ass. Maybe 3.
Okay, so the ones in blue are other women who are not OP. Let's talk about the wandering eyes over just the last year. Let's start with Other Woman 1. You know all about Other
contract
Woman
is a
1.
real thing, and I
After all,
100%
she's the
support
daughter
it.
of a friend of yours. Oh god, this is gonna get painful.
It is.
Yeah, he sent this to the wife and to the OP.
Oh no!
I noticed how pretty she was the first time I saw her working at the bowling alley, and immediately wrote her off as out of my league. I still think that. You already know about how she was unable to do the advertising job she agreed to do for me. I treated our business relationship as 100% professional. She is the one who kept asking me personal questions. Eventually, she stopped communicating. I have to assume she didn't like some of my answers.
I imagine some of her questions were like, did you have a nice day? Or you here meeting friends? Or at most, what do you do for a living? Those are the most vague personal questions. Also, there's something tells me that if that isn't the case, it would have been you opened and she led into it. And then you kind of took it to like 11. You know, like, so, like, do you like working here at the bowling alley? And she's like, yeah, it's okay. But what I really want to do is write. Oh, I've got some great writers here. There's this amazing guy from Austria. He used to be a painter. You know, like...
I did have a crush on her, but I never told her. When I told her I was expanding into our state, she said, I've heard people in state are chill. Maybe you'll make more friends there. That was the last time I had any conversation with Other Woman 1. Here in town, I met several attractive women. I have been looking for any indication of interest from them, but it's not forthcoming.
I really like the
I have
art
mistaken
of the
kindness,
keg.
general playfulness,
Might
and
keep one of
professional
these.
interest for personal interest. For example, Other Woman 2, who works for the Town Chamber of Commerce, mentioned how nice I looked in my formal wear, and said she'd like to see me in red instead of my usual camouflage. I thought she was being flirtatious.
Why are you in camouflage? That's really fucking are you in camouflage for... Hold on. I need context for this. Was he a part of the military? Chamber of Commerce. Okay. He said he was an army guy, so maybe he's in the military. But afterwards, did he just like not... This is so weird because military guys tend to fucking score with women. Like, a lot. If they're introspective, they usually produce some of the best works of usually the Western world, but more likely or not, then you're gonna find China or like fucking Russia. There's some amazing works out. Hell, the book that inspired Metro or Shadow of Chernobyl. They're both veterans.
My usual camouflage.
Didn't have a choice.
I
back
thought
in
she
the
was
old
being
Soviet
flirtatious.
days.
I bought a red outfit just for her. I tried to flirt back, but that didn't lead anywhere, and when I made a very obvious attempt to ask her out, she never responded. Acted as if she hadn't heard. Other Worker 3 was a co-worker of Blank at Cafe. She would show off her muscles and physique, even went out of her way once to chase me down to ask if she had seen me at the Walgreens the day before. But when I would try to make a flirtatious comment or suggest we get together, she would go silent. Other Woman 4 is president of the Downtown Association. She has commented on my physical strength and squeezed my biceps.
This is
Apparently
so
not a
weird.
sign of attraction.
This is so fucking weird. He's like idle. He's like numberizing them like they're fucking figurines that have gained sentience, and now he's asking other people, is it normal that the figurine is asking, do I have a soul? But they're people. They're just people. Women just want to be treated as people. You'll know when they want to be flirtatious, or if you don't, they'll be like, okay, I need to try a little harder. How harder? Then you find those crazy ass stories of girls being like, I literally flung my underwear at the guy. And he didn't take the hint. But he's got a collage of this. At a certain point, whether or not these girls are into him or not is redundant. Is he into them?
Just curiosity, because when I asked her out, she didn't even respond.
Clearly,
now I don't
but-
go to the meetings anymore because I think it would be awkward.
No.
Other Woman 5 is the office manager of a landscaping company in other town that regularly attends chamber events. We have a good conversation each time. She flips her hair a lot, and laughs every time I make a joke about her argumentative relationship with her boss, even when they aren't very funny. She always responds right away when I email her about upcoming events. But she
It's
has
not the
never
same
been
as,
the first to reach out, and she never goes into
That's a real
personal
laugh.
topics, so I'm inclined to think it's just being friendly.
It's not a real laugh.
The OP says this guy is 48 plus in the original post from 5 months ago.
Unless you're Jimmy Carr.
I can't believe how confused he is by basic human interactions.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he's been married for a long time and just trying to get back into the game, but I still find it kind of ridiculous.
But if he was married,
Other
he'd
Woman
please
6 at Home
understand.
Depot, who always wears a stocking cap and works in the
You have to
garden
live
section.
with another human
I jokingly
being,
call her
come
the
on.
garden gnome, is the one I managed to get to actually go out for a one-on-one. A few weeks ago, we had a coffee date. She is friendly, but has exhibited no further interest. I really appreciated her willingness to meet me for a date, but she's been cold ever since. She'll answer questions if I ask her, but she doesn't ask any of me, and she's very slow to respond. I still see her professionally at Home Depot. She is polite but doesn't engage. Since I don't actively look for her anymore, I only see her every 3 weeks or so. I keep those encounters brief and professional. Other Woman 7, also at the Home Depot at the customer service desk, has called me her favorite troublemaker. She is cute and will engage in flirtatious banter. I've asked her out twice to events, but she is either not interested or so incredibly shy that she doesn't believe I'm being genuine. I see her every week because I return supplies I haven't used, and she usually operated the return desk. I haven't given up on her yet, but the signals are unclear. He returns things to Home Depot every single week? Does sound like a troublemaker.
Sounds like an excuse. Like, I'm picturing him in like his tool shed, just breaking shit intentionally and going like, yeah, it's broke. Would you like to come and see a movie with me? Derek! Derek! Oh God, is it him again? It's him!
Also, sounds like he goes there to hit on the employees.
It does.
Which is just so weird to me. Other Woman 8 was a visitor from
Closest
blank,
place you can
Scandinavian.
get to hit on employees is like a bar, and even that's pushing it. Because like I've hooked up with barmaids before. They're fucking hilarious. I always let them lead because it's their house and their rules. And more often than not, he just wants someone to talk to. That isn't based around A, B, C, or D. I'm actually thinking in particular about anytime I'm over in the States. Because they always want to be like, ooh, an Irish guy. And I'm like, yeah. Are we that rare? I mean, we did fill up half your country. You know, like...
descent. She danced with me at karaoke after I saw her at the Scandinavian festival and invited me to go to her hotel room afterward. We sat and talked about our past relationships all night. I think she wanted me to have sex with her, but I couldn't do it.
Aw,
1,
buddy.
it didn't feel right. 2, her hotel was the same hostel that OP lives in. 3, I know you were actively looking for a local marriage counselor at that time. And Other Woman 8 is
No, oh no, that's not how you look at it. You're living your own life. It wouldn't feel right. He didn't elaborate on that further. Why not? She took him back. I got lifted up by a woman, yay big, and she intentionally fell back onto the bed so I would be on top of her. We had a laugh. We started making out. It's pretty fucking straightforward after a certain point. Like what? Does she have to go into the bathroom, have a shower, and say, hey, I'm just going to leave my door open, so if you want to come in, you know? Ugh. Hi, Vicarfly. Happy birthday indeed. Although, as the countdown tells, we are still this many days away to the 18th. It's a 3-day extravaganza. Does that mean I'm going to be streaming for non-stop? No. I'm going to go to bed at a certain point, wake up, do my shop, come back, and then stream again. See the process, go to sleep, wake up, and then it'll be my birthday. Hang out with you guys one last time. Boom. Hope you're doing well.
The professional marriage counselor in the...
We watched Crit Mac and getting sent back to jail, which is very sad.
The local area to town. 4. I had just seen OP at the festival with another friend a few hours before,
We're gonna
and
watch
5
some
OP's
Cobes
friends
after
saw us
this.
together at karaoke. Everything about that encounter was just too coincidental to feel comfortable. I haven't heard from her since. One big benefit of this encounter was that I did get 5 solid consecutive hours of discussing my failing marriage with a professional marriage counselor without having to pay the $150 an hour they usually charged.
Nice.
If you recall, that was about the same time I stopped coming home for the
Holy
weekend.
fuck, America! Like, Jesus Christ! Like, when I went to a therapist every time I've ever gone to a therapist in my entire life, it's free. Medical card, motherfucker, is the golden ticket.
Part of the reason was that I finally got
No.
some useful
But if
feedback.
I need an open heart surgery
Other
tomorrow,
woman 9 I met
I'm not paying a
originally
penny.
back in January at a ribbon cutting event, and then forgot all about her. Then, fully masked on Halloween, I somehow inspired her to ask me out on a date via text the next morning. Apparently, I'm more attractive if you can't see my face. I escorted her to another party that night, but I...
No, she probably appreciated, instead of you being incredibly fiddly about the whole thing, you were very direct. Like, hey, I think you're really cool. Do you want to do something sometime? And she'd be like, what, like a date? And I'm like, yeah, well, you know what? Hell, yeah, like a date. I'm shooting my shot. That's it, folks! I learned this from a woman saying those things to my face. And then I used it to them. Now, there are women out there, by the way, who want you to show up and be like, hey bitch, suck my dick. Which, how can you keep a straight face while saying that? And I'm a fucking dom. I hold the whip. But Jesus fucking Christ, I can't keep it. It's just so stupid. I'm the big, strong alpha around these parts. I feel like Mussolini on top of his fucking tower, just saying they're gonna take on the biggest empire in human history. Like,
didn't stay because it was a Tuesday night and I had work the next morning. On the way, I saw OP's friend again, and at the party at bar, Blank was there. Even
Like,
though I
some
was
of these
fully
people's
masked in
standards I
costume, and
technically
thus
am.
unrecognizable, I
That
just couldn't
shows
shake
how
the feeling that every
stupid the
time
whole
since really
idea
falling
is.
for OP, when I have an opportunity with another woman, Blank or one of her friends is there to remind me that it's the wrong situation.
Alright. This is too worthy for my drink state, so I'm gonna move on to Coves. Boglum Chronicles. Already broke a new phone. His new phone. Boglum? Boglum's a fucking star. We watched that one. Oh, the Knight in Shining. We didn't watch the Knight in Shining Armor and that. And also, Cobb's got his account back, which is fucking great. King Cobra JFS. Life update. And finger update. Deleted highs. Oh! Ooh, we won't be able to get this without... Yeah, okay. Thank you, LolCal Cobra. Subscribe to you too. No, that's not the word you should have used, but you shouldn't have led that line anyway there, Cobes. You know, we're gonna pull up on this trigger. You don't want to mess with this gamer word. I mean, if you're gonna fucking go all down that rabbit hole, make it yours. Own it. Like, there's no point being half-spined. You have full spine or no spine. Half-spined is what we do throughout our day. Otherwise, you're not special. And yeah, we are all half-spined, day by day. There's moments, though, where we back down, rise the fuck
What's
up.
up, YouTube? It's your boy King
Human
Cobra
condition.
back at it with another video, and we're live on the channel.
Not for much longer, apparently.
That didn't just happen.
It did just happen.
If you're gonna unsubscribe from my channel, then you can just get blocked. How about that? I have
How about
subscriber
that?
mode only turned on because.
Wait a minute. This is no. This is already stuff we already I watched from this.
Here to drink with you on stream, so it's gonna be a good night.
I knew something was wrong with his shirt change. God, I love Bogland's use of the MIDI music, the 8-bit music.
Good fine evening, YouTube. I finally got my iTunes password reset and got the YouTube app downloaded, so I'm able to go live again. Happy Martin Luther King Jr. weekend, folks. Well, I got two of these bad motherfuckers right here to drink with you on stream, so it's going to be a good night, tubes. It's like -3 degrees outside.
Yeah, that's why Puff is completely okay.
Greasy and Peter, thank you for joining the Chill
Puff
Cobras.
is completely okay, baby.
You get custom Cobra emojis when you join too.
I like the fat dumpy Budweiser bottle that he has there. We don't have those over here. They're just like what, like a few extra ounces, but
the comment
they make the difference.
Chat. That's pretty freaking sweet. Makes it feel more exclusive, doesn't it? Going live just to piss off my trolls because they've been saying
you charge about 300 quid for your fucking premium. No.
I go live, Cobra.
For your
and
subscribers
it's like, dude,
or whatever.
You fucking moron. No one's
Oh,
forcing
no,
you to watch.
No. My bad.
And the
my
fact
bad,
that my
bad.
trolls care that much shows I'm inside their fucking head. I don't gotta text them from random numbers all goddamn day to fuck with them. It's quite pathetic, to be honest.
But you're always looking at your fucking phone. In the middle of the interview, son, you took your phone out numerous times to be like, block trolls, ha, 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 ha. Turn your phone off. Go on. I dare you. I fucking dare you. Oh, there you go.
I'm not answering the phone while I'm streaming.
Then why have it on?
Y'all don't want to watch that. You want to watch me drink beer and talk. That's all you want to watch me do. That's what we're going to do. Cheers to
you and me
Jessica.
both,
Hope
brother.
she's doing
You and me
good
both.
tonight.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, open up.
What's up?
Hi. Live.
Want some company?
You got a chair?
I'll grab one.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to see my, for the first time, my new roommate. It's pretty fucked up right now. We're also you won't be able to hear any of this.
That's okay. I'll just hang out.
All right, cool. I still have to fucking respond to this shit though, and you won't be able to hear a thing of it.
That's cool. I don't mind.
All right, fair enough, man. What are you up to?
I'm just drinking and talking to people back home.
You know who this sweet boy is here?
Who's this sweet boy?
This is in Cobra JFS.
Oh, sure. Cool, yeah.
You ever have any run across him in the past?
This looks somewhat familiar.
You follow Penguin Zero Critical, right?
I think I have at some point.
Okay, so he talked about him. Alright, fair enough. Chat, I'm gonna have to give a 101 to him. The only problem is you won't be able to hear a goddamn thing anyone's saying. That's the thing, like...
Is this impractical? Is this...
It is a little bit impractical. Wait. Ooh.
Is it?
Earbuds.
Ooh, earbuds.
Ooh. Okay.
Is this something?
I've never
that could be-
paired them to my. I've never actually paired them. Alternatively, if you were to sit here and get yourself a wired headset, do you have one?
I have headphones in my room. Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay, that would be easier because then we'd have to go through the whole Bluetooth thing and. All right. First conundrum of the night. He's gonna be a quandary. Well, it was still technically. Let's see where it is. By the way, you could, if you want something with a bit of lumbar support, just take him on the kitchen.
Yeah, no,
ones.
I don't mind. I'm okay.
Right there. And tell me if you get some audio out of it, because there's no point in you doing this, frankly.
Yeah.
Unless you get your phone out and then you kind of listen in.
Oh, I can do that too. Yeah.
Yep. But either way, you're gonna have to listen to it in via headphones.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna fuck with the audio otherwise. Okay, so I'll give you the standard doo-doo noise they give you. Come on, sweet pea, you can do this. I believe in you. I think you actually might be. Ooh, did you pick that up?
I got nothing from that.
Okay, try it again.
Nope, nothing.
All right.
Okay.
So
I'll do it on the
your phone. Yeah, unfortunately, you're gonna have to play catch up like the rest of them.
That's cool. That's cool.
It just makes life easier for me. I mean, you can see the rancid setup I have here.
Yeah.
Can you believe people pay me for this shit?
It's a bit ragtime, but like if
it used to be better, and then I had to upgrade the computer, and then I got a better my graphics card. Which had two HD setups. Was really fucked up, and that's why I threw out the old computer. You remember the old like frame of it?
Yeah, I mean, like this is the thing. Like these multi-port setups just like rarely turn out the way you want it to be.
Yeah, I should have realized when I was crafting this thing. They're great people, by the way. The PC specialists are out of.
I got my first PC from them. Yeah.
But this graphics card, it works fine for the most part. The problem is more my processor and the fact that there is only one HD port.
Would you have DisplayPort?
Have you seen those little boxes lying around your room and here? That was my attempt at that.
Okay, I think I have a HDMI to DisplayPort adapter if you want one.
So it will literally give me two screens separate that I can move this cursor from all the way over the B.
It'll let you plug a HDMI cable into a DisplayPort.
Okay.
I think I have that if you want it. Yeah.
Well, obviously I'm not doing this with drink under me, so maybe maybe on the 19th, give me all right. Well, that'll be interesting there, folks, especially before Sunday. Oh my god, because we used to have this weird situation that would go on that we have no timetable, by the way. Like I'm here until I'm too drunk and tired to stream anymore. Then I go to sleep. We go off to the shops tomorrow. I come back. I repeat the process. Same. Go to sleep. Repeat the process one more time.
Yeah.
So we used this weird thing where I would do the podcast, and on Discord, the graphics card that came with that computer, I have no idea what would happen, but it would just cause the biggest fucking like LSD trip.
What
on
CPU
Discord.
are you using?
Okay.
Where am I go? What link? What link do I need to watch this? By the way,
you said you did subscribe. It's literally
I
here.
subscribed. Is it just YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
YouTube.
Okay.
Well, when I'm not gaming, I use YouTube.
Yeah, I thought it was. I didn't
Twitch?
see. I didn't see. Yeah, I thought it was Twitch. Yeah.
Oh no, we're live right now.
Cool. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. So we're live to not many people, and we won't be throughout most of the early-ish parts of the day.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then as it goes on, it's a bit later.
Cool.
But
Can I have my bottle, please?
Yeah, sure. Here you go. You just wanted some company, didn't you?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Hey.
It
It saves you a lot of money because you go up there and you grew up in the countryside.
Yeah. I mean, I went for a walk earlier and there was just nothing happening. So.
Yeah, like I said, less than 1,000 people. Most people are over the age of 45. Like
I'd say the town I came from was at this stage with
Nace?
Nace with all
is a giant of a thing compared to this.
Like with all the new commuter estates, it's got to be well over 50,000, 60,000 people.
Also remember, just you are being recorded.
Oh, I'm fine with that. Yeah, totally. That's cool. Yeah.
Say hi. Actually, lean in. Say hello.
Hello.
By the way, what do we call you?
You can call me D. It's
okay.
Fine.
Well, no, because I'm D. Because
you're D.
A few people know that I'm
then,
my real name.
Then
so
DD.
All right.
DD.
ND. New D.
Hello.
This is New D.
I'm Euphonic Doubtfire.
I tend to get retroactives more than though that Roomba video I put out, that made way more money, way more money, but fucking.
But that it lets people feel like they're living in the future, you know.
A lot of people are like, should I buy a Roomba? Should I not?
Yeah.
They are so dumb. But we have noticed a massive difference.
They do the job. I mean, they do, and like it's going to cost you a lot less than a maid.
Or if like me, you have a bad back, or Metal Monkey, you have a bad back.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a pretty good cleaner, but because of my OCD, if I was to start cleaning the whole apartment, I'd get really obsessive about it, and nobody wants that.
Well, there is grime in little corners that I know for a fact that...
Ooh, I'm good at tackling that. I used the sterilizing fluid in my bathroom yesterday. That smell is dead and gone. I wiped it out.
Wait, you said that before we poked our heads in, and the smell's still kind of there. It's like...
Yeah, but I did it yesterday, and I checked it again today. Still gone.
Oh!
Still gone. It smells great in there now.
That's good. That's brilliant. Because that did... you're lucky we did this before summer. Mm-hmm. That smelled like an open goddamn sewer.
Oh, I know. Like honestly, I can imagine that smell in the heat. It would just sound like a recently opened carcass.
Almost. See, hold on. Can I tilt you a little bit so at least... I don't know if both of it... Well, I suppose it would, but the screamer is going to have to suffer.
Well, Logitech has never had that big of a range.
No, but baby's first. Actually, baby's 12th now at this point now, considering how long I've been streaming. No, this is fucking up.
Yeah, that's
the scatter. I do not like the scatter.
We can't have the star of the show not on screen.
Honestly, especially because this is my fucking birthday.
Yeah. I can't be hogging no limelight.
I gotta pull this shit back, especially because the great thing is you'll be in and out when you need to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And if anyone's wondering, Metal Monkey is totally fine. He is simply in his room doing what he always does.
He's just chilling.
He is.
He's chilling and illin'.
We love him.
We love him. He's a good boy.
He is a sweet. He's probably the best fucking roommate you're gonna have.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
He's solid.
You know, he's sound and he's quiet, but he's also extremely reliable.
Oh, absolutely. You just have to come in and explain the situation to him. That doesn't guarantee you, but
Also, actually, did you get the text message I sent you earlier?
All I remember is seeing the arms.
Okay, well, basically, when you were saying when I arrived here about
okay to say
yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
There's no big deal. Yeah. It's about having the potential for having pets.
Oh well, I want a cat.
Yeah. If you and Chris are okay with it, I can adopt 2 cats from a woman I know back in Dublin next week. 2 3-year-old male cats that are.
That's the thing we'll talk about off screen.
Yeah. Cool.
Because well, there's a lot of becauses.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But I have been on board for a long time for getting a cat, and I just have been too lazy.
Yeah, well, if the 2 of you are okay with it, I can bounce back down to Dublin and pick them up next Thursday.
And there's other factors there too.
Yeah, of course.
So
it's a discussion to be had.
Indeed, but I am not against the discussion.
Cool.
So before I continue, you need to you have your headphones plugged?
Yeah.
So let me fill you in on King Cobra JFS.
Okay, because it's a name I know, but I'm a little ignorant.
Yeah, let's see if I can drum up the old fun and happiness. Were you watching the Crip Mac shit?
No.
That was sad. He got done. He was holding on to a 3D gun, but he's on probation, and he was bumped up to federal court, which can be ranging between 5 to 15.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah,
that's a notification you don't want to receive.
No, so he's currently in jail, and he is his mom and his grandma is asking for help. So Andrew posted this GoFundMe for 10 grand, and he got 30. So far.
Yeah, class.
It's a part of a wider issue that needs to be addressed.
What did he have the gun for?
Oh, he is actually a schizophrenic paranoia.
Oh,
He's
okay.
paranoid,
Sure.
schizophrenic.
Yeah.
So he really does think that everything is out to get him.
Sure.
So, and get this, when he left prison last time, he was under probation, so that one of his probations, he couldn't leave LA County, where he actually does, because he's a part of a gang. He is a literal crip.
Yeah.
Like, he has literal enemies. And he was told he can't hold a gun and he can't leave town.
Okay.
So he's also paranoid, like mentally. Like, they tried him with the pills, and he gave some. I'm gonna be honest with you here, bullshit excuse why you can't have the pills, but it doesn't change the fact that he stopped using his pills and he started carrying them.
And I mean, if people are gonna be telling him he can't leave and he can't do.
Oh, and it was a ghost gun too. It was 3D.
It's gonna make him even more paranoid. Like.
Yeah, exactly.
It's gonna double down.
So he made new.
What was he in jail for the first time?
Same thing.
Oh yeah, sure.
He was holding a gun when he was told he can't.
Yeah, because he's probably not even allowed to get a license. Like.
Screen with me.
Hello.
So yeah, let's get to Cobes, who is also a very interesting. Like, there's so much lore about. It's like if Chris Chan is.
Yeah.
So then imagine if I tried to explain someone for the first. How would you explain Chris Chan for the first time?
I'm not even sure I could make an attempt.
Where I'm at right now.
Yeah. Like, I'm not even
Chris
sure.
Chan, like, if Chris Chan is the gold standard of the lol cow, Cobes is the silver.
Yeah, like
one of the silvers.
It's something. It's like your opening line would be, it has to be seen to be believed.
So then I'm gonna actually show it to you. I'll start with his food. King Cobra.
I
JFS.
swear to God, if it's like
food, it's horrible food.
If it's like gophers on a stick.
No, it's like we'll look at the watched, right?
Boy.
2 months ago, 2 days ago,
like, cause I get I told you before, I think that I get indigestion that can hospitalize me. This stuff looks like it would kill me.
Some of this food is like
I had to stop eating roast chicken last Christmas.
What? I didn't even see this one. Jiffy and Skittles.
Why?
No.
Because I can.
That's not a good excuse, man.
Peanut butter sandwich.
Like, maybe if you were 13.
Do you have creamy peanut butter?
Yeah. Like, you remember, I think we talked about this when we were having a few drinks a few days ago.
Yeah.
Like, this, when you're hit 18, it was literally about Cobes.
Sure.
Like, when you turn 18,
Yeah.
you can walk into a sweet shop and spend your entire money in your pocket on the sweets, but you have to deal with the consequences of that.
Like it was like what Ben Yahtzee Croshaw said in like one of his earliest reviews. It's like when you first get your taste of freedom, sure, you can eat jelly for every meal of the day, but then after a few difficult shits, you never want to lay eyes on this stuff again.
Exactly. I tried once for 1 month to live on steak every day. Now here's the thing, I can now sear a halfway decent steak. I'm not a great master of it, but I'm still pretty good at it.
You like after 4 or 5 days of that, you would need 911 on speed dial.
I hated it by day 7.
Oh fuck.
And then I
wouldn't have
stopped
made it
it
that
by
far.
day 7. Like, this was years and years ago. Like,
my body talks to me too much. I would have made it halfway through day 2, and my body would have just been screaming at me.
I've been getting way more gassier than normal over the past few years. Ever since I lost my morbid obesity title.
Sure.
I think maybe it did a final number. It kind of like scorched the earth as it left, and it kind of left a number on my intestinal tract.
There's always another level of excess that follows the one you lose.
Yeah, especially as you get older. Oh my God. Like, hangovers are the best example. When you're in your 20s, a hangover is like, oh God, I could do with a cup of tea or something like that. A really strong one. Or maybe a bacon sandwich. And afterward, like, right, ready to go. When you're about my age or Chris's age, when you're hungover, a week.
Yeah, it's like you need at least 3 or 4 days in bed and then another 3 days of just regular recovery.
I've cancelled entire streams because of being hungover.
Absolutely.
You know? For drinking the same shit that 10 years prior I'd have been okay with.
I honestly, I'm turning 30 in a couple of months, and I honestly drink more now than I ever have. Because I took a break where I was dry and sober for 3 years, and then when I came back, I hadn't touched a drop of drink for 3 years, and then when I came back, my tolerance was higher than it had ever been. My body's just weird like that. So I just kind of took to alcohol after that, like a water takes to fish. But I'm waiting for that swing kick to come back eventually, you know.
It will after a good session. You'll probably go have a great time with someone.
Yeah.
And then you'll wake up the next day in someone, and the worst part is it won't even be here. It'll be in someone else's place.
Yeah, I mean,
and you will just feel like, oh, even my socks hate me.
Yeah. Like in fairness, I've been drinking pretty regularly since then, but I haven't been on any major sessions. Is he gonna fry the Skittles?
I don't know where this is going, but
because
frying or microwaving is usually high up on his agenda.
Because if you're gonna fry sugary stuff like that, that feels like the kind of thing that's gonna stick to and melt your insides.
Well, Copes' insides are just that. There's no more meat. It's just coagulation at this point. By the way, he literally thinks that the term coagulate or congealed is a positive when he's talking about his food.
That's somebody who needs to be in a goddamn straitjacket.
I've had a guy who was actually spoken in the UN once, watched some of his shit, and I'm like, hey Landon, next time you're like at a nice little soiree with like nice hors d'oeuvres being passed to you, and someone's like, oh yes, I was there last week in Geneva for an energy conference and all that. Landon, you're not eating too well. Oh, he's having like flashbacks to like, we're just gonna pour more Mountain Dew on top of this.
I love the taste of Skittles in the morning.
I don't feel hungry all of a sudden.
One of the only friends I have left from high school works for the UN. He just went back to Georgia, the country, not the state.
Yeah. Oh, that's going through some shit right now. And any other time of the year, that would be the main thing. But that's number 3 right now. No, that's number 4 considering Yemen.
He was in Tanzania before that.
Hell, that could even, and that's not even the lowest. What's going on in Myanmar is number 5. Look how daintily he's putting on this sugar on top of sugar.
Like it does look like he's like preparing a birthday cake in a bakery.
He looks like he's a fish laying its eggs.
Yeah, like there is an unnerving level of professionalism to this. That is like,
I don't want it to be weird.
It's wigging me out.
And look how he sets up this. Oh, here's the Nutella, of course.
You have to add something palatable.
Yeah. Oh, at this point, he could have put he's done Wagyu beef before.
Oh, okay. How much? Like, where's he getting the money for Wagyu?
Oh,
beef?
A lot of people send him this shit.
Of course. Is this like the guy who like had that compulsion? Remember early YouTube, the guy with the compulsion to eat anything that anyone told him to?
Yes.
Yeah. He had, like masking tape and stuff.
He downed like a 2-liter bottle of vodka once.
Yeah, and he ate like a whole roll of masking tape.
He had some genuine psychological problems. He vanished after. I think he's dead now, honestly.
No, I don't think he's dead. I just think he's like in like protective care.
Yeah. He had like some strong like Trump stuff, for example, if I remember right. Jeez. And he also had and not the fun stuff like, hey, do you remember what happened to Thatcher at that hotel? Copes has what's it called, like when you're told to do something, you immediately are told like, no, I won't do that. You don't know, authoritative like dissonance disorder or whatever,
like dysphoria or something.
So a lot of people are like, you better not go live, boy, you're not the boss of me. Then he goes live for like 9 hours, 10 hours straight.
The craziest length of stream I ever saw was, do you know Andrew Patton?
No.
Okay, so he's one of the top Destiny players in the world. Like, he was always one of the guys to like solo the raids for the first time. And one time when PUBG came out, he streamed for a month straight, but he was only.
He wasn't doing a subathon, was he?
It might have been, yeah.
But
he was only allowed eat when he won, because when you win in PUBG, it's winner winner chicken dinner. And then when he won, he'd make himself a chicken dinner. But for that whole month, he streamed for a month nonstop.
Just eating chicken.
But he was only able to eat when he won a match as well. It was mental. And
but if it's a whole chicken, you can kind of like at least.
Well, no, he had to.
Mayonnaise.
Oh fuck, man.
Kraft mayonnaise.
Kraft.
fucking crap. He's obsessed with country crock, for example. You know, way over here we've got one of the best Irish natural resources, Kerrygold.
Yeah.
Kerrygold is aka the top tier butter. I was in the Midwest of America, like in Chicago, and it was on the shelves. And, it was great. It was a great moment of hell yeah.
Respect. National export.
Yep.
But I mean, Kraft mac and cheese is good. I would not touch Kraft mayonnaise with a 10-foot pole. Like he might as well be dunking his head in toxic waste right now.
AKA what he's obsessed with. I'll show you some non-cooking shit, because if you're gonna roll with the big boys, you have to know the streets.
Boy, yeah. Oh Lord.
Oh, this is fucking wild.
I'm like everything in my body is just like revolting and curling up inside me.
This is a good shot of his too. Sometimes he will shoot just like a corner of the
honestly,
little corner there.
It kind of looks like one of the establishing shots from How to Basic.
Oh yeah.
I think he's still I think he's still making videos. That crazy.
Didn't he do one like how to open a door with a toaster?
He did everything, like everything you could think of and everything you would never think of.
Wait for the man. Wait for this maw, this gaw.
I would love to see like a full body health scan of just what all his bits and pieces like were holding up like.
So we've seen he was catfished once, and he sent out a goatee.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So we know what the inside of his ass. He surprisingly wipes. Yeah, I know what the inside of his asshole looks like. Like I said, respect. He wipes better than some people.
Oh yeah, I heard a story on a I think it was the Always Open podcast once, where I think it was the host, I think it was like Barbara Dunkelman, one of the hosts, said that she had a friend when she was a teenager who dated this guy who never wiped. And she used to go down on him, and he'd have dingleberries.
Oh,
in his
is it
pubes.
because he thought it was gay if you wiped it?
I don't. It was either that, or he was just not into hygiene at all. But it's like, surely, like, okay.
Like, remember the anti-foot guys from a few years? The anti-shoe guys?
Yeah. But like, it'd be like, she dated this guy for months, and honestly, like, the first time you even got a whiff when he took off his pants, I'd be out the fucking door.
Okay. So, this guy here is not as smelly as he looks. As shocking as it is, because
he looks like one of those well-kept scruffs.
No, he's not.
No?
But not by smell.
Yeah.
At the very least, because he is obsessed with something called tactical soap. Grondike. It's very alpha masculine. It's the saddest website I've ever seen, and he treats it like a faith. And they finally started sponsoring him. Chad even sent me a I don't know where the box is. I keep it like a holy relic. I'm not quite sure where it is though. Like all good holy relics, you got to look around the map. It's like an Age of Empires thing. You got to send.
There's this little like wall puzzle with all these different shapes that like.
But the box, the soap itself, I had just before the doomed American trip, and my God, it was the most generic. It smelled like sandalwood. That was it. So there was nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, okay. Like sandalwood is a good smell, but it is also kind of lame.
It is. It's generic. There's no. You would prefer someone to smell like sandalwood than they would piss and shit.
Yeah, true. Yeah. But it's like on the terms on like in terms of like a smell you'd want to smell, it's kind of like very low tier.
Right. It's not even the soap, which is lavender. Lavender is the soap.
Yeah.
Anyway, chat spent it, and how much it cost? $35 for a bar of soap.
That's it. Okay.
And you know how much it lasted? 8 washes. 8. So when I was in Pride with Claire and her partner a few years ago, we went up to the after party with the big thing, the big like the kiosks and shit.
Oh sure.
I bought this really nice. It's simply called the exotic soap. That lasted 18.
Yeah, I can't.
And I spent £8 for that. So 8 for 18.
It's not just because bars of soap kind of dry out my skin, but I think I've only seen the end of one bar of soap in my life, and that was when I was a kid.
Well, I put some Imperial Lather when you came in there, so that's going to eventually vanish pretty quickly.
I got some palm oil and shit as well, so.
Well, fair enough. Different strokes, different folks, but Not that I don't agree with you there. Like, it can really
Oh yeah,
dry your skin.
and with my sensory processing disorder as well. Like after a shower with a bar of soap, I'm just like.
I think it's better with the bath, honestly, because you get the loofah and kind of go over it, and it's really nice.
Yeah, if you rush a bar of soap job, that's better.
Oh, you better be in your hotel in the last few days, a few minutes before you're being told to leave, and your flight's in an hour. To be doing that to a bar of soap. Yeah. But there's no excuse as an adult. This motherfucker, he bathes because I've known 2 people who've actually come to see him, and like stayed with him. He doesn't smell. His apartment smells a little bit of weed and a little bit of beer. Frankly, that's
regular.
But the thing is, dust. Now, you moved in here when we weren't the cleanliness, right? But the dust, it was so heavy, he would write on the wall of the dust and little things like "fuck the trolls." Yeah, he thinks the trolls control his life.
Dude, my stoner friend that we used to hang out in his bedroom like 4 or 5 days out of the week. The first time after about 10 years of this, we moved his.
I wouldn't call that a hack. I'd call that a war crime.
We moved his bed for the first time to see what was underneath, and like it looked like Swamp Thing's rectum.
So it would just be like butts as far as the eye can see.
Butts, and like we found like nugs of weed under there as well. But it was like there were just like growths of black and green mold, like just the bed was partially stuck to the floor with mold. It was unbelievable.
What did you find under yours when you moved it?
But nothing. I kept my room very clean, actually.
No, I mean,
in there. Yeah. I found a pair of slippers and some wallpaper.
Wallpaper? I didn't know about the wallpaper part. But the slippers were probably left over by my ma last time she was over here. Oh, by the way, every bit of food he ever says is good. So if this is his only time he will ever be able to show me up. Come on, say it's terrible. Say it. Give us some hope to believe.
No, he looks like he thinks it's okay. Like this looks like a mid-tasting sandwich.
He has to. He also makes his own mead.
I hate mead.
You want to know what he makes it with?
No, but yes.
I'm going to show you after this. How about that?
Like my dad kept a bottle of mead in our dining room. It was disgusting.
I've never actually had mead.
It's like if somebody mixed cognac with perfume. It's horrible. Like everybody associates mead, it's some kind of beer.
Oh, we get it. That's not a cross section. That's something else.
No. It looks like corns and peas. Looks like
Skittle sandwich. Yeah. We agree, it's definitely a sandwich that has Skittles in it. Yeah. I made Skittlebrow once as a drunken joke towards The Simpsons. Because remember Homer's joke?
Yeah.
Where he had a dream where he thought there was beer with Skittlebrow on top. Yeah. It just became foam on top. That's it.
Oh yeah, no,
this dissolves.
That whole trend.
It was just sugar beer.
That whole trend of putting Skittles into your cocktails, it doesn't do shit.
No, it doesn't.
It just makes it foam up.
Or how about the most expensive burger in the world, and then just put gold leaf on top of it, and they charge like $5,000.
And it's nothing. It's just nothing.
Like gold leaf, you get that in Goldschlager.
Okay, yeah, like trust me, my uncle is quite rich. He's worked in like diamond mines and offshore power plants and stuff. And
I didn't know you were related to Elon Musk.
And we were in Malaga for my sister's wedding, and we were staying at like a 5-star hotel, and he invited us over there to treat us for dinner once. It was €500 a plate. And I ordered the steak, and like the steak was twice the size of my face.
So 24.
I don't know, it was huge, but it was completely tasteless.
Yeah,
it was like there was like literally no flavor to it.
I guarantee you should have maybe thought about that before you go in, because the steak is there for the stand. You should have asked, what would you, not the house, but what would you recommend? Yeah, you'd be like, well, the fish is actually not that bad.
Everyone else was having like king prawns half the length of their arm and shit.
That's the thing. Yeah. You could have cracked up. Yeah. Are you big into shellfish?
I love shellfish. Yeah.
Then you should have gotten your damn hammer and cracked it open.
And I whispered to my mom, and I think my uncle heard me and was quite annoyed. I whispered to my mom, "Hey, do you remember that €30 steak I got in Dublin Airport? That was way better than this."
Yeah.
And I asked for a pot of pepper sauce. It took them 45 minutes to bring it out, and we were the only ones in the restaurant.
They probably were making it up. They probably were like, "Yeah, sure. Oh, it's empty. Uh-oh."
Absolute fuckers.
Oh, well, we'd be here all day, and I suppose there's nothing wrong with being here all day. I mean, I'm literally here all day.
Literally.
Literally. But
because like that, honestly, right now that just looks like a regular burger patty with some corn pods
it
in
does until you're told what it is, and then
Yeah.
it's like, oh, mead. So someone got into his head that he should. This is from 3 months ago.
Oh, that just looks like chocolate milk that's been a month old.
Hold that thought.
So let's just get into it.
I used to have that exact snake.
Wow.
Yeah, it's got beads in it, like beans.
He makes wands, by the way. He makes actual, and you know what else? They sell fucking crazy. If he stopped doing this tomorrow and just focused on his wands, he'd be a lot healthier, a lot happier.
Well, I think he's committed to not being healthy at this stage. He's obviously a sadomasochist, like.
Oh, there's a well, there's a deepness, there's a generational. I'm just showing you as he is now. I can show you what he was like before. He used to ride bike. He used to have friends. He used to be a real human being. And then he became King Cobra.
That shit
And
is
it's-
long gone
2
now.
cups of
Oh,
sugar.
no, he's got 5 documentaries dedicated to him.
Wow.
Yeah. And they all hung out with him as well. These weren't like from afar either.
Yeah, he's better than that tiger guy now.
A little bit, actually. That was a hell of a journey, though.
Ugh.
Never watched the sequel.
God, no. I couldn't handle the original that much. It was like, yeah, the dude had somebody killed.
Yeah, of course. Like, the security footage of the guy just
Look a little bit, that's alright.
Uh-oh.
Still a full cup.
Like, yeah, he looks
What
like...
face would you make?
But he looks like that...
I'd watch a guy get a shot, and I'm sure I made the exact same face.
Yeah, deer in the headlights.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Got 2 bananas.
What?
Local
What is
honey.
that? Local... Oh, he's... Okay, it's honey. He's got honey. How much of a bottle is that going to be?
Oh, I just realized, if he's... I can hear this, by the way.
Yeah.
If he is making the honey, this is probably his most current mead.
Yeah.
Some of the which included, like, chocolate milk. And
Okay.
shit like that.
See, like-
Oreos.
Yeah, like, I'm sure if you were to show this to a master brewer, they just vomit on the
Oh no,
spot.
master brewers have been brought in from the drunken peasants.
The
Like
cold water swoosh
there are
on
guys
it,
who
get
actually
the
work in
excess
like
out.
meaderies.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh well, what he's doing right here. You see, what they do is they send him his trolls send him some really high end yeast packets
Just to mess with him, yeah.
like proper top end stuff.
That's expensive.
And
too.
they are like if he has briefly Texas Speech would net him like $1,000 a night.
Fuck, man.
Like if he knew, but he was upset because they were all be negative. They were like, "Hey, Cobes, you're looking pretty like you have botulism there, tubes." They're like, "Hey, Cobes, where's your dead pet?" Because he let his pet bearded dragon out, and it just vanished, and he pretends like it's not dead.
Yeah, I mean, like, I bet that bearded dragon just wanted to get the hell
He's
out
in
of Dodge.
Casper, Wyoming, by the way, in the middle of winter. So it's dead.
Yeah, it's roadkill.
It didn't even get as far as road. It moved and just kind of froze, like in what was the name of that movie?
It was like if somebody paused a $6 Million Man.
Yeah, like whenever you see like a really high end like game, fantasy game MMO, like you see someone using frost magic, and someone's like, that's Puff. He just froze to death. Well, he said that like they ran, Puff just ran away, and now he's hibernating in the ground till January.
That's not what lizards.
Well, we're halfway through January.
If this bearded dragon was half grizzly bear.
It's from Australia.
Yeah.
It's not quite designed for the Wyoming winter.
No. Tell us more honey.
And he's also a giant, like, destructive drain on his neighbors as well.
Yeah.
One of his neighbors finally found out about all this online shit. and went on to one of the numerous Reddits dedicated to him, and was like, yeah, so I thought he would be like a Jeffrey Dahmer sort of person where they'd find like bodies.
Yeah.
In, like,
I mean, like, it's like, honestly, like, he must be in a pretty lax part of the world because it's a miracle he hasn't been evicted or something.
Oh, if you go to Google Maps and you find his apartment, he's doxed himself numerous times.
Yeah.
The Google Maps freeze literally has 2 cops talking to a guy in his underwear outside of his apartment. It's so fucking ropey.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. All he has to do is have the wrong person catch wind of him.
This isn't necessary, by the way. You do it once, just to move shit around, then you put it away.
This is the perfect showcase of somebody who does not know what the fuck they're doing.
All right, here's the thing. When he was working with his original meads, he would pull it out 45 minutes later and have a sip and say, yeah, that's fermenting pretty well there, too.
It hasn't even started yet.
Right? He's actually killing off any potential. Oh, yeah. So the yeast, right? He'd pour in the whole pack of yeast. As it turns out, 2 gallons worth, which he's not doing, of any alcohol, that yeast he got, and we learned this from an actual brewer, a quarter of a packet. And he would pull the entire packet into it.
You need like 1 sprinkle.
Look at this. Bacon juice is in this one. Here's from August to Dust. There's a whole industry.
Like if you're fermenting anything, 2 weeks at the bare minimum. And like when my dad made vodka at home, that was we didn't touch that for like a year and a half.
Well, guys, I'm a little bit scared.
I've got a mid about August. He's got some. He tends to go after a lot about like stuff that he thinks is woke, but some of the which aren't woke. They're just stupid. But he wants because I don't know.
He wants to associate woke with stupid.
Yeah. And don't worry, there is an overlap.
Yes, I mean
tomorrow is Christmas. I would try and make a video
humans are gonna human.
And, well, I think I made a mistake. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, today we are watching something that I think.
This is ironic because I said a while back. I said, and he's gonna put it in there. I said a while back that August the Duck, it always comes late to the Cobes game. For once, because you have no real context of who Cobes is, this is actually really good. You get to see Cobes a little bit further back.
I cannot imagine a worse
and this is coming from the guy who made a video on people who eat
like.
high meat, which is just rotted, maggot-infested meat. Yeah, today's gonna be rough.
High meat.
Now, you might be thinking to yourself, August, this doesn't sound too Christmassy to me, and I understand where you're coming from.
I think he would have a better time if he just went outside and drank a pint of mud.
Oh, he's banned from every bar in town.
Of course he is.
He some of which he filmed as he was getting banned. Frosties, mostly through his trolls, but also he got arrested one Christmas outside of, get this, there's a chain in America called Loaf and Jug. I love it. Anyone is gonna be arrested outside of a Loaf and Jug on Christmas Eve for being too drunk. It's gonna be cold.
I can't tell if that's less or more funny if it had been something like a Waffle House.
Well, there, my friend Elf King used to work in a place called Come and Go. So and they lean in on the joke too. They're kind of cool. Yeah. They lean on the joke, and Ryan Reynolds actually used to walk around in a t-shirt with Come and Go on the front of it.
That's what I like about CEX is their Wi-Fi. Sex, that their Wi-Fi is like the staff one is protected sex.
If you don't know who King Cobra JFS is, well, then you are in for a treat today. Not a good one, but a treat nonetheless. I've probably made 5 or 6 videos on
my phone used to belong to one of the
point,
supervisors of CEX, so I get the test servers.
The ones up in Sligo used to be so nice to me. The ones up in Dublin used to be great, and they got me some
Liffey Street are good
school. Guys. Yeah, I've not been up to the ones that I mean.
I went to the one in Newbridge, and I've known everybody who's worked in there for the last 10 years. Like
I signed a petition to get them up here in Carrick, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, no.
Shame. There's a lot of available buildings for them.
Yeah, but I mean, like, they're probably always dodging shit because they're not allowed to trade in America anymore.
And you know what else? The DVD trade has kind of died off. I used to make a fortune. I walked out of there once with over $1,000.
Yeah,
selling DVDs.
Yeah, but like in fairness, like. They're still selling their stock because I never go in there without seeing somebody buying DVDs.
Oh, of course.
Because all the elderly people go in there like,
Across the way there, our neighbor, before we finally got rid of the last of them, I was sick and tired of asking my mate to take me up to Sligo.
Yeah.
This was before the buses made it an actual possibility to pay not a penny to get up to Sligo. Yeah. And I just left it outside her door, like you know, in there there's a big sort of like sling case.
Yeah.
It was full of DVDs back in the day, and I was like, you know what, take your pick out of that, because you know what, I'm not going to get less. I'd be lucky if I get 20 quid for all the DVDs and Blu-rays I have
like
there.
You'd be surprised on the money you can make in there.
Cause there's I'm not surprised. I used to make like, money off it.
There's an N64 game. I think it's called Snowboard Kids 2. It's worth over $1,000 in there because they only made like a handful of copies of it.
I bought an N64 a few years back, and I sold it off again. Up to them.
And the last thing I saw in the one in Newbridge was a mint condition PS1 copy of Symphony of the Night. Guess how much they wanted for it?
I'm gonna say $450.
$640. But that's good because they normally go for $2,000 on eBay.
They say mint condition though, but that's the thing. You're rolling your dice. You open up, you look in the back, and look at all those scratches.
And it might be a reprint as well.
Yeah, you're gonna need to get a real master to come in and go like, I'm not gonna unpack it, but can I have a look at the box? I recognize a print job when I see one.
But CEX are really discerning because I remember when my uncle was over here in March or February, he has a lot of criminal contact. He's not much of a criminal himself, but he's got
again. We are talking on live.
I know. Nobody knows though. Nobody knows. But so he.
Well, now someone knows the internet.
But he went over to England to see some of his friends, and he came back with a bunch of AirPods for me and my sister, and he was like, "Yeah, these are genuine, but I got them for like 20 quid each." And then I took them into CEX, and they were like, "Yeah, these are counterfeit," because they checked the serial number.
It didn't happen quite the same way, but do you remember the gold hype from a few years ago, the gold bubble?
Oh yeah.
I used to make a fortune off old jewelry that I would find and bring it up to them.
I miss all the pawn shops we used to have.
Hell, the pawn shop that up in Swords was also a head shop. That brief period where you could sell the 30%
triple X and all that kind of shit.
But I had a gold signet ring, right? And the gold itself was, as real gold is, easy manable. And inside was the signet ring. The ring had 1916 and it showed St. George defeating a bunch of vipers.
Yeah.
It was a psalm ring.
Okay, wow.
So I told my ma, she wanted me to go up and get as much money as I could for the base gold. And I'm like, the base gold is very good because this is solid gold. Yeah. But here's the thing. This is a historical object.
Yeah.
You are going to have to go and take this up to a museum somewhere. Yeah. So she's like, no, we're going to go up there, this place. And they gave us, I think it was like 45 for it.
Oh, that's painful.
2 months later, we were walking by that same shop. The same signet ring was on front center, in the center, in a big sort of silk case, 500.
You got done.
I knew I got done, and I actually took her back, and I was like, "Sorry, do you want to have a look at this?"
Yeah,
and she's like,
"Was I right?
That's not my ma's one." No, is it not your ma's one? Is it? How many other people happen to have signet rings from the Battle of the Somme that's floating around in Swords?
Yeah, I mean, like I'm planning a trip to Sherwood Forest and Hadrian's Wall at some point, and
you'll miss. Oh, it's a shame you won't get to see the tree that was stuck in between. No, that's gone now.
Oh right, no, yeah,
it got burned down like last year.
Yeah, no, but the tree that Robin Hood supposedly hung out under, that's still there.
No, the Hadrian's Wall. There's a moment where Hadrian's Wall's ripped in.
No, I mean in Sherwood Forest.
Oh well, I don't know the dudes.
Because Sherwood Forest is about 20 miles from Hadrian's Wall.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay,
on Hadrian's Wall, look, I'll actually.
And like, when I go there, like, I will have to really strongly fight the temptation to buy a metal detector.
Yeah. My here it is.
Oh, okay, sure.
The Sycamore Gap tree.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's not the tree I'm thinking of.
No, that's gone now.
Yeah.
Someone burned it down. A bunch of gobshites last year. It's very iconic. There are like movies and like TV shows that have this as a logo.
Yeah.
There's Hadrian's Wall, and after it was torn down, a single seed fell down, grew up into this.
Wow.
And then last year, someone someone did this. For no other reason than because they could. They didn't even take the wood away.
Yeah, some people just don't deserve.
Did you hear about the oldest living thing in the world that died?
Did I?
Did I?
What is it?
Oh, it's a tree, but
Oh.
it's in the States.
Yeah.
And it was so old it started to turn into like carbon.
Oh yeah.
It was so
sure.
old.
What,
it was like 5,000 years old.
Yeah. So my first job as a gardener was cutting down a 350-year-old dead elm tree in my father's front garden.
And I imagine it wasn't an easy task.
No, it took me 6 months.
Yeah.
And under the ground, the roots had already turned to coal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the also fuck whatever job it was to do that.
What?
Because no, that tree should have kept long after you died.
Well, no,
I don't like the idea of that tree dying. Actually,
the tree was already dead.
Oh,
yeah.
Like there was no leaves on it?
No,
or
it was
like
completely
that?
rotten all
Oh,
the way through.
okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, not cool. That's a shame.
Yeah.
By the way, you'll notice there's a lot of moss around here. That's an infective species that's killing off all the trees.
Cool.
No, not cool.
No,
It will eventually burn itself out by the time we're in our pension years, but then it'll just start all over.
We have a few of those Japanese wormwood trees in Nace, but they're all cordoned off.
Anyway, the oldest tree in the world, I think it was in like Washington or like North Dakota.
Yeah.
And it looked absolutely beautiful. Like the tribes in the area actually thought it was like the spirit of a god or whatever.
Naturally.
And some guy in the 70s, it was still alive.
Mm-hmm.
It was still budding every year on record, but the rest of it was just pure stone.
Oh,
He burned it down for no other reason than he wanted to be remembered in history. That's it.
Jackass.
Same reason why one of the 7 wonders of the world, the Mausoleum of Parnassus, was destroyed.
like this tree in my father's garden, like bits of it were literally just falling off onto the main road. Like.
Oh well, in that case, yeah. I mean, if it's dead, there's a difference between a rotting tree, no matter how old it is.
It was dead, and it was becoming a hazard.
But the first time I saw it, I was like, it was just a 350. Someone didn't like the look of it.
Oh yeah, no, like it.
I've got plans for this part of the ground. Destroy it.
Like it had been more or less dead since we moved in 1995. Like.
All right, well in that case, yeah, that's fine.
Leave comments asking me to check out his videos where he tries to make
meat. I was actually surprised that it only took you 6 months without using explosives.
Yeah. It was the most accomplished I'd ever felt in my life, because when I finally did it, what I managed to do, because the tree was so waterlogged that the chainsaw didn't go properly through it. So I chainsawed halfway through it, and then I got a big brass bar, stuck it into the tree, and just levered it apart.
Yeah.
And it cracked into 3 pieces and fell onto the ground, and it's the most satisfied I've ever felt in my life.
Shame you didn't film that.
Yeah. So, a couple of days ago,
I was screaming and shouting.
Oh my
I was so
god,
happy.
I'm kicking myself for not looking sooner.
You can hear this,
what we're about to watch is by far the most disgusting thing we have ever seen from King Cobra.
I think it's
and if you're
powder.
familiar with the
At least he's
videos I've
sieving it.
already
That's
made
something.
on King Cobra, you would know this video has some pretty tough competition. Now, why am I making this the day before Christmas? Well, because in my mind, mead is a holiday drink. I don't think I've ever gone somewhere and they're just like serving mead. In my mind, the only 2 scenarios where a person is
Mango and
drinking mead
chocolate
is
is the
1,
worst
it's
combination
Christmas,
you can
or
have.
2, they're trying to LARP as a Viking. Now, I'm not a drink.
The reason he wanted to start making mead was because he is no longer a high functioning alcoholic. He is just an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Second of all, is because he's adamant that because he has British and Scottish blood in him, that makes him a Viking. And when he says he's 75% British, the rest is English.
That
That
doesn't make. I'm 75% British, and the rest of me is Irish.
Yeah,
because my family comes from Yorkshire and Scotland mostly.
What part of Yorkshire?
York specifically.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So you know the value of a good Greg's sausage roll. Then. Same up north, they understand the value of it, especially the value. It's really cheap.
My cousins who were originally from Dublin then moved to Belfast and now live in Vermelton in Donegal, just outside Letterkenny.
Also, you know the joy of ale darker than the sun and heavier than a piece of turf you throw on top of.
Oh, I used to go.
That's bread that has been liquefied.
I used to go collecting turf all the time when I was a kid.
It's good money. Yeah. In fact, when I first moved in here, a friend of mine that I met here said, like, if you want to make a bit of money, I can always send you out here with the lads. Like, if you get yourself 5 bags of turf, you can get yourself like 50, 60 quid.
My best friend, his parents owned Dunshane Plant Nursery, So we used to go collecting turf in the back of his dad's trailer, and then we'd go diving into a giant pile of peat, and then we'd clean ourselves off by running through the sprinklers. Like they had like a 20-foot pile of peat, and we just dive into it in our underwear.
Fair respect. Although I would have just gone full hog, honestly.
Pranker, so that
Like,
could be
at that point, why
inaccurate,
not?
but
Yeah,
it's
feel
what got us here
nature.
today,
Well,
so
you
let's keep
you
it
don't want that
accurate
much
for now.
peat in your butthole.
Give it time.
All right, doesn't matter. I promise you that's
You
not
learn
what you're
to
going to be
love
worried
it.
about in
You
roughly
live,
3 minutes.
you
If you've
learn.
got a weak stomach, this is your last chance. Let's begin. Please subscribe.
What up, YouTube?
And when I was
This
working,
phone is still charging up.
Yeah.
Aw, bless.
But I
When I
don't
was
wanna
working on the
wait.
farm in Clare, we used to go to an abandoned sawmill to collect the sawdust, bags of
So
sawdust.
let's just get
for the
into
farm.
it. I'm gonna start
That
off
was
with
good
2
fun.
cups of sugar.
Because like you'd
got
see all
2
the different layers
bananas.
of it, and it would
Take
look like the
seed
fucking
off
Grand
banana
Canyon and
right
shit.
here. Leave that out. A little bit of cold water to swish around the ends.
It looks. Did you ever see? My dad used to collect the grease after every pan fry and pour it into a little tiny mason jar.
Yeah, see, what I was going to say is it looks like half a pint of lard, but with a tequila sunrise on top.
This out. I'm not gonna have room for everything else, so we gotta mix it up.
Now it looks like he's put
So I'm
eggnog
not
on
exactly
top.
a mead master. Like I said, I don't drink,
don't
so
mix-
I've never
no
had
dairy,
mead.
no
I've
dairy.
definitely never made it before.
Yeah,
but I
what
feel
up?
like maybe if we stopped here,
Jerk
this
it, 'cause that
would
might
be
as well be
okay. Maybe.
bottle
I mean,
full
like
of
I said, I don't
cheese
know, but
and
it's just
cockroach corpses.
Food porn's gotten weird.
honey, banana, and sugar, so kind of hard to go wrong with that, right? Don't
If he
worry.
ever tries to open up an OnlyFans, he better get banned immediately.
Oh, and only Cobes.
Yeah.
And I've seen his dick too. He painted it at one point.
Did you ever read that Reddit post about the guy who used to fuck a coconut?
I saw the guy who fucked in pure trans cross, an actual like a guy, a full trans outfit. Fuck a pumpkin, and on the front of it, a warmed pumpkin, and on the front of it was Vosh's face.
Oh no!
And they were fans of Vosh's, and they sent the Vosh, and all Vosh is like, "Yes, I've seen the picture."
Sure.
Yeah, I've seen the picture. Would you stop asking about it? Yes, yes, chat. I have seen the footage.
It's like Ron Perlman and that cat that looks like him.
Yeah.
But this guy basically, so he used to have a coconut in his room, and he used to fuck it all the time, but he never thought about the need to clean it. So he had been fucking it for about 6 months. And then
I'm getting My Little Pony jar vibes.
And then one night he put his dick in it and was like, "Oh, that tickles a bit." And he pulled his dick out, and his dick was covered in maggots.
Yeah, that's just a Wang story, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peanut butter chocolate syrup.
Oh yeah, that's great. Milk chocolate in a fermented drink. That sounds like a great idea.
Reese's of all things, like if
because he's cheap and that'll buy a more regular drink.
I know, but I know Reese's is Reese's, but if I was going to do that, I would at the very least use Hershey's.
Hershey's bar? Yeah, because it's dark chocolate.
Yeah,
so it's not having any. But he doesn't understand these things because he's mentally challenged.
So this is where I feel like we really start to go downhill. Once you've begun adding processed candy into your mead, I feel like it's pretty safe to say you don't know what you're doing. This entire video is just a giant red flag that this guy has no idea what he's doing, but I feel like this is the first big clue. Also, I'm pretty sure that what appears...
I once had, do you know 40K Theories? They have a voice actor song called Naira a few times. We had her on the show. I'm hoping to get her on this year.
Okay,
but I showed her his Nacho Mountain, and she had been drinking cider all night, and I'd never heard her like this before. And she's like, "Oh my fucking god, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?" Like she's from Finland, so her English broke out and started going into Finnish.
No good story starts with they were drinking cider all night.
To be a used ocean spray bottle
she was getting
is not
married
the
in a few weeks. She was getting
container for
nervous.
homemade
Let her have
mead.
some
But
fun.
hey, I don't know. Maybe they had these bad boys back in the Viking days, and he's sticking to the traditional method.
I'm sure she was drinking
One
some
more
mid-tier
ingredient to it. I was
cider.
gonna add like a spot of Jif creamy peanut butter to it, but with that Reese's peanut butter ice cream spread having peanut butter in it, we're not gonna need it. Plus, this is already like...
You know what?
It looks like what you pull out when you get a guy over to do your tank. You pull it out and you're like, okay, there's the blockage.
Yeah,
that's that ooze.
It's pure septic tank.
Yes.
Like that looks like an undigested apple slice.
It is. Yeah. And you know what else? There's no alcohol in it. But he will go on stream and well, of course there's no alcohol in it because he doesn't understand how fermentation works. So what he does is he has it set up for weeks, and then live on stream he'll be like,
"What, does he get all placeboed off it?" Like
he thinks he does at first, but when it doesn't, he just grabs regular booze, pours it in, defeating the fucking purpose. He got himself kicked out from his dad's Christmas this year because he went around to his family members holding up the meat and being like, have some meat, and they're like, could you please not drink that meat around the family?
yeah,
we have real alcohol here.
If I was a member of his family, I would have moved state at the very least.
Many have put restraining orders on him.
Yeah.
And then he's like, they all hate me because I'm disabled.
No, they hate you because you're a fucking devil spawn.
See, you're learning. You're starting to understand what Cobes is. Let's wait till he hears his opinions on women.
Yeah, somebody needs to go over to his house and just pour a whole can of salt on his head.
Bacon bits to do it because it's already cooked.
Okay,
and cured,
I'm getting a bit sweaty, so I'm going to go chill out for a while.
Alright.
I might jump back in later.
You know where to find me. I'm here. I'm probably going to be here until maybe 8. Yeah, it's almost 4 now, so yeah, oh Jesus, I'll be here.
Cool. I might see you later.
Okay, you know how to find me.
Bye-bye, everybody.
And for God's sake, get yourself a chair with some decent back support.
Yeah, okay.
Like, that's there for some dainty grandma to fix her hair up before going out to a night on the boardwalk.
On the bourgeois.
Well, no, she's in a bourgeois. Like, there's a different thing. Come on.
Peace.
Bye. Close the door. Thank you. He's a nice guy. Came in at the wrong time.
We'll dump this entire container of bacon bits into our wine.
No. No point watching shit that we've all seen, but he didn't. You know?
Assume.
Although, no.
Y'all need to leave Jessica the fuck alone. You can't handle that. Some random chick.
I will say this. Cobes is getting increasingly hard for people to jump in. I really wish there was a King Cobra introduction. There isn't. And that's on the community, not on Cobes. Other than just letting you to see himself. Though at the end, he was starting to understand. He was starting to put 2 and 2 together, and that's good. Cobes is... He's like an ogre, you know? Layers. And by the way, I'm glad that I'm in a world where society has a children's movie like Shrek that has those layers. Like an ogre.
That lives all the way across the country, wants to see me.
Keep the
Can't
chat happy.
handle it, dude. Peter, thank you for joining. I appreciate you joining the memberships. Yeah, I get to be a part of the Cobra Club. It's more exclusive. And also, if you want to check out Tactical Soap, I'm going to drop the link for that. I had a shower with it earlier, and I'm feeling sexy. If you got confidence issues with women, and you want to up your...
You have not. You even have a woman interested in you now, and you haven't lost your fucking dry spell in like what, 6 years, 8 years, and you're talking about how Tactical Soap will save you. What did I say there earlier? Tactical Soap, less than 10 washes. It smells fine, but I can pick that shit up for $3.50. And the ads. And by the way, my Gmail account is stacked full in my spams of Grondike. Grondike, 20% off. Grondike. Like 3 for 1. Grondike. This, that, the other. No. It's the saddest, lamest soap. And Cobes latched onto it for the weirdest fucking reasons.
Game and smell like an alpha male rock star. You gotta check
an
out
alpha male rock star. What, like Ozzy who now probably can't poop without assistance. Yeah, no, hard pass there, buddy. You know, I'd rather be, I don't know, who's a good metalhead who's been around for decades but is still like healthy and happy. A good relationship with his family, good relationship with his like kids. Hers even. Haven't got any suggestions? Throw it into general there on Discord. Just put a disclaimer what you were saying about earlier about the why is it really itchy? About the rock stars.
I get a couple bucks. Using an affiliate link helps me make some money and it helps you smell better for the ladies. The only reason I struggle with women is because my asshole YouTube trolls love to scare off any chick that I talk to because they can't get laid. But yeah, we're gonna have a couple beers. It's Martin Luther King Jr. weekend. We're gonna get smashed for Martin Luther King Jr. and just hang out with the fans. Like, oh my god, you guys, Cobra's live and I'm triggered.
I'm not triggered that you're live. I'm triggered is because Puff is still dead and that cat is probably dead too.
Why do you care if I do this with my beer? I stir it around while I shake it. Who gives it?
I actually have, like, that is very odd. Like, that is such a weird thing. It's not a cognac or a cocktail. It's a beer. I mean, for starters, I'm holding this right now. It's kind of heavy. This is kind of heavy. Not because of the glass, but because of the beer inside. It's all gas and foam. It is absolutely amazing, by the way. Wait, where's the audio? Oh, my bad.
Every
Finger is
day.
infected. Everything about Cobes is infected. Probably with lead poisoning. Ozzy finally passed away.
Ozzy Osbourne's still kicking. People are just being stupid because they know I'm one of his biggest fans. You know how I know this? Because I can go to Google right now, this amazing corporation called GOOOO, and go into their search and click on Ozzy Osbourne search. Still kicking. Holy shit.
Yeah, the day Cobes finds out that Ozzy dies, because Ozzy ain't got much time left, will be the day where I think Clint needs to move in with him for a few weeks. He'll sleep here in on his sofa and then be like, "Hey Josh, you okay?" And you just see Josh holding his shotgun like, "No, Josh, we told you there's no bullets here. I could still beat someone to death with this. We're gonna reach in and pull this out now. Yep, we got ourselves a purple situation. We're in purple right now." 5 other people have been sleeping out in the hall. You can just hear them scrabbling in to get.
I hate sickos more than I love cobras. And every time my trolls say that crap, they're basically calling themselves sickos. Because what kind of sick inhuman piece of shit bullies an autistic person for hate?
What if you are autistic, your boy, right here, and finds still fault with you? Am I still a sicko? In which case, call me daddy, call me Papa Nurgle. Let me infect you with my taint.
Sickos. Your sicko comments will just get
Jared from Subway. I love the Jared from Subway part, but he should have said Jared Genesis. That's more relevant now than Jared from Subway.
deleted. You are literally wasting your time creating bot accounts to fuck with Cobra, and it's fucking sad, dude. If my troll said I hate sickos just like Cobra, I wouldn't sit there and go, "Oh, you sicko," all the time just to get a reaction, because I've got better things to do with my fucking life. Like drink beer and hang out with my YouTube fam.
Why? Your YouTube fans exist, but they are also what you call trolls. Like Ben Pye, for example, is not one of your trolls, but he is a big fan of you. Me? Oh, ooh, if you misunderstood me as a troll, I understand this. I do, but you're still misunderstanding me. Then there's other people like, say, Keemstar. Keemstar, I don't think is a troll of yours. I think he's a genuine fan, but, you know, he will still use and abuse you as a fan because you can make him money.
Oh, my trolls love Jared from Subway. You're disgusting. I have moderators in here, by the way, and if I didn't delete your comments, just ignore
all
it,
your
you would get no
mods are
attention, and that would
fucking
drive you more
tools.
insane, now wouldn't it? Well, Cobra says, I hate sickos, so we gotta fuck with them on it. It's like, who does this shit, dude? Oh, look at that. The messages are getting hidden. Oh, my moderators are on top of it. I don't gotta do shit. To save one for me to hide. Yeah, there we go. Bye-bye, losers. My trolls fucking need help. They do. My trolls are more fucking insane than me, Ozzy Osbourne, and my biological birth mom, Laura, combined. Not trying to be rude, but I'm not answering my phone.
He's thinking about his biological mother a whole lot more now because he is somebody made a comparison about him earlier in the week to a cooking stream, and she looked very similar, and frankly she acted a little bit similar, so people were like, is this King Cobra's mom?
Screaming. It's rude when people are trying to watch me and be entertained.
She's messing around with a ham and she drops the knife.
I can ban your fucking comments all fucking stream, dude. I don't even get mad at it anymore. Now it's a game to me because it's like, I hate sickos more than my fucking idiot YouTube trolls. And y'all just need some serious counseling, dude. It's
I wonder which one of us could get drunk more, Cobes or me? Right now, I think I have the means to.
Fucking pathetic. I would trade my clock tower dream house to fucking end sickos. If anyone has a thin skin, it's my YouTube trolls, because me not getting mad or having an autistic freak out about these stupid comments is making you mad. And then deleting it and not giving you the freak out that you crave is making you even madder. You get no attention. You get a block, a delete, and an ignore. That's all you get. If I would have had my cell phone working when I rescued that cat, I would have filmed it. And be like, you see this, YouTube? I care about animals, to be honest. More than I do humans. Oh, and giving me shit about Puff. That's older than your grandmother, dude.
But my grandma's dead, so henceforth she is neither past or post. Because one day she will repeat the process. The end of cycle. Because there is no beginning or ending in the Wheel of Time. There is simply the Cobra.
Back in the spring, it'll be awesome. If he doesn't, well, it is what it is. To be fair, it was my first time owning a bearded dragon, so you can't expect me to know everything about them.
Mead.
And I love Puff, to be honest.
Yeah, you love them to death, exactly.
Well, if you don't want your
I said a trap for my lost kitty, now he's gone, you freezing cold. Thanks, Cold.
cat being released, maybe you shouldn't have left it in a fucking tiny-ass cage in the middle of a goddamn parking lot.
Maybe the cat had fucking rabies. Well, actually, no, in fairness. If they had rabies, he'd show signs.
No, when I
by
talk
now.
about how I rescued a cat, now you gotta pretend to be the owner just to fuck with me. It's the...
Heard I missed the roomie section. You did. Scoot back a few minutes. Find Cobbs' mead section, and you'll hear him. I call him ND until he shows up on stream. That's what he's gonna be called. He's not here now. Case in point. Wow. But he went back in his room. He wanted someone to talk to. Jesus Christ. I can't blame him. Plus, he knew full well that he would be on camera, so respect. Some people find this to be fucking terrifying. I don't see the fear, frankly. I, for one, am always just me, here or not. Because I knew I couldn't play a character. I thought about it very early on. I thought about it like, hey, it's the radical feminist, or it's the serious conservative, or whatever. Like, I don't know. It would just be something very lame, maybe generic. What was the one from H-Bomber guy? The reasonless bear or whatever, and it was a polar bear avatar in a suit and like shades, talking about how someone misunderstood Ben Shapiro's opinion. And then he killed him off in the next episode. It's like, right, the character's dead. You're done. You happy? You happy? He's not coming back. Because the whole era of the internet's dead. Yeah, reasonless bear. He blew up from too much. From wokeness or something like that. I don't remember. ND and Snoo and Metal Monkey. ND, Metal Monkey, Snoo, Lev. We all have acronyms. There we go. We all have acros ready to spread into our Rizzlies. All night long.
Kind of desperate shit my trolls do. It's really quite sad.
How
the only
much of
reason
this
I
did I
keep chat
drink?
turned on is so
Oh
my
damn!
fans can
This
talk
thing's
to
over
each other.
halfway empty now.
I got nothing against cats, to be honest. The only interaction I get with my trolls is when they text me every goddamn day like the fucking obsessed psycho loser retards that they are, and it's like,
yeah, we're pretty great
wow,
there, Cobes.
my trolls are more obsessed.
You killed
with me
Puff
than
and you
I
probably
am
killed
with
that cat
Ozzy
too.
Osbourne. It's not healthy.
What's your opinion with
Wow.
your sister?
And I'm
Hey,
not right.
Cobes, what's your stance on
My
women?
chat with all this crap. You wouldn't fucking try as hard as you
Cobes,
can to scare Jessica off because you
you ever
can't
brush your
stand when
teeth?
an of-age chick wants me for a change. I don't care
Hey,
if
Cobes,
Jessica's
you ever
gone.
realize that she's actually a bit of a
We seem to have
fucking
a lot
troll
in
and we're
common,
trying to
she's
help
crazy
you?
about me. So what more could you ask for? Especially after like fucking 6 years. I'm not
Birthday
gonna
chuggers.
judge Jessica for being.
we're doing the sugars. Okay, fair enough. I've always pictured a chugger to be like. Gotta be very careful. I always say my words. I always pictured a chugger to be like a dude bro in his late 20s, and he's kind of like tilting his fucking drink back and like chug. No, early 20s, I should say. And he doesn't just drink. He thinks that's the only time he ever has to drink anything. He drinks a cup of coffee, chug. Drinks a glass of water, chug. Drinks the cum because he hasn't come out as gay yet. No, like, that's just standard shit, you know? I wonder if he'll call me. He's a sweet guy. Confused guy, but a sweet guy also.
A little out there and having a temper because we're all crazy in our own special way. And Lord
he
knows
broke his phone, by the way. I need to find that Phone. He broke another one. That's 9 now. 2 weeks ago. Filter. Yeah. Dusty opossum. Good that they included the O, because it's not possum. They're opossums. And yep, here he is from the deleted stream.
This is gonna be preserved on the fucking internet.
And remember, he said he would drink less this year. It's January.
People are gonna be like, "Oh, Cobra fucking losing his temper."
Raisin, I'll do anything to get you to vote for Biden in the upcoming caucus. Caucus.
On his goddamn cell phone. It's gonna be preserved for everyone to laugh at. I'm like, you know what? Y'all can fuck off. You act like you're the only one that doesn't get pissed off at your cell phone, and you don't.
Hell, I said earlier on today that I admitted that I was a little too harsh on Gail back in the day. I think the biggest thing that convinced me otherwise is all the times she's been interviewed. I still feel sorry for Brent Spiner, so I'd be like, yeah, you haven't talked to him in like a long while, right? Like under any circumstances. Oh, I sent him a few messages. No. You haven't sent him those. I can stop sending him those. Then you and I have peace. But that's only because he's a okay, yeah, I imagine he's a clone of Angelina Ballerina and the Jesuits and all that. It's alright. Have you taken your pills? Agree that chick is a secret troll. Naked and laughing. Honestly, I haven't checked in a while, but there's too much evidence to say otherwise. I gave her the time of day. Just pick someplace mid.
Most of my life, I've had extreme trouble sleeping, and even at one point, I got Ambien.
She did expand her her viewer count 3 times.
And I don't know. Somehow, I was blessed with being able to sleep. I don't know, maybe like 2013, I would say, is when that happened. And yeah, ever since I got sick in November, which, like I said, I think I'm finally done being sick. Like, do I feel like 100% after being sick? No. Like, but I think I'm over it, but like I don't feel like, I don't even know how to explain it, but I really don't feel even like the same anymore after going through that sickness.
Okay.
But that shit fucked my sleep up, and now I'm all fucked up all over.
Yeah, her sleep is fucking astronomically insane. She will, like, by my standards, and like there have been people in my Discord who have literally said like, whoa, I thought he was sleeping, or when does he sleep, or how long does he sleep for, because he's been sleeping for like 3 days. Yeah, my sleep is fucked up. Her sleep pattern seems to be, she wakes up, there is a single mote of contention with her mother, and she goes live. That's it. And she tends to talk about Cobes, but obviously she was talking about her sickness there. I tried to get to know her. I mean, I'm not blocked, but she's just, she's a creature that I need to take more time out of my day and put it into hers to really grasp who she is. But from what I've seen so far, she's not a great... I really don't think that she is on board. I don't think that she's a troll. I think that she's mentally ill. And before you say you can be two things, correct. I'm not... All I'm going to say about the troll thing is... Oh, Raisin, this makes sense why you didn't... You wouldn't be aware of this. She said that she set up a GoFundMe. In fact, I know she did because I promoted it. The goal was for her to go out and reach Cobes. Just fly out. She charged $8 grand. Okay, that's the flight, the accommodation, and spending money, right? Okay. Neat. She then went off and lowered that price down to $420. Memes. She then kept on lowering that price, but she wouldn't reach the money. Now at this point, realization hit her. This is what Ben Pie thinks. I kind of agree with him. She either gets the money, she goes over and she has to have sex with Cobes, or at least interact with Cobes. If she doesn't want to do that, then she's a troll. Or two, she doesn't and she can't keep her money, and that still could mean that she's a troll. So...
Freaking out about it. He was like telling me to get rid of it. I was like, no, don't tell me what to do.
Moat? Ah, Moat.
Shit.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get rid of it. But yeah, my favorite thing is probably
She wants money and attention, and she got it.
I was like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh my god.
Now, she's got her own problems.
I mean, it's not perfect, you know, it is old, so it's got little flea bites.
When are you going to talk about Cobes?
Try it.
Oh, there we go. She's literally listening to Cobes right now.
I don't know what it's called. It's like, oh my god, it really fucking hurts.
This is some meta shit. Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't know how to pronounce it. It starts with an F. It's like 9.
When my friend Claire told me that I reminded her of TJ Kirk, I did not think it would end up here.
Something dollars. It's like next to the Tums and stuff. I think that stuff works really good. I just don't know where it is right now.
You only Jessica. By the way, Jessica thinks that she can't meet him now because she's not good enough for him. In reality, I think she realizes she doesn't have the money, you know, or she can't raise the money. Like, share, and subscribe, guys, and give your motherfucking king a little bit of money.
Yeah, he's really sweet.
Isn't he? He's so sweet. The way he calls women sluts all the time. Oh, he's so sweet.
No, that's not what it's called. You stop. Do they sell that at Walmart? Don't think so. It's like
Cobes might be fucked about Puff, but no one deserves to have their heart fucked with. Look, I think she latched on. This is my hot take. My unique hot take. I think she latched on to him really fucking early after coming out of another Kiwi Farms. I'm gonna have to research her and find out about her history. But a Kiwi Farms sort of like prior, another, I don't know, a fucking Howard Clark III of the world. You know, a beast of the world. A lolcow, but nothing to write home about. And she came out of that community, and maybe even out of that world. Like, maybe she had direct access to him. And then she saw Cobes, and she's like, I can have this fucker. And she has been bombarded with the community since. That's it. That's my theory. My theory is just that she has not been prepared for the Cobra verse that comes with Cobra. And the Cobra verse has paid attention to her. And Cobra has paid attention to her, but it's not the same thing because we're not promoting it, we're judging her. And she doesn't seem to be nice and normal. She seems to be aiming for something, and what that is. So yes, Raisin, you were correct, 100%. Well, not about 100%, but let's tentatively say 70% correct. There's no point holding on to a 30%, right? All I'm gonna say is that there are angles that we do not see, but that does not justify the rest of it. I just realized how with Cobes you are with her. Oh, no, but I'm not. You already know how I am with Cobes. I am Cobes' biggest fucking critic outside of his literal trolls trying to convince him to kill himself. So, no, I'm not. I am. I've been cranky and judgy in that mood be say anymore. Well, you were going through a lot of your shit and you were, you know, you could even argue that you were finding a venting. Not that what you were saying wasn't justified, but was it helpful? That's the thing, like, is my inherent rage towards the motherfucker helpful? It would be if I could literally shake him like Grim shook. What was it? If I could do this, here's the literal Grim Reaper showing up to tell Billy not to be afraid of clowns. See if I... Yeah, that. Me showing up, telling him not to be afraid of the trolls. That is me. That is me. I want him to be his own man, but he's not. Don't be afraid of clowns. Don't be afraid of clowns. Like, don't be afraid of trolls. Don't be afraid of trolls. Don't be. No, the trolls sent you, didn't they? I'm gonna have to send him to some sort of like electrified machine and put his giant head under it, and he's just gonna be shocked. When he comes out, he's like, Focus. 1, 1, 2, 2. You'd have to start from scratch. You'd basically have to lobotomize him to get him free of the trolls. And I imagine if you traditionally lobotomized him, he'd still come back being like, I don't hate the trolls. Trolls are cool. He still wouldn't understand. I know ABS is not helpful. That's why I don't do it much. But sometimes, oh, when you're when the muscles in your arms start to twitch, when your eyes start to twitch, when every fiber of your being is like, just hit this motherfucker. No one will raise an arm in respect for, oh, really, am I? No, there I am. No one will raise an arm in defense of Cobes, but they will raise an arm, no, in Jared, but they will raise an arm in defense of Cobes because they think he can be saved. No, he can't. He can't. It's past. In fact, I don't think any of the lol cows who can be saved can be saved. Christian clearly cannot be saved. Kevin Joseph King, Gale, hell, Shani and Rev. You think they can be a healthy couple together? No, they can't be healthy themselves. They'd each, that's twice as hard. You have to now go into each person's psyche and then try to pull it out. And I don't know about Rev. Rev might be learned stupidity, but Shani is mentally unwell. Like, she was born with, oh God, I forget what it was. I remember her mother talking about it. But, like, there are some people who are pulled out. Ooh, no, I take it back. Bagel Boss. But I don't see Emo Howling Wolf becoming the next Bagel Boss. Hail, Cobraverse. Hail yourself there, skilled loser. But back to fun. Did you watch the book vid you posted in your Discord so we can chat about that? Re-enjoyed it. Wait, the unless you posted, you mean TJ's one? I'm too drunk to appreciate it. Like, you don't get that higher level cerebral shit if you're drunk. You get it when you're stoned, but you don't get it when you're drunk. And when you get drunk, you get dumbed down. It is the great dumbing down of society. I can move on from Cobes, though. Easily. Especially because we got the next freaking couple of days. But no, if anything, we need something fun. Like, so far we haven't watched stuff fun. We've only watched stuff that is like, can you believe this? See, that. I've done that the whole night. You have never tried this drink. That is such a clickbait response of a channel. What is this? This has been doing rounds. What the fuck is this?
This does not even deserve a captain's log introduction, because this is dead serious.
The online YouTube video I uploaded to the internet, which contained information and visual footage of the interior of my abode, as well as the exterior, the one which I had recorded and uploaded. My maternal parental figure, Barbara Chandler, as well as my paternal parental figure, Chandler, have been expressing many negative feelings towards me. Dare I say their behavior is rather cantankerous. They have judged me on my actions and determined that this...
Finally, a good use of AI.
It is in fact my doing. Yes, I agree that it is in fact my doing. I wish to make a formal request then, about my desire for every man and child to remove everything mentioning and containing information or visual imagery about my abode, both the inside and the outside of my abode, to be removed from any hostessing services from the internet. I am prepared to request the services of law enforcement, including but not limited to detectives. Indeed, I intend to use the full extent of my abilities, reach, and contacts to ensure that my goals are met. I implore you, stop what you are doing now. Information and visual information from any internet service.
No wonder it was doing the rounds. Makes sense. Lord Bassi.
What is it, Father?
What is it, Father?
I agree that I will listen to your words any further, I must inform you that I do not care about the method you use to fulfill your request. You are to remove any information about our state immediately, preferably by the setting of the sun. I am currently fulfilling your task as we speak. I do not believe you, and I demand that you start my request. As I have stated before, Father, I am currently issuing a warning to all my patrons that they must abstain. It has come to
They must abstain!
May not have come to your attention. Well, allow me to bring it to your attention then, young Chris. Heed the words I say, for I tell them to you and only to you, young Chris. Let me tell you that upon such a day, in the event that the health department of this county, Greene County, should come across or discover such videos discussing or sharing
It's
the
amazing!
social media of our estate, inside or out, they will be given full authority to seize our assets and ownership of the premises. This may require us to abandon our property and search for new settlement. Truly, Father, I understand. Young Chris, I wish you Godspeed as you fulfill my request to get the information and visual imagery off of all internet servers. The accursed information with the potential to condemn.
He's dead
You
now.
must be confused, Father, for I was in the middle of fulfilling your wishes. You see, before you walked into my quarters, I must admit I was vehemently putting together a set of words to convince my various patrons and watchers to remove all traces of such information and visual imagery from the internet. I am simply afraid that I cannot speak those next words. For they are
Do not speak those next words. Unless you are being possessed by a different version of yourself.
I am lacking in knowledge of the resources that would be required to fulfill your request myself. Truly I say, Father, I do not know where on the internet that one would need to go to personally remove such information. But you see, young Chris, it was you who published such information, so would it not be you who has the power to remove it as well? Fulfilling your request.
I am fulfilling your request, Father.
I swear, Father, I am beginning the preparations to remove yet, them. You fail to realize that the family computing device, which connects to the internet, is not in your quarters, but rather down the stairs. Father, if I may, young Chris, if I must
rather down the stairs.
This task complete, I will not hesitate. In the same vein, regardless, I am removing your privileges to sleep until such a time as I have been given ample evidence of the removal of all information and visual imagery of our estate, inside and out, from the internet. I am currently completing the task, Father. You hear my words, but do you understand? The family
Oh, this opens so many floodgates. I want to hear this in Dova from Skyrim. Corsis, Inkosota, or Simlish. Pretty boo, 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 Ozu Nooni.
Those under my command. I'm imploring them to young Chris, pay attention to my next word. It is not in my best interest, nor my personal interest, to lose my estate to the likes of the health department of Greene County. What you have done is equivalent to mishandling sharp weaponry and impaling I understand.
Oh God, I've been on the line for too long.
I currently am to you, young I will Chris. And am currently fulfilling your request, Father.
I wonder who's doing the rounds.
Viewers, I once again implore you to remove any mention, imagery, visual or otherwise, of my word from the I don't believe you quite understand the intensity of my request, so allow me to repeat myself. You will do it now. You will do it now. You will do it now. May my internet bullies be afflicted with pain and omen, and may every other being witnessing this request have a calm and pleasant day.
I hope you all have a calm and pleasant day. And maybe that Orange County's constabulary do not deign to venture forth into your abode and find things most wanting. By the way, I have to say this. America, what the fuck is up with all the Orange Counties? I always thought Orange County was California, but you got like, what, like 12 of them? Yeah, no, that doesn't fucking vibe. I do not appreciate that. Ooh, a bit of history. Why not?
In 1169, after the arrival of the Normans to
After the arrival of the Normans. You hear this accent? This accent comes from a man who is both wealthy, but his family's money is all wild up there in the land. So as a result, if his family found out that you spent 35 quid extra than you should have, you're going to get the belt.
Diarmid MacMurchide kept his promise to Strongbow and gave his daughter Aoife's hand in marriage to the Norman knight. In 1172, Strongbow and Aoife had a daughter. Her name was Isabel.
Her name was Cider.
Being a descendant of the MacMurchades and the de Clare family made Isabel an incredibly desirable woman for an up-and-coming Norman knight or lord. Before King Henry II's death, he had promised William Marshal the hand of Isabel de Clare in marriage. Marshal had been one of the men that accompanied the king on his expedition to Ireland in 1171. In August 1189, 43-year-old William Marshal married 18-year-old
It's the
Isabel.
T and the 8 that gets us off. It's the AT. You know?
De Clare, transforming the landless William Marshal into one of the wealthiest men of the land. The married couple's power...
And he made cigarettes ever since. Oh, hell yeah!
Hey man, did you call 911 saying someone was overdosing?
We ate edibles, man.
Okay, how many did you eat?
Well, I had 2.
And?
He had the rest.
Oh, dude, why is he not wearing clothes?
Because he thinks he's a cow, man.
Moo. Yes, he is. And now he's peeing.
Cows.
Hey man, what can I do to help? Why are they always naked? Hey man, did you call 911?
What can I say? When you have that many edibles, you start to think that you're no longer a person, but a cow. Moo. Ooh. Oh, this is great.
Give you the ring.
This is amazing. Behold. True art.
No. Stop it.
Give it to me, Frodo.
Give you the ring.
No. Stop it, Grandolph. Like the rest of the series, I think it peaks after the first book.
No.
Because it's more human.
Stop it, Gandalf.
It's more personal. It's more intimate. There's a softer, warmer climate. In the second book, in The Two Towers, I've always found that Tolkien's writing was trying to expand into a wider world that is both fascinating but also not what the Hobbit was about. But you can make the argument correctly too. There is no right or wrong answer here. That's what it's about. I could argue, no, it's actually not what it's about, because what they're always aiming for is the Shire. From the moment they set off, they're trying to protect the Shire. From the moment they come back and deal with Saruman, they're aiming for the Shire. It's just the Shire. They understand that the other peoples matter too, and they're glad to help them. They were actually expecting more help. Like, way more help than ended up being given. Armies, legions. Where were the dwarven armies? Where were the legions of elves? Where were the armies of men? They just didn't really appear until they themselves were threatened in their very home. I imagine many Hobbit over, not pints, but his let's call it his mug of beer, will be looking up at a man decades later and going, "Our kin fought and died for you. What did you do for us?" You know? I imagine there was a lot of points where the smallest felt a little embittered about the biggest. Especially because the biggest were meant to be the biggest, smartest, strongest, wisest. You looked to them when you were a child. And they turned out to be the biggest problems, or the most ineffective people in the world. And then it took a bunch of hobbits to show up. I know that's a hot take, but I would love if there turned out to be like some sort of like little skit. I mean, hell, how does that feel to be a human? Or an elf, for that matter? You live forever and you're always dismissing the fucking men who are not from Numenor, but even if they were from Numenor, they were always like doomed to die. You see me, I'm basically at the ground now, pouring my pint. Not a great pipe because it's Paulander and it needs its correct pint. But even then, like, Jesus Christ, you need to do a little bit for... It's almost like a stout, almost, in that regard. I mean, if you're curious, this is what I just poured. Arrgh! I know, right? It's all just head. I shouldn't get... If I'm going to get... next time I get a party keg... Not Portlander. Yep. I got another party keg in there as well. Hi, me. Let's find another one. Any updates since January?
Oh no, what's wrong? You have a scared look on your face.
He always has that look. He doesn't not like have that look. The alcohol has just destroyed it.
What's wrong? I hope I didn't offend you. Like, I don't know.
Is Blade done?
He smells out of 10.
There you go. Oh. Oh, damn. How many weeks is we were in? Yeah. Jesus. This is what, the oldest 3 weeks ago?
Hey, Brian. Brian, show me your hands. Brian. Hey, can you talk to us, Brian? I can't see his hands. Hey, Brian.
I normally say the music's ridiculous, but no, this kind of makes sense.
Can you come talk to us? Lumber County Sheriff's Office. We want to make sure you're okay.
Remember, guys, if I ever get this far, I better hope to see that you unsubscribed a long time ago, or you've been in the chat telling people how to reach me to send emergency services or whatever.
Hey, Brian.
Have you noticed over the years his eyebrows have kind of fallen off his forehead? His face is kind of crushing into a little tiny cube now. It's very odd. No, it's good, dude. No, it's good. Dude, it's good. Aww. Blade. Look at this, he's still getting money. I have a Glock and even got... Oh, yeah.
Brian,
oh, no!
I have a Glock. Any of you cops come through that door is getting shot. Go ahead and see if I'm bluffing piggy. I dare you.
We want to make sure you're okay. Can you come to the door, please?
Brian Russo, go fuck yourself. I'm sure you appreciated the $4. He will spend it to get more drunk.
Are you okay?
Another 4.
Anonymous donated $4. Fuck the police, 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 fuck the police.
Hey, made more money. And I did. Maybe I should become a fucking drunken wreck of a human being.
Subtizaptic Nick donated $4. Enjoy the content, guys. Happy New Year's. Subscribe to me if you want, but I don't care.
Like, he can't... Like, he's so drunk that he can't actually string words together. I've been like that. Not on stream. I've come close, Jesus Christ. I've been like, yeah, I'm kinda done. I'm kinda done. I'm done. For you guys. I'm personal. Just I sleep now. Me, yeah. Bye. Boom. And then I slam my hand on the power and I leg it over there and just flop down. And then, like, I don't know, 3 hours later, you'll find me on Twitter going, boobs!
Anonymous donated $4. 400 years of not okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice little bit of dignity given right there. Brr.
We have medical on scene. We want to make sure you're okay, okay? Do you know where you're at?
Jesus.
You don't know where you're at?
Right.
How much have you had to drink tonight?
Jaeger. How much? Jaeger.
Can you let this one?
All he can say is
How much
Jaeger
have you
and
had to drink
dude.
Did you have medical on that? Yeah, they're coming up.
If I drank everything I had planned for the next 3 days, here, there, and anything else I might bring to the table, of course I'd be like that. That's the difference between him and me. He's drinking all of that in one session while his liver is also shit.
How you doing, man? Here. Hey, is your name Brian?
Oh.
What?
This is why if his mods could help him, you know? I really hope he's okay.
Alright, hello YouTube. So I finally made the GoFundMe.
This is her GoFundMe to see Cobes.
The title.
Oh, this is old. We have already addressed this, but still, it's hilarious because it's gone now. We also watched this, but we are on Babish, so let's watch some Babish. Let's see some fucking positives. The first positive thing all night. Jesus Christ. I did not plan for that, except for the satisfying video. I have looked at this for the longest time. This is what I want to say.
This episode is sponsored by Squarespace. You get 10% off your first Squarespace order by visiting squarespace.com/babish.
Moment of truth is here. We're gonna flip this baby and see what happens.
More. All of that, please. And a bunch of fries. You're not going to eat that. All of it? Yeah, I'm not going to eat all of it. Don't matter.
That's a baby. Look at all the layers of the meat, the cheese, you know, the bechamel. It's just barely visible, but that makes it creamy and delicious.
Bottom is a little bit of the bolognese sauce, a slab of the lasagna that's been nicely seared off.
Oh my God, that's so beautiful.
Hello there, welcome back to another episode of Anything with Alvin, where I attempt to create
Kind of weird that Alvin is doing this when this is the clear Babish video.
a fun food from the videos that I like to watch in my spare time. This episode, we're going for a 100-layer lasagna, which is a dish that, although seems crazy, is served by a couple of restaurants around the world. This one in particular is served at La Palma restaurant in Toronto.
Will the 100 layers really fucking matter though? If you've got like 5 layers, 6 layers, 8 layers, 10 layers, and they're like way thicker, hell, if they're thicker, you can put stuff in them.
Now, I've had a bit of experience in making this previously, but the restaurant version of this dish seems very exciting. A huge lasagna baked in a massive pan, which is baked and chilled and cut into small sections to be served up crispy for the diners, and I think that's a great idea. So, we're gonna do it, because it's fun. First things first is the pasta. Now, we could use store-bought noodles, but I think those would be a little too thick, so we need these very, very, very thin to be able to layer properly. In order to make this a lot easier, we're gonna use the help of 2 food processors, 16 cups of all-purpose flour, or 2,080 grams, 24 eggs total, a half cup of olive oil, and 8 teaspoons of kosher salt. These ingredients are going to get split evenly between each food processor and just set to pulse until they have reached almost a ball stage. Then I'm going to turn these...
You could see the money that they have in full time. Like, they'd roll their eyes and say, what, it's 120? Yeah. So rent or that.
Out onto our work surface with some bench flour and knead these for about 10 minutes until
but that's an investment. Yeah, if you want to get into culinary.
Recently, so after a little bit of kneading, I'm going to ask for Rachel's help to come in and do a lot of the heavy lifting.
What if you just
Thank
like
you, Rachel.
food?
You're making this a lot better, and you definitely know how to knead pasta dough a lot more than I do. These two dough balls have been wrapped up and kneaded nicely. They're going to go into the fridge and rest while we repeat our whole process again. Now that our dough has been prepped, we're going to move on to the sauces. We're going to get started with our meat sauce, which does require quite an amount of vegetables. First, I'm going to roughly chop up 8 large carrots which have been peeled. These are just going to get cut into small chunks, and you'll see why in a bit. Then we're going to follow up with 16 celery ribs or stalks of celery with the heads trimmed off and again chopped up into rough chunks. Instead of hand chopping all these vegetables, I thought we might as well just lean into the food processor for this one, because it's all going to get cooked down anyways and would probably make a more smoother sauce. We're going to put the carrots in one food processor and the celery in another, just blitzing them until they have basically broken down all the way. What a beautiful color we have here. These vegetables are all going to combine in one giant mixing bowl while we work on our onions. I'm going to go ahead and take 8 large onions, take off the skins, and cut them into halves before throwing them in the food processor. We're also going to go with 20 garlic cloves split between the food processors as well. These are going to get blitzed out until they turn into a paste-like situation. And they go to the rest of our vegetables to join for a giant vegetable fiesta. Kind of looks like mashed potatoes. And it's funny how the one with the carrots in it was staining.
Kind of does,
so
yeah. Or like cottage cheese.
Now that our vegetables are ready, it is time to give them a nice cook. So in a huge Dutch oven, probably the biggest one we have, we're going to go ahead and put in 2 sticks of butter. And once it gets simmering nice,
I want a Dutch oven that's so big that it's just literally an industrial oven.
It's going to take a while, so while that goes, we're going to go ahead and get started on our meat mixture separately. In a large roasting tray, we're going to throw in 1.5 pounds of pancetta, which has been diced into small pieces. We're going to let the fat brown itself, and once it gets crispy, we're going to throw in 3 pounds of ground beef and 3 pounds of ground pork, breaking down those lumps and mixing it around until everybody has started to get a nice color on it. Once everything is thoroughly combined, I decided it would be a good idea to speed things up by splitting these into 2 pans each, just to create more surface area and not to boil this thing the whole time through. Half of the vegetable mixture is going into a large wok, and the meat mixture is going to get divided among 2 evenly sized stainless steel pans. Now there's a lot of fat coming out of one of these. I don't think we need that much.
That looks like when you get saffron rice and then start throwing like the shrimp in on top of it. Oh.
So we're gonna go ahead and use some paper towels to get a lot of that excess fat out. Once the meat is looking very brown and started to crisp up on pretty much all sides,
I imagine Mexican food is heavily like this too.
Because now it has shrunk down a little.
This seems, frankly, this seems too busy for an Italian recipe.
We're going to go ahead and add 6 cans of tomato paste to our nice crispy browned meat mixture. Stir that around, let that cook down, and then we're going to deglaze that empty pan with 1 bottle of red wine while we put the other bottle of red wine into our meat mixture. Oh look, fire. Now
that's
cool.
Always
now that our red wine is all
he's both happy and scared of it. Because if you put it out really quickly, it is a very cool. Imagine if you're walking in on your first day and you just see somebody putting out a fire real quick and continue on cooking. That is a very cool thing to see. You let that linger and that destroys your fucking meal. So
cook down. The alcohol has had a chance to evaporate. We're gonna put this beautiful meat mixture back into our vegetables, dividing it half among each. Then they're gonna get some milk, 4 cups between the both of them, and we're also gonna add in 4 cups of stock between the both of them to add some seasoning and some flavor and some liquid. Once the liquids have been added, we're gonna take both. Too much liquid,
honestly. I know it burns. Well, actually, hold on. If it burns off the excess liquid, it's fine. It just seems. It reminds me of my oatmeal when I have it and I put too much milk into it. And,
the heat and transfer the mixture from the wok into an oven-safe stainless steel pot. Now we're going to add in 9 cans of pureed tomatoes across the both of them, as well as 4 tablespoons of brown sugar per batch. I love to add a little bit of brown sugar to my pasta sauce just to emphasize the sweetness of the tomatoes. Now once these are done, they're going to go into an oven at 350 degrees for about 2 to 3 hours until they're nice and bubbly. Now that our massive amount of meat sauce has been accounted for, it's time to work on the bechamel, or the white sauce for our lasagna. lasagna. Instead of a ricotta-based filling like a lot of Western lasagnas, this would probably make a lot more sense taking inspiration from Italian lasagna, so a white sauce that is a little bit thinner is my way to go. In a large pot, we're going to go ahead and melt down and brown 2 sticks of butter. Usually you don't brown it, but I like to brown my butter because, well, it has a little bit more flavor. Once the butter has been evenly browned, I'm adding in 1 cup of flour and stirring to make sure the raw flour taste has been cooked out. Then once the roux has been nicely formed, I'm going to add in 1 gallon of whole milk, slowly, making sure that it gets a chance to work out all of those lumps before adding more, kind of like making a crepe or a pancake batter. Once the milk has been slowly added and our sauce looks relatively lump-free, we're going to bring this...
This is well beyond my personal experience. Like, if I want to make a lasagna, I'm gonna buy the lasagna sticks and just like kind of lay them out
up to a simmer so that the
I've never made my own pasta.
The sauce.
I hear it's
then we're gonna
very
add our
fulfilling.
seasoning. About 10 seconds worth of grating fresh nutmeg into
But
the sauce.
you still result in the same thing,
Ground pepper,
in which case...
and a tablespoon of salt.
Why?
The white sauce is now ready. Now it's time...
There are things where if you invest your time and money into, it sounds amazing. Otherwise, just get the fucking lasagna slice.
Time to turn those pasta balls we had earlier into as many.
You're gonna bring something new to the table?
Possible. Now,
lasagna
in the 100
slices
layers explained by
with,
the restaurant, it's not actually 100 layers
like
of pasta.
slices
It's
of
33
pepper in
layers
it?
of
Okay.
pasta, 33 layers of red sauce, and 33 layers of white sauce, finished by either a layer of pasta or some more white sauce on top. So we're gonna need about 33 layers of freshly made lasagna sheets, which is quite a lot of pasta. So we're gonna try to get these really nice and thin. I'm taking each of these pasta balls, cutting them into quarters, and working with that one at a time. I'm starting from the lowest setting, which is the 1 and the thickest, and moving down to a 2, and then actually relaminating it by folding it over itself and starting it back again from 1. This is going to create a little bit more chew and some better structure for our lasagna noodles, so I like to do that at least once before proceeding to roll it down to its thinnest form. These are going to get really thin because I'm going all the way down to an 8. Meanwhile, Rachel is over there helping me out, but she has to use the manual crank one, while I get to enjoy the luxuries of an electric-powered pasta maker. Thank you, Rachel.
I love the freezer behind them, the fridge behind them, because it is a whole episode in and of itself when you unpack that.
Rachel for again making this video possible. After these sheets get
like,
super
what, like
long
a
and thin, we're going to go
freezer?
ahead and trim them
Like,
into
Jesus
large
Christ.
flat
They
sheets,
got for free?
approximately the width or the
Just
length
like to
of our
advertise it?
hotel pan. Process takes us about 2 hours or so. It's a lot of manual rolling, cutting, trimming, flouring, and just trying to balance this pasta dough delicately on the back of your hands. But it is quite fun to play with a large amount of pasta dough, almost like curtain drapes. After our pasta dough has been all rolled out as flat as they can, shaped and trimmed, we're going to go ahead and cook these pasta sheets. Now these are super thin and made with fresh pasta, so they only need about a minute.
Oh sure, when someone does a pasta cook in a pan on stream, it's okay. When not, Metal Monkey comes up and says, "Don't you have a pot?" And I'm like, "Of course I got a pot, but I'm gonna throw in some stuff afterwards." And he's like, "Yeah, but pasta goes in a pot." And I'm like, "I got a pan. I have a pot, but I'm using a pan because there's lots of flavor in this pan."
Boiling water to cook that. So I have 3 pans
It's
here,
not
both
even
with salted boiling water,
flavorized.
and we're going
It's
to cook all of
just
these pasta
been-
sheets to make sure that everything is ready for
Well,
our
that day it was being
Now, for the
very
daunting
heavily
task,
used.
making and layering all 100 layers.
I like
have
adding
a
flavors
huge hotel pan, the biggest one we could find for commercial sales,
Paella.
which is about
I'm not a big fan of paella, but I love the idea of a paella. Just fucking throw it in a pot, look. Let's just see what we can get, huh?
about 6 to
Well,
7
every
inches
flavor
deep and the
lasts?
size of a sheet
No,
tray, half sheet
which is
to
not a
be
bad
exact.
thing.
First, I'm going to take
Every
some oil and
flavor
oil down the
matters.
sides of this pan and then put enough parchment sheets to make sure that while we're layering this has an easy release. Thinking for the future here. Then we begin our layering. We start with a layer of pasta, then followed by a layer of meat sauce, which we have to be relatively not so generous with, as we need to be able to make sure that we can get as many layers in as we can. So we're going to first start out by spreading this thinly across all the pasta and giving it a nice few dollops of bechamel right on top, making sure that also gets smoothed out as well. 3 layers down, 97 to go. We're going to repeat the process over and over and over again, starting with pasta, following up with meat sauce, and spreading a thin layer of bechamel right on top. Approximately 15 layers through, I forgot that we were supposed to also add cheese. So on top of the bechamel, I'm grating some nice Parmesan cheese. That doesn't count as a layer, but it should add to the flavor a little bit. After an hour or so, we're approximately halfway through. We've gotten up to 50 layers, and oh, there's 50 more to go. So we just pump them out and get right to it. Pasta, meat sauce, bechamel,
Jesus, the
pasta, meat
sheer
sauce, bechamel.
amount. Like, if you were to slice off a 10th no, a seventh of that. That would be more calories per day as you consume it over the course of a week than you'd probably be owed averagely. Like, you'd have to actually increase your output, and you wouldn't get all the nutrients either.
It's quite satisfying to see this thing get larger and larger in height. After about 2 hours or so, we realized that we didn't have any more pasta, and we were counting the whole time. Steve and Rachel have been vigilantly watching my layering process and counting each time we move up a different layer. We got to 88 layers before we ran out of pasta, but we still have meat sauce and bechamel left over, so we're gonna keep going and push through. Rachel and Kendall found some dry lasagna noodles in a box that you usually make lasagna with, so we're just gonna cook those off and use that to fill our remaining layers. I'm not saying it's fate, but the amount of dry lasagna noodles that we boiled got us to 100 layers with no extra. Now I think that's pretty cool. For the final layer, I'm taking our remaining bechamel, putting in a lot of our grated Parmesan cheese, mixing that together, and just layering that right on top to get nice.
What's the point?
We're gonna put
at this point, this
at 325
that looks heavy
for about 3 hours. It was going to be really late, but
that looks a week of a cow's effort, and it looks like it just looks like too much.
Lasagna was finished cooking, so we did ask Andrew to help keep an eye on it.
I'm gonna
and
eat
take
it
out after the 3 hour mark. So thank you, Andrew, for doing that.
Me.
Oh,
the rest of you have another thing.
Crispy,
that's my
probably
thing.
burnt on the top. Probably should have turned the convection off at some point.
No, leave it. I like the crunch.
Thank you to Andrew for taking this out, covering it properly, and making sure that it is nicely sealed. Andrew is now going to put this inside his outdoor grill, which is off because it's super cold outside, and that seems to be the best way to naturally refrigerate this thing because it won't fit in the fridge. This is me coming to retrieve my prize the next day. We're going to go ahead and take this downstairs and see what we got. Oh yeah, top layer is definitely a little bit too charred for my taste. Now I like crispy lasagna, but I think this one's
give me that char.
Take off the top
I
layer
would give you 230 if you gave me that char right now.
Let's just treat that as a sacrifice for the other 99 layers. Oh yeah, don't eat that. That's definitely burnt.
No, give it to me. Give it to me, you fucking bougie cunts. I remember eating rat
crazy to say. Oh,
as a living.
Gonna fall out.
You
better
don't.
Go ahead and flip it. Boom. That looks pretty cool. Really nice color on the outside there.
It's nice, but it's not what it was aiming for, was it? It looks too charred.
That's a lot of lasagna.
Looks like,
now for the reveal, we're gonna go ahead and trim off the sides to keep as trimmings and snacks.
But here's the moment.
Cleaner cuts so we can see the layers. Oh. Here we go.
Here we go.
Whoa. That looks pretty cool. It's like a super compressed, massive
that is so pretty.
Lasagna, which is exactly what we did. It's always interesting to me that even though we laid the whole thing flat as we assembled it, you always get these interesting wave patterns that go on. Not exactly sure why that happens, but it looks pretty cool. I'm gonna clean this up and make sure all the sides are trimmed off and nicely squared away, making sure to save all those trimmings as snacks for later. And then we're gonna go ahead and, just for fun, grate a bunch of cheese and put some parsley on top, even though this is not going to be the final way we serve this. But I will say this is a pretty good looking lasagna for its size.
It looks
you can't really hear that
amazing.
everyone in the studio is crowding around and just giggling, taking pictures of this crazy thing that we made. I think that's usually a good sign. So in the restaurant, how they do it is they make it for the size so that they can slice it into really nice clean portions to be able to sear off during service. So that's exactly
counter argument.
Go ahead and cut a nice 1-inch thick slice of this lasagna. Make sure
you will
that
not see me for 1 month. At the end of that month, I will be a different man, for the better or the worse. We both know what outcome this will be. Either way, be gone with you! That's all I'm gonna do for the whole
size.
For the whole shaboodle.
Some pan with a little bit of butter to make sure that it gets crispy. Once this is seared on both sides and each side has gotten a chance to caramelize and get nice and crispy, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to plate up on a nice pool of our leftover meat sauce and a generous helping of grated
meat sauce,
cheese, and a sprinkling of freshly chopped parsley complement.
I ruined a Tinder date once by just showing her what I was watching. And it happened to be like a Babish video of like, so we get the tender cut and we kind of down here, and he's like, oh no.
the final dish. And I present to you our version of the 100-layer lasagna found in restaurants across the world. But the real question is, after all this work, all this labor, and all that time, how
do you think it's gonna
taste?
taste?
That extra sauce for the moisture and extra cheese for the saltiness to make this little brick of seared lasagna even tastier.
Yeah,
I think
that's
that's a
what I
really
thought.
cool way of serving lasagna instead of having to scoop it out of a nice dish. We also made sure that absolutely 0% of this lasagna was wasted. All of those
I didn't doubt it. Like, there isn't even a single fiber of that dish gone now. You made and saw perfection, and you consumed it. Now the real question is, what's your toilet like? Yeah. Cobes. Alright. I should subscribe to this person. If they can get like uncut footage, I should respect them. King. Duke. It's 5 o'clock. "7 hours, they say. Could I last 7 hours? No, and I'm not aiming to last 7 hours. What sort of bizarre lunatic idea is that? I've done 24-hour streams. It's why I don't want to do 24-hour streams. Especially with booze on me. I don't even have the food to match. Maybe tomorrow if there's still booze left. I mean, there will be. I'm gonna buy more. But the second best restaurant in the
This
world?
restaurant is literally magic. It's 25 courses, 3 Michelin stars, #2 in the world, and you won't believe how much it costs. Oh, and have you ever read a newspaper in the middle of your meal? Because I haven't. This place is the temple of molecular gastronomy, and nothing is as it seems. This is not a leaf, and this is not an egg, but this is a salad, this is a soup, and this is a pizza. Oh, and this dish literally vanishes in thin air. It's a light and mirror trick with this corn and foie gras dish hiding in a secret compartment. They have a magnifying glass with a tiny man for scale to inspect a smoked aerated butter and caviar dish, and an actual goose that lays golden eggs but with Singaporean chili crab inside. This place is one of the most creative restaurants in the world, but they also know how to have fun. You'll fish out the most succulent prawn from a box full of fog and finish your main courses by looking at yourself in the mirror while you eat. They present you with a rose to wash your hands and then propose to you with a collection of rings that you put on your finger and eat.
Yeah, but this seems like lame. I wanted food. Give me food. Give me good food, solid food, now more. Now, yeah. It's interesting, but it's not what I would spend the 1,000 to book myself for a small platter. Yeah, no, fuck off, Instagrammer. Yeah, no. I'm glad you are in such a life that you can have, but I don't know. Here's some real fucking men.
How did Amish purchase rifles without a social security number? When I
This
was a
one was
Amish
fascinating.
boy, my father said, "Hey, it's time to get another shotgun." There's now 7 boys. We all kept sharing. So we went up to the local Kmart in the mid-90s. And I remember filling the paperwork out. My dad put down his name and his address, but he had no social security number. So the guy that was doing a background check, he got a phone call back from the federal bureau that does all the background stuff, and they said, "Hey, why is there no social security number?" And I remember the guy behind the...
When I was homeless, the amount of times I was asked for my social, I said out of spite, my PPSI number is, and then I gave them that, because I'm Irish, and that's our equivalent. And they're like, "What do you mean?" I told you 4 times over, and as my Irish passport shows, I'm not American. I don't have a fucking... I don't have a social security because I'm not there. I'm a tourist. That's it.
desk said, hey, this is an Amish guy, and here's his 4-digit religious exemption code, and that's all he needed. As soon as he gave him that and understood he was from the Amish religion, because they are exempt from a lot of things that the worldly people are not. And as soon as he gave him that exemption information,
he got a shotgun. Yep. That's me. Couldn't have gotten rid of the whole damn thing. Have I been on Wikipedia so much? Jesus Christ. I've been in a hardcore learning thing. Is there anything Channel 5 can add to the equation? No, I want this when Raisin, if you're still here, I want to watch this with you. So I'm gonna save it. And I mean you on screen, so you're here right now, you know what we're gonna watch. Oh, there she is. No? I bet. Yeah. Woman explains the organically healthy lifestyle. I love
this. My husband David and everything, he's a health nut. And his thing is everything's gotta be organic. And I said, David, it costs more. It costs more. He said, I don't care a bit how much it costs. So every time up at the grocery store, it's organic pop, it's organic potato chips, it's organic pizzas, you know, and this and that. I looked at him and said, son, you ain't gonna have a dime. But you will bury us all. You will bury us all, David.
Like, she understands this inherent truth that he's saying, but at the exact same time, the food that he's buying is pure and utter trash. Is this the one we watched? Yeah, this is the one we watched earlier, but there was another Brando on TV that was so cool. It was another one of like parkour, and he gives like this breakdown of how he actually used to do parkour. Let's check out chat, see if you got guys going. Actually, let me have a look at my supply. Oh, this was fun.
Good evening. Asshole. Thank you. Thank you. I bet yours is quite wide, isn't it? Your mother. Uh-huh. Yours is all stretched out.
All scratched out. Hell yeah. This list is, oh, that's a terrible font to be used, though it is very 90s. This is graded by how funny I think the call is and how creative. As a result, cleaner humor generally building drier. How do you do? Mentions biggest chest. Again, this is terrible font choices. Dirty call, cute host guest told by King somewhere in it.
I hear the phone's ringing. Do we have a caller? All right, wonderful.
This was a different time on TV.
Hello? Hello?
How you doing?
I'm doing well. What's your name?
My name is Bobby Valentino.
Hi, Bobby. How are you?
Valentino.
Of course you can, please.
I wanna move the biggest piece in your ass.
That's it, Bobby. I think we've heard enough from you.
Belt lovers, Muslim.
First caller.
Yeah. Well, he's a Muslim by default. It's not an
Yeah.
insult if you like, if you're actually proud of being a Muslim.
I have been a Muslim for about 3 years now, and you were talking about the differences between your right hand and your left hand before.
Right.
I feel that has been something very important in my life because I feel that's a pathway Allah sent me the message, because ever since I was a little boy, I would always say, for instance, with my right hand, I would eat my food, brush my teeth, and then with my left hand, I would jerk off and wipe my ass.
What? He was literally including that. A Muslim addresses that.
Yeah.
What are you, a fucking Protestant? Muslims are not ashamed of sex.
I'm a big fan of Harley riding because I love how it vibrates my testicles. And I like to jack off and masturbate for hours.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. I was hoping you could help me out a little bit.
Absolutely.
Can you jerk me off?
I can do that. I can do that.
You do that, but he didn't. Mike Tyson. Oh.
You're on the Pro Wrestling Report.
Yeah, I have a question about WrestleMania.
Yes, sir.
Did Mike Tyson get punched in the cock?
No, he didn't.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
Oh.
You're on the Pro Wrestling Report.
I was watching and I thought he did get punched in the cock.
Well,
there we go. There was the fucking thing.
Hi, you're on the air.
Well, Ken,
Yes.
I was wondering how you would think that it would be possible to regulate the sale of these guns.
Pardon me a moment. I think I see opportunity jumping up. False alarm. I know. Riveting stuff, but you have to understand something important. Your boy is gonna be streaming for 3 days. A long time.
And want to know if you suck dick.
Alright, well,
Well, do you suck dick or not?
to your second question, no.
Sorry, what? Only things that'll take a long time to cook. It would equate to the same time. Yeah, no, we're off tomorrow, so we're gone.
Talk Live, you on there.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good.
Honestly, I for
are
some
you a
reason
hacker?
thought he was heading out,
No,
so I had
on your
asked him to
shirt there,
grab
you
me a
missed
bag
the
of
button.
chips.
Okay, let me button it up.
Hey, no.
Thank you. Hey, you okay? Go ahead.
Um.
Now, can you stay like that?
Oh, sure. Hey, it looks a lot better.
Okay, thank you.
Small off and show us your nipples.
Hello. Hello.
Wow, that's an Mbari headpiece right there.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about chess.
Well, it's Centauri hair and it's Mbari
younger and my grandson recently.
Style.
Recently, I've been getting my grandson involved, and he's here. We'd like to make a chess move together.
Okay. Okay.
And my grandson, he plays chess a lot at school, and he plays here at home, and he's kind of a troubled boy. When he plays chess, it keeps him from jacking the cat off.
Okay.
Because he's had a problem, jacking off ants.
I know, you move your rook along and soon enough you find yourself
People
a
are
queen.
hurting.
Right.
Babies are eating out of the garbage can.
Right.
People are sleeping under the and that's not God.
They eat that poo-poo.
That is not God. And so I can't be okay, caller. Come on, caller, because I'm fixing to get wound up.
Right.
Come on, caller. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, learn how to dress, you moron.
Huh?
Learn how to dress, you moron.
Left or right? Better be right because the left is fucking drip. Chlamydia! Yay!
Goody!
Good Friday, CB.
He looks so defeated.
I called last week and you gave me chlamydia. It burned so bad when I picked
Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen.
Goal preparation H.
We have our first caller. Hello.
Yeah, my hemorrhoids flared up real bad.
Yeah, we know. All right.
What was that?
That's nice to know. Call Preparation H.
Yeah. Tax seminar.
What would be so wrong with maybe using a
I
Steve
never
Forbes
was
idea
around
like
for
the
this level of
straight
America.
17?
And I always felt sad. I always thought Ireland should have its own equivalent. This sort of online... Oh, how best to describe it? This sort of like wildcat TV that was both trying to be professional but not having the budget to pull it off.
10% tax for everybody.
Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the way.
Well, that's good because then we don't have to take it up the butt of it.
Breeze Ray. I don't like the introduction to it.
Yeah, I've got a question about the weapons of mass destruction.
Sure.
Do you think that weapons like freeze rays and stuff like that should be banned as well?
Like what?
Like freeze rays? I mean, you tried that in Gotham City, right?
Oh,
I just kind of looked at Danny DeVito.
Hello? Hi, is this the Reverend on the radio?
Yes, it is. How you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm not doing too good, Reverend. My brother Gene had a stroke, and he's in the hospital, and he has 2 young daughters, and we don't know if he's going to speak again. He was in surgery, and he had a stroke. He was in penile implant surgery. He was trying to increase the length of his penis. He was trying to get a...
Brother, you gonna wish you hadn't called me tonight.
Why? They always said that, but they never fucking followed through.
Hello. Hi. On Super Mario Land, how do you know when you hit the box and the mushroom comes out? How do you kill it?
You don't kill it.
Well,
run into it and
you jump on it in a certain way. Video game wizards. Hi. I'm the caller before. That mushroom is chasing me. Do you have any codes? Cause I can't make it stop.
Let it hit you. Let it hit you.
Bye from all of us at Video Game Wizards.
Salmonella, hell yeah.
Oh, okay, you be real careful that they don't even touch or go near the turtles themselves.
And when I cook the food, if I'm not careful, I can get the salmonella on the food and poison the family. Is that true?
That's absolutely correct.
Very good. My plan is working.
Well, I'm glad, Al, you didn't hear it from me. I don't want to disappoint the kids.
Yeah. Battletoads. Clear as a whistle, funny as fuck. CB, so this is the best one. CB Walker gets a series of calls from caller asking his favorite Nintendo game and eventually makes a CB snap. whoever did this prank, also the infamous owner of Amy's Baking Company.
Uh-huh.
Oh, end up got
Good
to
evening.
Phil.
Hi, do you have Battletoads?
Do I have what?
Battletoads.
What the hell is this Battletoads? Somebody called here week 4 last, week 4 that. Y'all keep. What is
I
this
know.
Here? Is you the same one?
Awesome.
Are you the same one?
Yes, I am.
My
me and a couple other people, we were asking for it.
Well, why don't you go out there and get it then?
Well, I thought you may have Battletoads.
Why would I have this?
Sorry.
Look here, my friend. I'm too old to be messing with that mess here.
Yes.
Uh-huh. My friend?
Yes.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Yes, I do.
Uh-huh. You about the first one.
And she has Battletoads, too.
Does she?
Yes.
I hope y'all have a good time. I ain't gonna insult you. I'm not gonna
why don't you have Battletoads?
What's that?
Why don't you have Battletoads?
My friend, because I have a life.
Oh, really?
There it is. There it is. Yes.
How's it behave?
Says the man who is literally like this. Ma, who's on calling? Give me money. Like, share, and subscribe, by the way, so I can pose more like that.
What you doing? You got Battletoads?
I'll tell you what I do got. I got this motherfucking Pilgrim show. I'm putting your ass. You keep calling him. Do you understand?
Yes, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, this Pilgrim shoe is gonna go dead in the crack of his ass. He called him one more time. Y'all heard it.
Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it. You love to see it. But wait, it gets weird.
I don't even know. Like, I didn't smash it that hard, and this is what happened.
This is his
like,
ninth
are you serious
one.
right now,
His
dude?
ninth
Suck
phone.
my fucking dick.
9. He's close to
oh my fucking
double
God.
digits. This is at best my 5th, and that includes my original Nokia. Like,
fucking bullshit, dude.
and by the way, I had both the Nokia and then the Superior and Wi-Fi for the
Shut
first
up.
time ever available. White.
Like,
Nokia.
okay, hey Cobra,
It
I'm a
wasn't as
fan of your
stable.
videos. I'm
It
like,
got the
cool,
job
I
done.
appreciate it. Can you like fucking wait till done streaming? No, I can't because I gotta tell you right now.
What do you have to tell us there, brother?
Get to smoke weed and believe in yourself. And hail Satan. Fucking stupid faggot phone. Gonna play the song. Oh my fucking God. No, of course not. Because I shouldn't have fucking done that. Now the screen's a little funky. We'll quit smashing it while you're ahead. There it goes. Oh my God. No,
right
I don't
away,
want
his
to answer your
response
call
is the
right
one-
now.
Why does
I'm
he...
trying to fucking do a video.
Alright, here's the thing. If his life wasn't so destroyed, I would honestly think him a troll. Because, like, he's like, oh, I don't like the sound of the trolls making fun of me, and they all know my number. Well... yeah. So why make it the most obnoxious fucking ringtone? You might as well have it as Crazy Frog. Ring, 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 ring. Even doing that makes me want to rip my... You know what it wants me to do? My teeth. I want to pull my teeth out. Hey, Cubs, tell us about teeth.
And it's like, I'm gonna call Cobra and fucking fuck with him. Shut the fuck up! No, I don't wanna fucking... Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. On some Discord somewhere, someone's like, hey, here's the number, here's the number.
Typical.
Do it.
I shouldn't have fucking smashed my screen like this.
No, you shouldn't, because it's broken.
God damn it!
Oh, it begins. Oh no.
I don't want to fucking talk to you when I'm streaming right now. Fuck off!
You fucking pillock!
No, watch your promises. No,
you bellend! You gobshine!
Oh my fucking god, did I really ruined my screen.
You did. Phone number 9, baby. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I ruined my
said,
fucking
like maybe
screen.
phone number
God
5.
damn it, I
At
shouldn't have
most,
lost my fucking temper.
at most
I'm gonna have to
7, but I'm thinking
phone.
6. More likely 5. Worry case 6.
Like, let me fucking
7.
enjoy my fucking music.
Since I was like 13. So that's
just doing this crap, and I'm like, well, that's my own
do it.
damn fault for smashing it. I'm like, it shouldn't take that much to fucking ruin it. You know what? I gotta control my
Shouldn't take
fucking
too
temper.
much. I mean, it only needs 5 minutes with
But
me.
it's
I'll
like,
ruin
no,
anything.
fuck you, Cobra. You're a piece of shit.
You kind of
fuck
are.
your entire life.
Yeah.
You're a fucking asshole.
Yeah. I would love to be a Muppet. If I could be reincarnated, I would love to be my version of Muppet.
My fucking phone is stuck like
his,
this.
shoulder
I'm gonna
going
have to wait for another phone to do.
Yeah, you kind of keep on doing that.
Fucking
I will just constantly remind him that it's his fault. I just got my fucking phone set up. And I slightly lose my temper and bash my... Slightly! No one slightly destroys their own phone intentionally. The one that always sticks out with me was I was turning in a hard corner and I was the fattest I ever was. It was in my pocket, the pressure of my flubber, the door of the car, the seat, my hoodie. It just warped. It cracked. That was not for me actively going, fuck off, trolls, flump. No. That was for me, frankly, being a fat ass. It's weird, because I was the most sexually active back then. Do I have to stop getting away? Did I find the grace period? I think I actually found the grace period. I was getting out of the shower earlier, and I've lost a little bit of weight since the start of the year. This is a smidge, just enough for me to notice getting out of the shower. And, yeah, that's not going to change. I'm going to continue losing weight. Will I also gain weight? Hell yeah. It's called depression. Shut the fuck up. No, I don't want to answer your phone while I'm screaming. Shut the fuck up. Is his thing a good thing? That was a deflection. You're pretty when you're being smart. Fantastic. I just got this phone, and you had to throw a fit about it. Well, that's my own fucking fault about it, dude. Yeah, he deleted the stream again, like he thought that I shouldn't be able to fucking smash my screen. No, you shouldn't. These are not built to be smacked up against the wall. The old school phones were much more primitive, so you can. That's a very different creature. Just by bashing on it like that.
Fuck off.
Fuck yeah.
No,
fuck off.
Don't fucking tell me to answer shit.
Why?
My own damn fault.
You gotta replace too.
Fuck this shit.
I'm gonna watch him long enough that he's gonna have phone number 20. I guarantee it.
No, I didn't tell you to open that app. Fuck off.
You all think you're better than...
My trolls need to
it's
get a
the Meg meme.
Like.
Oh no.
No, I don't want to answer. No, I don't want to answer your shit right now. And I didn't mean to fucking do this. But I'm like, well, you lose your fucking temper.
Oh, well.
You lose your fucking... Shut up! What's the fucking fault?
Why did you put... Why
you lose your
even
fucking
just
temper,
turn
of
off?
course this is gonna happen.
You can still turn off, but it's holding down the power button. Alright. Last winter, right? When I was in Waterford, I was there up with Claire, and as you might recall, I dropped my I dropped my phone into the water in the bath, and it was not great. It fucked my phone up. I had to get it repaired, blah, blah, blah. But look, listen, the important thing is it gets repaired. If not, you know what you can still do? You can still turn it off. It's not that complicated. So what the I want to see what this is. So that's an hour, interesting. But that's still an hour. Oh, I'm and when I'm drunk, I don't know. I want to walk on familiar sands when I'm drunk, you know?
Like, okay,
Alright, so all he's doing is just recording the individual footage of it. Alright, that's fine. Anyway. Oh, I see. Why is IP? Oh, because yeah, Ice Poseidon ended up with IP2. Yeah.
You looking for problems, you fucking dickhead?
All you have to do when someone acts like that is a full right hook. Literally, they have no response because they think that's the final response. If you hit them with all your beauty and hate and love and sex and want and not want, and you just go, okay, and once you connect to them and they go down, they have no response. They do not get back up and scream. If they do, then guess what? That was the correct. That was the incorrect response. And all you have to do now is just remove their ability to get up again by breaking their fucking legs. Hey boy, what? Hit him with a fucking golf club. Hey boy, keep on talking like that in the busy street when people are trying to get about their day. No, it's all right. Hey, cameraman, why are you coming towards me like you're trying to protect him? Oh, you're backing away now. Oh, well, you want to make a clean shot. You think this is going to protect him in some way? As I break his fucking limbs? And then you continue to do that. Like, it's shit like that. Like, that will make you indifferent to the world. But it also will make you, if you have a friends group, like, they'll know you as the guy who broke up the stupid guy. Like, you don't want to fuck with him. I've seen what he can do. Like, if that's what you were aiming for in the friends group, then, you know, just a guy like this is freebies.
Okay. So
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes.
I don't know who this woman is. Copyright, blah 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 blah. Yes, as if it matters.
Cigs, and then stop smoking.
AC. Oh, I've seen his face. Didn't he used to hang out with Chicken Andy?
I'm telling you,
I shot heroin for 10 years. You can do it too, man.
No. Action Man hurts.
Cigs are so bad you can't even get addicted.
I just crushed your
Oh no! I thought he was getting up to fucking like pull a fucking needle. He just fucked. Oh shit! Just go over and ask her. Like, I'm so sorry. That wasn't intentional. I am very, very sorry.
Did it hit her in the
Dude,
head?
I literally stood back in the fucking
Are you
chair, hit her in
okay?
the head, bro.
Yeah, you did.
Oh my god.
And you're not gonna go over and say that you're sorry. You're not gonna go over and say, is there any blood? Like, she's okay in the sense that, like, that she'll live. It's just that she showed up in the background and became someone else's punching bag. I've done that. I've literally been both the punching bag and someone else's punching bag.
Dude,
Nana, did it hit you in the face or in the head?
Uh-oh.
Oh, this isn't swatting. What the fuck? Let's just lower behind them. There's no swat.
It's Auntie? Or your cousin? Auntie?
This is your cousin? Dude, holy.
What's going on?
Is that your phone? Alright,
That's my phone. You feel me? This is really like, this is where I stay at. You feel me? Let me get the
this is where
call.
you stay at? Okay.
I feel you.
Don't feel mad.
Shit, man, this is so insane.
It's a chair right there.
You know, get the phone out, Jimmy. Get your phone out. Get your phone out, Jimmy.
You feel me? It's a chair right there. You know, I'm a painter too.
All right, so we're gonna paint. All right.
Okay, yeah, we need some paint. Yeah, we need some paint work done too.
Yeah.
Ooh, you got any weed we can roll up?
I'm gonna get down at the bathroom.
It's a vibe. Bro. Y'all gotta get ready to move, bro. That's what I'm saying. I'll leave the bottle behind, bro. This is obviously. What is this?
I can put a dude to sleep before.
Bro, what is this? Jimmy, put the camera up a little bit. Dude, show them the ear. Show them. Don't do it.
I can't hear you. My bad. What? I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Yo. Weed?
Do weed? Nah, cigarettes.
Shit, we're looking for a boy right here. No, we don't have any cigs, folks. He's calling the phone, bro. Oh my god, he's calling the phone.
This is. I gotta wonder, like.
Dude, I just gangbang, bro.
I don't know, it seems a bit much.
No, I'm dead serious. I'm jumping off this shit if we out of here, bro. Dude, you got the chaser? Give me the chaser, man. Dude, this is so retarded. Like, what are we? This is way more dangerous than the first shit we did.
What are you saying?
Just shut the fuck up for a second, will you?
Here, hold this. Let me take
Why?
a shot.
What
Let the
what
guy
does
know
this
when this gets right
bring?
here. Dude, wait.
Look at the whiteness of these fuckers.
Run. No, we're gonna.
Could we maybe skip to the actual cool shit? No? Well, maybe I'll refresh the page. You ever thought about it, little fucker? And if you're wondering, yeah, it's struggling. Probably because of our new blood. He just established a third Ethernet cable today. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I got a thing out of Steam. Alright, fair enough.
Shit, man, this is so insane. I need another.
Is a chair right there?
You know, get the phone out, Jimmy. Get your phone out. Get your phone out, Jimmy.
You feel me? Is a chair right there? You know, I'm a painter too.
All right, so we're gonna. All right.
Okay, yeah, we need some paint. Yeah, we need some paint work done too.
Yeah.
Ooh, you got any weed?
Alright, at this point now, it's... There we go.
It's a vibe. Bro, y'all gotta get ready to move, bro. That's what I'm saying. I'll leave the bottle behind, bro. This is obviously. What is this?
I can put a dude to sleep before
Bro, what is this? Jimmy, put the camera up a little bit. Dude. There's 20,000 people watching. We got swatted.
We gotta go.
We
gotta go.
Alright, so I don't give a fuck. I was something for like a quick...
It's like turning from regular Goku to Super Saiyan Goku. That's...
Yo, what's up, dude?
Here we go. Yeah. Blade presses Sonic about his location.
Oh, I just got a bunch of messages from people saying that you said that I was at Sheepdog's house.
This is what
That's what I heard from somebody else, so I apologize if that's misinformation, dude.
That is definitely misinformation, dude. Like, the whole reason why I fucking left Denver was because of fucking harassment of...
Oh, so you're not in Denver, like, you just completely dipped from there. I see.
Dude, I had to. Like...
Where are you going next?
I'm not fucking saying that. You just literally said that I'm at Sheepdog's.
Oh, okay, I apologize. You're not trying to dox yourself.
Yeah, so like, anytime you need any information from me, dude, just hit me up. I'll be truthful for you, dude. But I just don't want
baby, honey.
Like,
okay, toothful. Yeah. The thing about Blade is that he's always toothful. He's never truthful because you can't pronounce it. But he's always toothful.
I didn't actually know the whole doxing thing of Sheepdog. I didn't actually know that, so I apologize for that.
Yeah, I'm hundreds of miles away from Denver, dude. But yeah, man.
All right, well, I apologize for that. I didn't mean anything.
Can you just think of like an official? Okay, here's an official statement.
No,
I'm
the
fucking.
piss time.
I'm nowhere near Sheepdogs. I'm traveling. I need to go get my car, and I'm figuring it out. But don't like. For people that are gonna harass fucking like Sheepdog or friends and family or docs and stuff like that, that's bad, dude.
No, I see, man. I apologize for that. I didn't mean anything by it. I won't.
Like I just don't want to get I just don't want to get a fucking phone call while I'm on the road from fucking Sheep being like,
yeah,
what
no,
the, like,
of
what
course.
the fuck?
You're trying to figure your shit out. I apologize for that. I do hope you're doing well. I'm sorry about the channel ban and shit. Like I get you probably fucking stressing about stuff.
Yeah, of course I am. I just found out about it, but like. I don't want the added stress of the fucking of people thinking that I'm still at Sheepdogs when I'm not, you know?
No, of course. I apologize for saying that.
Yeah, he ended up in the hospital, and Sheepdog kind of like...
I apologize, man.
You just abused it. We watched it on stream. Like, it was...
I'm figuring it out.
Quite the prettiest of pretties, you know?
Yeah. Fucking sucks about the channel. I think kick is the way to go.
Yep.
Yeah, that doesn't change the fact that people will still see your failures. Maybe don't do streaming.
Right, I'll catch ya.
Later.
Proof of life. Proof of life.
Oh, there he is.
What up, peoples? I'm alive. I'm well.
Yeah. His card got stolen, and that's from the hotel, and that's been a huge problem.
Huge issue.
Yeah, so...
Card being stolen, obviously, so... It sucks. I'm going to stream on Kick. I have to set it up, so...
Yeah, he's gonna stream right now on Kick. So yeah, we've been trying to figure out this card situation.
Is this how the end of the year went? Because I know she was not cool with him by the end of the year.
You can't get a hotel without a card, like a physical card. So like, but for anyone wondering, like, he's safe.
Yeah, you can't. So what you do is you ask somebody with a card, oh, your life is so hectic and chaotic that all your friends with cards. I'm surprised Ben did. I imagine Ben did.
We're friends. There was no falling out or anything like that. The roommate situation just didn't work out, but you know that happens sometimes, right? So, but we're totally cool. Like, we're friends. Good for them.
Good streak. Keep the streak alive.
The streak has been dead for years, man.
Reason for visit:
fucking
alcohol
die.
intoxication.
Go to therapy.
Diagnosis:
Go to
alcohol
rehab.
intoxication without complications. It's not a thing about carrying. It's just that's crazy that 11 million fucking people saw a post about me. That's crazy to me. I don't know.
7 million? Oh, you had bigger numbers back in the day, and more people than that know about you.
You want to hear what I was going to say?
Oh, this is a decent pint actually for me right now. At least by Paulander Sanders.
There you go.
I just always want to hug.
All right.
It's
I want
like
to throw up in
pissing
your
on the
vagina,
ground.
bitch.
I'm actually not.
What?
Should I call him?
Yeah.
Should we call it Cashley?
Yes.
Let's call Cashley. Let's call Cashley. I tried calling back first, but she denied me. Oh. I know. Let's figure that out.
Vinny, if you're watching,
No, Vinny donated early. Said I got limited funds. Person.
answer your phone. I just want to touch you.
Close to a pint.
You're so
I think this bad boy is tapped.
I love Vinny.
Not
even 6 yet. Fuck.
She ain't gonna answer. She's
That's what I get for starting early.
Somewhere.
There's still booze in here. I can hear it.
You're better than that.
Chris Hansen.
You have reached the cell phone of Chris Hansen. Please leave your name and a short message. Thank you.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished,
I feel so bad.
hang up or press 1 for more options.
That guy's a fucking loser.
What up, Chris Hansen?
But Chris Hansen got
Well, that's not what I want to
people
leave on this
convicted in
voicemail.
jail.
Chris
Like,
Hansen's
hold on, no. He defeated Onision. I don't know why the online community is so quick to throw him apart. Is it because Billy the Fridge has friends who were also implicated in that, or he himself was implicated in that? Or is it because he himself was not actually asked to join any of the wider community sort of documentaries? Which is okay, that's fine, that's called patheticness and small. And in the grand scheme of things, irrelevant. You know what I like best about Chris Hansen? He showed off pedophiles, and pedophiles went away. And I don't like Chris Hansen for, well, every other reason. But it seems that the community does, and I don't get it, and I'm drunk enough to be able to say this. Fuck it. You shits have to learn that Chris Hansen did a good thing. All the way up to when he did one bad thing. And we have to call him out on that. And what was that bad thing? He got someone killed. Or at least he called out on someone. But here's the thing. You think that an FBI investigation would equate to him? I wish Walter was here right now. Jesus Christ, he'd know what the fuck I'm on about. But you think that fucking investigation done by the FBI would equate any different to it? No, I don't. I think at the end of the day, this guy was going to be found out for being the scumbag that he was and put a bullet in his fucking brain. And that was it. Now, beyond that, yeah, Chris is a piece of shit. He also went after Onision, which is very cool. Because Onision is bad. Bad Onision. Onision, bad. Bad Onision. Onision, bad. Like, it should be held up as an example for all. But, like, there are still people to this day who are like, you know, because he is bad, which, yeah, he didn't do any good. Oh, he did good. He went after Onision. That is a good thing.
That guy is a fucking idiot.
Start over there, vagrant.
No, seriously, Chris Hansen.
I'm literally leaving a voicemail for Chris Hansen.
He's a loser.
But Chris Hansen won't give you the time
Chris
of day.
Hansen, this is Brian Rizzo, not a
You're
rapist.
on par with what he thought about. Actually, you're probably less than
you're a
Betty's
loser. Get over
response.
it.
So
what's your problem with Chris Hansen?
He's a cheater. He's a.
So what? I mean, in relation to the job at hand, so what? This is the logic that Billions had. If anyone ever watched the first 2 seasons of Billions, I have no idea how many more seasons they had after it. But like, it was like Paul Giamatti's character wasn't a great character. He was a bad man, but he was doing the right thing. And it was a bunch of different fucking people who just didn't understand that he was, but he was still a fucking piece of shit. I like how Boardwalk Empire inverted that, and you have someone doing like government work and shit, but it's a bad government work and shit with the temperance agent and shit. I know what I'm gonna be watching after this, and I mean literally after this. I'm ending this. I've been streaming now for.
What's wrong with Chris Hansen?
He's a fucking loser. Look him up.
Anyways, Chris Hansen, what up?
Do these cooking strips.
Yeah.
Okay, we need beer.
Let me get a burr. Let me get a burr. Let's figure it out, dudes. Yeah.
Yes. So we've been streaming for Nerdy in like what, 6 hours now? 7?
You have no butt.
It's over. It's Joe.
You have no butt.
I'm going to bed now. I'm going to eat something and then go to bed.
You have no butt.
Why, honestly, I'm going outside and not seeing what's going outside.
Whatever.
I don't need to worry about it tomorrow.
It doesn't matter.
I think you fart memories.
Fart memories?
Buddy.
Do sheep want to make out with Blade? I think she does.
Give me that beer.
That's better than paddle.
Thank you, no butt having ass bitch.
What? You're saying
I want to sleep. I want to pee in the toilet.
Alright, it's one of... I'm gonna pee in the toilet. I'm glad that you're peeing in the toilet. I think that is probably the best choice you can make. But yeah, I'm wrapping it up. Like I said, I was not doing this as a 24-hour or even a 12. You get 3 long streams from me per day, and my day has just vanished. So I want to go and eat something a lot. Unfortunately, there's nothing to eat. And I don't have the money until tomorrow until to eat something, you know, isn't made at home. I'm gonna make some rice or some potatoes, oatmeal or something. This is the only day out of the 3 I have to worry about this. But anyway, we are wrapping this up, so ordinary sausage. Hell yeah. Give this many. We have this much left, I guess. It is the waffle. We already watched that. We already watched that. Eh, mustard cake.
Forget lemon cake because we're making mustard cake. All those substitutions are going to be replaced with mustard. So a cup of water and half a cup of oil are all being replaced by mustard.
Oh,
like after I get back from eating at Bob Evans. Why didn't I use an electric mixer? This is so much harder. Yeah, all right. I think we're about ready here.
It looks
Halo!
cool. I'll say
Halo!
that.
Let me see your halo. I can't tell if it's too thick or if it's not thick enough. Oh, you know what? The pans were supposed to be sprayed. And in for 33 minutes. All right, they smell mustardy. Look at that. And then we're going to finish this up with some frosting mustard mixture. Here we go, looking good. Give it a little filling. Is it just my imagination, or does this not look amazing?
No, it doesn't look amazing. It looks
And
like
I don't have any spray.
that's like an early 2000s game cake reward. You have earned cake.
Sprinkles, so we're gonna have to use red pepper flakes. And of course,
5
Mrs.
plus
Sausage
year
will be the
experience.
official taste tester on this one. Alright, and just like that, we got mustard cake. And now for the official taste test. Here we go. The entire thing tastes like expired mayonnaise. We were
Yeah.
successful in the execution, but not so much the taste. Why didn't I use
It
ketchup?
looked the
That would have
part,
made
it
way more
failed
sense.
in
So
the
I'm gonna
taste.
have to give the mustard cake half a point.
Bop, bop, that's generous. That is very generous. Listen, I don't want to spend the rest of the evening being both hungry, tired, sore, indifferent, and sad. I'm going to end it here. I'm going to start up tomorrow. Don't worry. I'll be here for all of it. At the end of yeah, nature is naturing. I've got a lot of beer in me. Not a lot of love. Or bacon, eggs. Basically, I'm drunk. I just want to do drunk things, so I'm just gonna say goodbye to you all. I know I started a little bit too early, so yeah. That's probably why out of the 3, it's going to be a bit subpar. Counter argument. See me tomorrow. If I start now, well, we'll see, won't we? Until then, you'll be amazing, you all be fantastic, and you all see me again soon. Seriously, all of you. Bring your fucking wallets this time, eh? Bye.